Jenny's words cut through my sleep like a knife. Don't, please don't touch me. Her voice was small, desperate. My eyes snapped open in the darkness of our bedroom. I lay still, listening to my wife's breathing next to me. She was still asleep, but her face was twisted in distress. The bedroom was quiet except for the soft whir of the ceiling fan. Then I noticed the blankets at the foot of our bed. They lifted slightly like someone was gently pulling them up. But there was nothing there. My heart started pounding against my ribs. The movement wasn't from the fan. It was too deliberate, too focused in one spot. I watched as a depression formed in the mattress at the foot of the bed like someone was sitting there. The weight made the whole bed shift slightly. No. Stay back, Jenny mumbled, turning her head on the pillow. Her eyes were still closed, but her fingers clutched at the sheets. I wanted to wake her, but my body wouldn't move. My throat felt tight, like I was being choked. The depression in the mattress deepened. Whatever was sitting there was getting heavier. A car drove past outside, its headlights sweeping across the room through the blinds. For just a second, I thought I saw a shadow where nothing should be, a darker patch of darkness at the foot of our bed. But when the light faded, there was nothing visible there, just the blankets, still pulled up in that unnatural way. My hands were shaking as I reached for the bedside lamp. I had to see what was happening. But before I could turn it on, Jenny's whole body went rigid beside me. "Get out," she said in her sleep. Her voice was different now, angry instead of afraid. "This isn't your place. You need to leave." The depression in the mattress vanished. The blankets settled back into place, but the temperature in the room dropped so fast I could see my breath clouding in front of my face. Jenny's eyes flew open and she sat up with a gasp. "What's wrong?" she asked, looking at my face. "You're white as a sheet." I told her what had happened, watching her expression change from confusion to fear as she remembered fragments of her dream. She said she'd been dreaming about her grandmother, not her real grandmother who died when Jenny was in college, but a twisted version that kept trying to climb into bed with us. We didn't sleep the rest of that night. We sat up with all the lights on, drinking coffee and trying to convince ourselves it had just been a dream affecting us both somehow. But we knew it wasn't true. Something had been in our room. The next few nights were quiet. Too quiet. Like something was holding its breath, waiting. Jenny started taking sleeping pills to avoid the dreams, but I could tell they weren't working completely. She would twitch and mutter in her sleep, her face drawn with tension. I installed a motion-activated camera at the foot of our bed. The first 2 nights, nothing showed up on the footage. But on the third night at exactly 3:47 a.m., the camera's infrared light turned on, detecting movement. The video showed the blankets moving on their own, rising and falling like someone was breathing under them. The temperature reading in the corner of the frame dropped from 72 degrees to 45 in less than a minute. I didn't show Jenny the footage. She was already having trouble sleeping and I didn't want to make it worse. Instead, I started researching. I read everything I could find about sleep paralysis, shared dreams, and supernatural encounters. Most of it was useless, just stories from people trying to explain away their fears. But one account caught my attention. A woman in Oregon described almost exactly what we were experiencing. She said it started after her mother died, and the presence would sit on her bed every night at the same time. It never hurt her, but it seemed to be waiting for something. She finally got rid of it by having her house blessed by a local priest. I'm not religious, but I was desperate enough to try anything. I called several churches in our area, finally finding an elderly priest who listened to my story without judgment. Father Martinez came to our house the next day. He walked through each room slowly, sprinkling holy water and reciting prayers in Latin. When he reached our bedroom, he stopped at the foot of the bed. His hands were trembling as he made the sign of the cross. "There was something here," he said quietly. "Something old, but it's not evil, just lost." Sometimes spirits get confused, especially if they had a strong connection to a place or person in life. That night, Jenny had another dream, but this time when she talked in her sleep, her voice was calm. "It's okay," she said. "I understand now. You can go home. The temperature dropped again, but not as severely as before. I felt a breeze pass through the room like someone walking quickly past me. Then Jenny sighed in her sleep and rolled over, peaceful for the first time in weeks. We never felt the presence again after that night. Jenny remembered more of her dream the next morning. She said her grandmother, her real grandmother this time, had come to explain. The spirit wasn't trying to harm us. It was another woman who had lived in our house decades ago. She had dementia near the end of her life and would often get confused, walking into the wrong bedroom thinking it was her own. Even after death, she kept coming back to what she thought was her room, not understanding why strangers were sleeping in her bed. Jenny's grandmother helped her remember who she was and guided her away. I still have the video footage from that last night. If you watch carefully, you can see two sets of footprints form briefly in the carpet before fading away. One shuffling and uncertain, the other steady and sure, leading the first toward the door. We kept the house, but we rearranged our bedroom. The bed is against a different wall now, and we painted the room a new color. Not to keep spirits away. We're not afraid anymore, but to make the space truly ours. Sometimes on quiet nights, I think about that confused spirit and feel grateful for Jenny's grandmother helping her find peace. It would be easy to tell this story as a ghost story, to focus on the fear and uncertainty we felt. But in the end, it wasn't about fear at all. It was about compassion, about helping a lost soul find its way home. Jenny doesn't have nightmares anymore. She sleeps peacefully through the night, and the foot of our bed stays undisturbed. But every now and then, when I wake up at 3:47 a.m., I whisper a quiet thank you to both grandmothers, the one who helped and the one who needed helping. Then I roll over and go back to sleep, knowing our room belongs to us alone. We still live in that house. The motion sensor camera is still running, but it hasn't picked up anything unusual in months. The temperature stays steady through the night. The only movements in our bedroom are the normal ones. Cats walking across the floor, shadows from passing cars, the gentle rise and fall of blankets as we breathe. Life has returned to normal, or as normal as it can be after an experience like that. We don't talk about it much anymore, but we haven't forgotten. How could we? Some experiences change you forever, even if the change is subtle. I still wake up sometimes in the middle of the night, my heart racing from half-remembered dreams. But now, instead of fear, I feel a strange sense of peace. The foot of our bed is just the foot of our bed. No depressions in the mattress, no mysterious movements in the blankets. Jenny says she sometimes dreams of her grandmother, but they're good dreams now. They sit together in a sunny kitchen drinking tea and talking about nothing in particular. When she wakes up, she smiles and squeezes my hand. We've learned to live with the memory of those strange nights. We've made peace with the idea that there are things in this world we can't fully understand, but we're not looking for answers anymore. Sometimes it's enough just to know that, even in the darkest moments, there's always a way back to the light. The motion sensor camera is still running, its red light blinking steadily in the corner of our room. Sometimes I think about taking it down, but I leave it up. Not because I think we'll need it again, but because it reminds me that even in our most rational moments, we should stay open to the inexplicable. Our bedroom is different now. We've made it our own space, filled with our own memories. The old spirit's confusion is gone, replaced by the comfortable familiarity of our life together. And if sometimes, late at night, I think I hear footsteps in the hallway or feel a slight chill in the air, I don't panic anymore. Instead, I listen to Jenny's steady breathing beside me, watch the moonlight make patterns on our walls, and remember that every story, even the strangest ones, eventually finds its end. Our ghost story ended not with terror or tragedy, but with understanding and peace. The digital clock still glows in the darkness, marking the hours as they pass. But 3:47 a.m. is just another time now, no more significant than any other. And that perhaps is the greatest peace of all, knowing that even the most haunting moments can fade into memory, leaving us changed but not broken. Life goes on in our house. We wake up each morning, make coffee, go to work, come home, and sleep in our bed without fear. The only presence in our room now is our own, and that's exactly how it should be. Sometimes late at night when I can't sleep, I think about writing down this story. But then I realize that some experiences don't need to be preserved in writing. They live on in the quiet moments, in the peaceful nights, in the understanding that sometimes the scariest things aren't scary at all. They're just lost, looking for their way home. And so our life continues, marked not by the strange events of those few weeks, but by the ordinary moments that make up our days. We've found our peace with what happened, and that peace is stronger than any fear we felt during those dark nights. The foot of our bed is just the foot of our bed now, and that's enough. The first time I heard the laughter, I was cleaning out the kitchen cabinets on a Tuesday afternoon. It wasn't funny laughter. It was wrong. The sound hit me like ice water down my spine, deep, guttural, and somehow wet. No one should have been in my garage. I live alone in a small house on the outskirts of Portland, Maine. My nearest neighbor is a quarter-mile down the road. I'd moved here 6 months ago after my divorce, wanting the isolation. The garage sits detached from the house, connected by a covered walkway. The previous owner had used it as a workshop. That afternoon, I was going through the motions of my usual cleaning routine. Martha, my ex-wife, used to say I was obsessive about keeping things organized. Maybe she was right. But the routine helped keep my mind off things. The empty house, the silence, the memories. I had just finished wiping down the inside of the upper cabinets when I heard it. A low chuckle at first, then building into that wet, gurgling laugh. It seemed to echo off the garage walls, carrying through the thin door that connected to the kitchen. My hands froze on the cabinet door. The laugh came again, longer this time. It sounded like someone choking while trying to laugh, a horrible liquid sound that made my stomach turn. I grabbed the baseball bat I keep next to the refrigerator. The weight of it felt good in my hands as I moved toward the garage door. My heart pounded against my ribs. "Who's there?" I called out, trying to keep my voice steady. "I'm armed and I've called the police." I hadn't called anyone, but they didn't need to know that. The laughter stopped. I waited, counting my breaths. 1, 2, 3. Nothing but silence. My hand shook slightly as I reached for the doorknob. I turned it slowly, then yanked the door open, bat raised. The garage was empty. Sunlight filtered through the dusty windows, illuminating my workbench, tools hanging neatly on their hooks, boxes of holiday decorations stacked in the corner. Nothing was disturbed. No footprints in the dust on the concrete floor. No sign anyone had been there. I checked behind every box, under the workbench, in the small storage closet. Nothing. The side door was still locked from the inside, the windows sealed shut. "Must be hearing things," I muttered, lowering the bat. Working too hard. I went back inside, double-checking the locks, but I couldn't shake the sound from my mind, that horrible, wet laughter. The rest of the day passed normally. I finished cleaning the kitchen, made dinner, watched some TV. By bedtime, I had almost convinced myself I'd imagined the whole thing. Almost. I went through my nighttime routine mechanically. Brush teeth, wash face, take medications, check all the doors and windows, set the alarm. The same things I'd done every night since moving in. Sleep came eventually, but it didn't last. The sound jerked me awake at 2:07 a.m. The same laugh, but closer now. Much closer. It was coming from the hallway right outside my bedroom door. My body went rigid under the covers. Sweat broke out across my forehead despite the cool air from the ceiling fan. The laugh came again, wet and gurgling, like someone drowning in their own amusement. I couldn't move, couldn't breathe. My eyes fixed on the thin strip of darkness visible under the door. A shadow passed through that strip of darkness. Something was out there. The floorboards creaked. Another laugh, right at my door now. The doorknob began to turn, slowly, so slowly. I lunged for the bedside lamp, fingers fumbling with the switch. Light flooded the room. The doorknob stopped moving. The laughter cut off abruptly. My heart hammered so hard I could feel it in my throat. I grabbed my phone with shaking hands, pulled up the flashlight app, and climbed out of bed. The baseball bat was downstairs in the kitchen. Stupid. I should have brought it up. I stood there for what felt like hours, staring at the door, phone gripped tight in my sweating palm. The silence stretched out, broken only by my ragged breathing. Finally, I gathered my courage and yanked the door open. The hallway was empty. The motion-activated nightlight cast a pale glow over the hardwood floor. Nothing moved in the shadows. I checked every room upstairs, then went down to the first floor. Everything was locked. The alarm system showed no signs of entry, but I knew what I'd heard. I spent the rest of the night in the living room with every light on, bat across my lap, jumping at every creak and groan of the old house settling. Morning came eventually. In the harsh light of day, I felt foolish. Stress and isolation playing tricks on my mind, that's all it was. I needed to get out more, maybe start dating again. I called in sick to work and spent the day installing more security cameras, adding motion sensors, replacing the old locks with heavy-duty deadbolts. The hardware store clerk gave me odd looks as he rang up my purchases, but I didn't care. That night, I double-checked every lock, tested every camera, and went to bed with the bat propped against my nightstand. I left the bedside lamp on. Sleep came in fits and starts. Every sound jolted me awake. The furnace kicking on, branches scratching against the windows, the ice maker dropping cubes. At 2:07 a.m., the laughter started again. This time it came from inside my closet. The sound was different now, still wet and gurgling, but with a new edge to it, almost hungry. I lay frozen in bed staring at the closet door. It was closed, but I could see movement in the gap underneath, something shifting in the darkness beyond. The laughter grew louder, more insistent. The door began to vibrate slightly in its frame. I grabbed the bat and phone, backing toward my bedroom door. My hands shook so badly I nearly dropped both. The closet door started to open. I ran, down the hallway, taking the stairs two at a time, nearly falling in my panic. The laughter followed, echoing off the walls, seeming to come from everywhere at once. I made it to the kitchen, fumbling with my car keys. I had to get out. The laughter stopped. In the sudden silence, I heard something wet hitting the floor behind me. Slow, heavy drops. Drip, drip, drip. I turned around. The kitchen was empty, but there on the floor, dark, glistening spots leading from the doorway to where I stood. I touched one with trembling fingers. It was warm and sticky. The laughter erupted again right next to my ear, hot, wet breath on my neck. I ran out of the house in my pajamas, jumped in my car, and drove. I didn't stop until I reached the 24-hour diner on the edge of town. The fluorescent lights and smell of coffee helped calm my racing heart. The elderly waitress didn't bat an eye at my appearance, just poured me a cup of coffee and left me alone in my booth. I spent the rest of the night there, planning my next move. I couldn't go back to the house, not alone. But who would believe me? When dawn broke, I called Mike, my oldest friend from college, who lived a few hours away. He was a contractor who'd helped me fix up the house when I first moved in. "I need your help," I said when he answered. "Something's wrong with the house." Mike arrived that afternoon. He listened to my story without interrupting, then helped me do a thorough inspection of the house. We checked every corner, crawl space, and vent. Found nothing. "Could be raccoons in the walls," he suggested. "They can make some weird noises." I didn't bother arguing. How could I explain the wet footprints, the breath on my neck? Mike agreed to stay a few days to help figure things out. We set up camping cots in the living room, safety in numbers. The first night passed quietly. So did the second. On the third night at 2:07 a.m., the laughter started again. It woke us both. Mike sat up on his cot, eyes wide. "What the hell is that?" The sound came from the kitchen, that horrible, wet, gurgling laugh. "You hear it too?" I whispered. Mike nodded slowly. "That's not raccoons." We grabbed our phones and the bat, moving toward the kitchen. The laughter grew louder with each step. The kitchen was dark. The motion sensor light should have activated when we entered, but it remained dead. The laughter seemed to fill the room now, bouncing off the walls, making it impossible to tell where it was coming from. Mike fumbled for the light switch. Nothing happened. "Power's out," he said, voice tight. Our phone lights carved weak circles in the darkness. The beams caught something moving near the ceiling, a darker shadow against the shadows. The laughter stopped. In the sudden silence, we heard something moving across the ceiling. Not footsteps, more like something dragging itself overhead, leaving wet trails behind. A drop of warm liquid hit my shoulder. "Run," Mike said. We bolted for the front door. Behind us, the laughter erupted again, closer now, pursuing us into the night. We didn't stop running until we reached Mike's truck. The engine roared to life and we peeled out of the driveway, gravel spraying behind us. In the rearview mirror, I saw something standing in my doorway, a darker shape against the darkness. It raised one long, twisted arm in farewell. Then it laughed. We drove straight to Mike's house. His wife, Sarah, didn't ask questions when we showed up at 3 a.m., just made up the guest room and poured us both stiff drinks. The next day, Mike called in some favors. A priest came to bless the house. A paranormal investigator set up cameras and recording equipment. An old woman who claimed to sense spirits walked through every room, burning sage and muttering prayers. None of them found anything concrete. The cameras showed nothing but ordinary shadows. The recordings picked up no ghostly voices. The spirit-sensitive woman just shook her head and said the house felt heavy. But they all agreed on one thing: whatever was in that house wasn't natural. I put the house up for sale the next day. Let someone else deal with it. I moved in with Mike and Sarah temporarily while looking for a new place closer to town. The realtor called a week later. No one was interested. The house had a reputation now. Stories about strange noises, wet footprints, mysterious laughter in the night. So here I am, stuck with a house I can't sell and can't live in. I drive by sometimes, always during daylight hours. It looks perfectly normal from the outside, just another aging New England home needing some paint and minor repairs. But sometimes when I drive past at night, I see lights moving inside even though the power's been shut off. And once, just once, I heard that familiar wet laugh floating on the night air. I keep driving now. I don't slow down anymore to look. But sometimes, in my dreams, I'm back in that kitchen, watching dark drops fall from the ceiling, listening to that horrible laughter getting closer and closer. And sometimes, on very quiet nights, I wake at exactly 2:07 a.m., straining my ears, half expecting to hear that sound again. So far, it hasn't found me, but I keep the baseball bat next to my bed just in case, and I never ever laugh at night anymore. The first time I felt it, I was scraping old wallpaper off the wall next to the attic stairs. A wave of heat pressed against my back, like standing too close to a space heater. I turned around. Nothing was there. Just the empty hallway and the worn wooden steps leading up to the attic. I went back to work. The heat returned, stronger this time, along with a pressure between my shoulder blades, like someone standing right behind me, breathing down my neck. That was 3 weeks ago. Now I'm sitting at my kitchen table at 3 a.m., staring at a stack of old family photos I found in the attic, and my hands won't stop shaking. I inherited this house from my great-aunt Martha 6 months ago. I never knew her well. She was the family recluse, the odd sister who never married and rarely left the property. When her lawyer called to tell me I was her sole heir, I was shocked. I'd only visited the house twice as a kid, and the memories were vague. Creaky floors, musty rooms, and Martha shuffling around in her slippers, muttering to herself. The house needed work. A lot of work. The wiring was ancient, the plumbing leaked, and every surface was covered in decades of grime and peeling wallpaper. But property values in the area were rising, and I figured I could fix it up and sell it for a decent profit. I took a leave of absence from my IT job and moved in with just the essentials: my tools, a mattress, and my laptop. The first 2 weeks were normal. I stripped wallpaper, patched holes, and updated the electrical system. The work was tedious but straightforward. Then came that day by the attic stairs. After the second time I felt the heat and pressure, I convinced myself it was just a draft or my imagination. Old houses make weird air currents, right? But it kept happening. Every time I worked near those stairs, the same sensation would creep up on me. The heat would start gradually, then build until sweat ran down my back. The pressure would increase until I could barely stand it, like someone pressing their full weight against me. I started avoiding that section of the hallway. I'd take the long way around to reach the other rooms. I told myself I was being ridiculous, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something was watching me from those stairs. Last night I finally forced myself to climb up to the attic. I needed to check the insulation anyway, and I was sick of letting this weird fear control me. I grabbed my flashlight and toolbox and started up the steps. The heat hit me halfway up. My shirt stuck to my back instantly. The pressure came next, so strong I had to grab the railing to keep from stumbling backward. My flashlight beam bounced off dusty boxes and old furniture. The air was thick with decades of accumulated dust. I pushed through the sensation and made it to the top. The attic was huge, running the full length of the house. Boxes and trunks were stacked everywhere, along with sheet-covered furniture and piles of yellowing newspapers. I spotted a box labeled photos and grabbed it, thinking maybe I'd find some old pictures of the house to guide my renovation. The box was full of albums and loose photographs spanning at least 50 years. I brought them downstairs to the kitchen where the light was better. Most were typical family photos, picnics, holidays, birthdays. But then I found one that made my blood run cold. It was a photo of the attic stairs, taken from the hallway below. The image was faded and slightly blurry, probably from the 1970s based on the wood paneling visible on the walls. But what caught my eye was the dark figure standing halfway up the steps. At first I thought it was just a shadow or a problem with the photo. But the more I looked, the more distinct it became. It was definitely human-shaped, but completely black, like a silhouette cut from dark paper. The figure appeared to be facing down toward the camera. My hands started shaking. I dug through the rest of the photos. There were more, many more. Different years, different times of day, different angles, but in every photo of those stairs, that dark figure was there. Always in the same spot, always facing down. I found a photo dated 1962 that showed a family gathering. The stairs were visible in the background, and there was the figure. 1975, Martha's birthday party. The figure stood on the stairs behind the celebrating group. 1989, a Christmas morning photo. The figure lurked in the shadows of the stairwell while children opened presents in the foreground. Some of the photos had notes on the back. Most were just dates and names, but one caught my eye. It was another shot of the stairs, this one from 1983. Martha's handwriting on the back read, "It never leaves that spot. I've learned to live with it." I spent the next few hours spreading photos across the kitchen table, arranging them chronologically. The figure first appeared in photos from 1960, right after Martha moved into the house. It was in every single photo of the stairs taken after that date. Always the same position. Always watching. My rational mind tried to find explanations. A trick of light and shadow. A fault in the camera. Martha playing some kind of decades-long prank. But I knew what I'd felt on those stairs. The heat, the pressure, the sensation of being watched. I pulled out my phone and opened my photo gallery. 2 weeks ago, I'd taken some before pictures to document the renovation. I scrolled to the ones I'd taken of the hallway and stairs. My hands were shaking so badly I almost dropped the phone. There it was, the same dark figure, in my photos, in my digital 21st century photos. The sound of creaking wood made me jump. It came from upstairs, from the direction of the attic stairs. I sat absolutely still, barely breathing. Another creak, like someone shifting their weight on old boards. The kitchen suddenly felt too exposed. I grabbed the photos and my phone and retreated to my bedroom, locking the door behind me. I pushed a chair under the handle for good measure. That was 4 hours ago. I haven't heard any more noises, but I can't sleep. I keep staring at the photos spread across my bed, trying to make sense of them, trying to understand what's been watching me from those stairs. The oldest photos show the house when it was first built in the 1920s. No figure on the stairs. Nothing unusual at all. But something changed in 1960. What happened that year? What brought that thing here? I pull up my laptop and start searching through property records and old newspaper archives. In 1960, Martha bought the house from the original owners, the Henderson family. They'd lived here for 40 years without any reports of strange occurrences. So what changed when Martha moved in? I dig deeper into Martha's history. She was a nurse at the local hospital from 1955 to 1985. Never married, lived alone, kept to herself. Nothing unusual stands out until I find an article from 1960. It describes a fire at the hospital where Martha worked. 3 people died, including a patient named James Sullivan who was trapped in his room on the 3rd floor. My heart starts pounding as I read more. Sullivan had been a long-term patient, paralyzed from a car accident. He was under Martha's care. According to the article, she tried to reach him during the fire, but was pushed back by the heat and smoke. She watched from the stairs as his room burned. The stairs. She watched from the stairs. I think about the figure on my attic steps. The way it always faces down, watching. The heat I feel whenever I get close. The crushing pressure. Like someone desperately trying to move, to push through an invisible barrier. The sun is coming up now. In a few hours, I need to call a contractor about the electrical work in the upstairs hallway. Part of me wants to sell the house immediately, to run from whatever entity has attached itself to those stairs. But I keep thinking about Martha's note. I've learned to live with it. She stayed in this house for over 50 years, sharing it with whatever stands on those stairs. Did she feel guilty about not saving Sullivan? Did she understand that his presence wasn't meant to be threatening, but watching, waiting, remembering? I look at the most recent photo I took, the one on my phone. The figure is there, as clear as ever. But in the morning light, it doesn't seem as menacing. It looks patient, like it's been standing guard all these years, keeping vigil on those steps. I get up and walk to my bedroom door. I can hear the house settling, the normal creaks and groans of old wood. But now there's something else, a feeling I hadn't noticed before. Not fear, exactly. More like awareness, acknowledgement. I unlock the door and step into the hallway. The attic stairs are visible at the end of the corridor. I take a deep breath and walk toward them. The heat starts immediately, but I don't fight it this time. The pressure builds between my shoulder blades and I let it come. I stop at the bottom of the stairs and look up. I can't see anything unusual, but I know it's there. Watching. Waiting. Maybe that's all it's ever done. Good morning, I say quietly, feeling slightly ridiculous talking to an empty staircase. I'm going to be working on the wiring today. I hope that's okay. The pressure on my back eases slightly. The heat fades to a gentle warmth like sunlight through a window. I take that as a yes. I've been in this house for 6 months now. The renovation is almost complete, but I'm not sure I want to sell anymore. There's something about this place, about the presence that shares it with me. Martha understood that. Maybe that's why she left it to me. I head to the kitchen to make coffee, already planning my work for the day. The stairs creak behind me, but I don't turn around. Some things I'm learning are better left unobserved. Some presences are meant to be felt, not seen. The figure will be there when I pass the stairs again, standing its eternal watch. The heat will come, and the pressure, and I'll know I'm not alone in this house. It's not exactly comfort, but it's something close to it. A shared vigil, a quiet understanding. I pour my coffee and look out the kitchen window at the rising sun. In a few hours, the contractor will arrive, and I'll have to explain why we need to work around the attic stairs, why that section of the hallway needs to stay exactly as it is. I'm not sure what I'll say. How do you explain sharing your house with a shadow? But that's a problem for later. For now, I sit with my coffee and listen to the old house wake up around me. Somewhere above, on the attic stairs, my unusual housemate keeps its watch. The morning light streams through the windows, and I feel the familiar warmth on my back, constant as a heartbeat, steady as time itself. My hands are still shaking as I type this. I need to get it down while it's fresh in my mind, while I can still remember every detail. It happened 3 hours ago on Route 23, that long stretch of road that cuts through Morrison County. I've driven it hundreds of times, but never like this. Never seen anything like this. I was heading home from a late shift at the factory. It was 2:47 a.m. I remember checking my phone at a stop sign, wondering if Sarah would still be awake when I got home. The radio was playing some old country song, turned down low. My headlights cut through the darkness, illuminating the yellow lines that seemed to stretch endlessly into the night. The road was empty. It always is at that hour. Just me, my old Ford pickup, and miles of cornfields on either side. The harvest was weeks ago, leaving only dry stalks that rustled in the wind. The moon hung full and bright overhead, casting everything in that weird silver light that makes familiar things look strange. I first noticed something was off when my truck's temperature gauge started dropping. It had been a cool night, maybe 45 degrees, but suddenly the digital readout showed 38, then 35, then 32. My breath started fogging in front of my face. The heater was still running full blast, but it felt like someone had opened all the windows. That's when I saw it in my peripheral vision, something moving alongside the road, keeping pace with my truck. I was doing about 50 mph, but whatever it was, it matched my speed exactly. At first, I thought it was just shadows playing tricks on me, or maybe a deer running parallel to the road. But deer don't run that fast, and they definitely don't run like that. I slowed down to get a better look. The figure slowed too, staying perfectly aligned with my passenger side window. It was running on 2 legs, but the movement was all wrong. The stride was too long, too fluid, like watching someone move underwater, except at highway speeds. My headlights caught it full on when I turned slightly to the right. The figure was tall, maybe 7 feet, but thin, impossibly thin. Its skin looked gray in the headlights, but not like human skin. More like wet clay or rubber. No clothes, no hair, just that smooth, uniform surface. Its arms were too long, hanging down past where knees should be, and they didn't swing as it ran. They just trailed behind it like ribbons in the wind. The head was the worst part. It was elongated, stretched back like it was being pulled by some invisible force. Where a face should have been, there was just smooth, featureless gray. No eyes, no mouth, no nose. Just that blank, stretched surface, turned toward me as it ran. I hit the gas hard. The engine roared and my truck lurched forward. 60 mph, 70, 75. The figure kept pace, its legs moving in that impossible fluid motion. At 80 mph, it started to fall behind, but only slightly. That's when it did something I'll never forget. It turned its head, that smooth, featureless head, a full 180 degrees to face me while still running forward, and then it changed direction. In one instant, without slowing down or turning its body, it veered sharply right and disappeared into the woods that lined that stretch of road. I slammed on the brakes. I don't know why. Maybe some primitive part of my brain needed to know what I'd just seen was real. The truck screeched to a halt, leaving long black marks on the asphalt. I sat there, engine idling, hands gripping the steering wheel so tight my knuckles were white. The temperature gauge started climbing back up. 33, 35, 38. My breath stopped fogging. The night seemed normal again, except for one thing. Where the figure had turned into the woods, there were marks on the road. Not footprints exactly, but depressions in the asphalt. Like someone had taken a hot iron and pressed it into the surface, leaving perfect oval shapes in a line leading into the trees. I got out of the truck. I had to see them up close. The marks were about 18 inches long and 8 inches wide. They were deep, maybe 2 inches into the solid asphalt, and the edges were smooth like they'd been molded. I touched one. It was cold, colder than the air around it. My fingertips went numb almost instantly. The trail of marks led straight into the woods. The trees were thick there, old oaks and maples with heavy branches that blocked out the moonlight. I could see maybe 20 feet in, where the marks continued in that straight line, ignoring trees and undergrowth, just pressing through everything in their path. I took out my phone and started taking pictures. They came out clear. The marks were definitely there, perfectly visible in the flash. I took video too, walking along the line of impressions. That's when I heard it. A sound from deep in the woods, like someone dragging something heavy through fallen leaves. But fast. Too fast for anything natural. I ran back to my truck. My hands were shaking so bad I dropped my keys twice before getting them in the ignition. As I pulled away, I kept checking my mirrors, but the road behind me was empty. Just those marks in the asphalt getting smaller and smaller until they disappeared in the darkness. I drove straight to the police station in Morrison. Officer Jenkins was on duty. I've known him for years. Our kids go to the same school. I showed him the pictures and videos. He listened to my story without interrupting, then made some calls. By sunrise, there were state police and some other officials at the site. They took samples of the marks, measurements, photographs, asked me the same questions over and over. That was 6 hours ago. They're still out there from what I hear. Some kind of scientists showed up from the state university. They're analyzing the marks, running tests. Officer Jenkins called an hour ago to tell me they found something strange in the woods. A trail of those same marks running for miles, straight as an arrow, ignoring all obstacles. Trees, rocks, even a small stream. Nothing deflected the path. I'm sitting at my kitchen table now, trying to make sense of it all. Sarah's asleep upstairs. I told her I got held up at work. I haven't decided if I'm going to tell her what really happened. How do you tell someone you saw something that shouldn't exist? The local news is already picking up the story. They're calling it a mysterious vandalism case, or suggesting it might be some kind of elaborate prank. But I know what I saw. That figure running alongside my truck wasn't human. The way it moved, the impossible speed, that blank face. It was something else entirely. I've called in sick to work. I can't face that drive home again, not yet. Not while I keep seeing that smooth gray head turning to face me in my mind. Not while I remember the way it just changed direction, defying physics and everything I thought I knew about how things move in this world. The police want me to come in later today to make a formal statement. They're bringing in some experts from out of state, they say. People who deal with unusual phenomena. I don't know what to tell them. How do you describe something that shouldn't be possible? I keep checking my phone, looking at the pictures and videos I took. They're still there, still clear as day. The marks in the asphalt, the straight line disappearing into the woods. Proof that it wasn't just my imagination, that something really did run alongside my truck last night at impossible speeds. But there's something else bothering me, something I noticed when I was reviewing the videos earlier. In one of them, when I was filming the marks leading into the woods, there's a frame, just one frame, where something moves in the background. It's blurry and dark, but I can make out that same elongated head, turned at an impossible angle, facing directly at the camera from between two trees. I've tried to convince myself it's just a shadow or a trick of the light. But I know what I saw, and I know it saw me too. Whatever that thing was, it was aware. It knew I was watching it. And for some reason, it wanted me to see it turn into those woods. The temperature in my kitchen just dropped 10 degrees. The coffee in my mug is starting to frost over. Outside, through my window, I can see the wind has picked up, making the trees sway. But the leaves are moving in the wrong direction, like they're being pulled towards something. I'm going to stop writing now. I need to check all the doors and windows, make sure everything's locked. The sun is up, but somehow that doesn't make me feel any safer. Not when I know what's out there, running faster than any human could, leaving those impossible marks in its wake. If you're driving on Route 23 late at night, keep your eyes on the road. Don't look to the side if you see movement in your peripheral vision. And whatever you do, don't stop if you see something running alongside your car. Just keep driving as fast as you can until you're somewhere with lights and people and normal things that move the way they're supposed to. Because now I know. We're not alone out here in the dark. There are things that share our world. Things that can run alongside our cars on empty rural roads. Things that leave marks in solid asphalt like it's soft clay. Things that watch us with faces that aren't faces, moving in ways that shouldn't be possible. I don't know what it was that I saw on Route 23. I don't know if I'll ever know. But I do know one thing. I'm never driving that road at night again. Some questions are better left unanswered. Some mysteries should stay mysteries. The temperature's dropping again. I need to go check the locks one more time. And maybe, just maybe, I'll catch a glimpse of something tall and gray moving through my backyard, its head turned at an impossible angle, watching me with a face that isn't a face. But this time I won't stop to take pictures. This time I'll do what I should have done on that dark road. Keep moving, keep going, and try to forget what I saw. Because some things in this world aren't meant to be seen, aren't meant to be understood. Some things should stay in the shadows, running alongside empty roads in the dead of night, leaving their impossible marks in their wake. The first thump hit at 3:17 a.m. A heavy footstep on old wood, followed by another and another. Someone was walking down the basement stairs in my brother Dave's house. Except Dave was away on business in Seattle, and I was alone in the house. I sat up in the guest bed, my t-shirt sticking to my back. The steps continued their slow descent. Thump, thump, thump. My phone showed 7 missed calls from my ex-wife and a 12% battery. I'd forgotten to plug it in again. The footsteps reached the bottom of the stairs. A pause. Then they started again from the top. I'd arrived at Dave's place 3 days ago after Karen kicked me out. 3rd time this year. She'd found the empty whiskey bottles I'd hidden in the garage behind the Christmas decorations. Just until I get back on my feet, I'd told Dave over the phone. He'd sighed but said yes. He always did. The footsteps kept their rhythm. Down. Pause. Start again from the top. Down. Pause. Start again. My hands shook as I pulled on my jeans. The guest room was on the 2nd floor, directly above the kitchen. The basement door was in the kitchen. I knew the layout well. I'd helped Dave renovate the place 5 years ago, before the drinking got bad, before Karen started finding bottles. Thump, thump, thump. I grabbed my phone's flashlight and the baseball bat from beside the bed. Dave had left it there, just in case, when he showed me the room. The steps creaked under my feet as I moved toward the hallway. Each sound felt too loud, like they were competing with the footsteps below. The kitchen was dark. Moonlight cut through the windows, casting long shadows across the linoleum floor. The basement door stood closed, its outline barely visible in the darkness. The footsteps continued their pattern behind it. My throat was dry. I needed a drink. The thought came automatically, followed by the usual wave of shame. Focus. The footsteps were the problem now. Focus on the footsteps. I pressed my ear against the door. The sounds were clearer now. Heavy boots on wooden stairs, moving with mechanical precision. Down. Pause. Start again from the top. The wood didn't creak like it should under that weight. The steps sounded wrong. My phone buzzed. Karen's name lit up the screen. Not now. I declined the call, and my battery dropped to 11%. The door handle was cold against my palm. I tightened my grip on the bat, thumb finding the worn spot where the tape had peeled away. The footsteps continued their rhythm, oblivious or uncaring about my presence. I pulled the door open. The hinges whined. I should have oiled them when Dave asked last year. The basement gaped below, a mouth of absolute darkness that swallowed my phone's weak light. The footsteps stopped. The silence pressed against my ears. I could hear my own breathing, too fast and shallow. Sweat rolled down my back. The air from the basement carried the smell of old wood and concrete dust. Then the footsteps started again, from the top, but I could see the stairs now, illuminated by my phone. They were empty. My light traced the steps. 14 of them, I remembered that from the renovation. Each one bare wood, unfinished because Dave kept talking about carpeting them someday. Nothing moved on them, but the footsteps descended. Thump, thump, thump. The sound reached the bottom, paused, and began again from the top. My light showed nothing. The stairs were empty, but Someone was walking down them, over and over and over. I stepped onto the first stair. The wood creaked under my weight, a different sound from the phantom footsteps. Those were heavier, more final. My phone battery dropped to 10%. Another step down. The footsteps continued their pattern, passing through the space where I stood. No temperature change, no brush of movement, just the sound of boots on wood. 3 steps down. 4. The basement darkness pressed closer. My phone light caught the edges of Dave's workbench at the bottom of the stairs, his tools hanging in neat rows on the wall, everything exactly where it should be. Halfway down now. The footsteps kept their pace, walking through me as they descended. My hands were slick with sweat on the bat and phone. 9 steps down. 10. The battery warning flashed. 9%. The footsteps reached the bottom again, paused, and started their descent once more. I reached the basement floor. Concrete cold through my socks. I'd forgotten shoes. My light swept the space. Dave's workshop took up half the basement, tables lined with projects in various stages of completion. The other half was storage, boxes of holiday decorations, old furniture, Karen's craft supplies from when she used to visit. The footsteps continued above me now. Down. Pause. Reset. Down. Pause. Reset. My phone light caught something on Dave's workbench. A paper, held down by a hammer. Dave's handwriting, rushed but readable. John, had to leave for Seattle early. Business emergency. Make yourself at home, but don't go in the basement. Really important. I mean it. We'll explain when I get back. Dave. The footsteps kept their rhythm. My phone dimmed to save power. 8% battery. I should have gone back upstairs. Should have called Dave. Should have left the house. Should have done anything except what I did next. But I'd spent 3 years making bad decisions. Why stop now? I moved deeper into the basement. The footsteps continued their pattern on the stairs behind me. A metronomic rhythm of boots on wood. My light caught more of Dave's workshop. The tools hung perfectly aligned on their hooks. Level, measured. Dave had always been the methodical one. Something was different about the tools. I stepped closer. Each tool was secured to its outline on the wall, but the outlines were wrong. They didn't match the tools. A hammer hung where a saw was outlined. A wrench occupied the space marked for a drill. I reached for the hammer. As my fingers touched the handle, the footsteps stopped. The silence hit like a physical thing. My breath sounded too loud in the sudden quiet. The hammer felt wrong in my hand, too light, like it was hollow. Behind me, a new sound started. Not footsteps this time. The scrape of metal on metal, coming from deep in the storage area. My phone flashed another warning. 7%. The light dimmed further. The scraping grew louder. Something caught my light at the edge of the storage area. A reflection where there shouldn't be one. Metal where Dave stored cardboard boxes. I moved closer. The boxes were wrong. They looked like cardboard from a distance, but up close I could see the truth. Metal painted to look like cardboard. Perfect replicas of moving boxes, holiday decoration containers, and storage bins. The scraping sound came from behind them, regular, rhythmic, like the footsteps had been. My phone light showed gaps between the metal boxes, spaces just wide enough to see through. 6% battery. I leaned forward, pressing my eye to one of the gaps. My light revealed more metal beyond, walls of it spanning the space where the storage room should be. The scraping grew louder. Something moved in the darkness beyond the metal walls. Something big. My phone died. The darkness was complete. The scraping stopped. Then behind me the footsteps began again. From the top of the stairs. Down. Pause. Reset. I dropped the bat. It hit the concrete with a clang that echoed off the metal walls. Not concrete. More metal. Painted to look like concrete. The storage boxes scraped against each other as something pushed them aside. Heavy steps approached, not from the stairs this time, but from the darkness beyond the false storage area. I ran. My feet found the stairs in the darkness, muscle memory from helping install them. The phantom footsteps continued their pattern, passing through me as I climbed. My shoulder hit the wall, real wood this time. I could feel the difference. 13 steps up, 14. I slammed the basement door behind me and turned the lock. For a moment, nothing but my own gasping breath and the pounding of my heart. Then the footsteps started again. Down, pause, reset, and beneath them a new sound. Metal scraping against metal, growing louder. I didn't pack, didn't change, didn't even put on shoes. I grabbed my keys and ran. The sun was rising when I pulled into the gas station 50 miles away. My hands shook as I plugged in my phone and dialed Dave's number. He answered on the first ring. "John, are you okay?" "Dave," I said, "what the hell is in your basement?" A long pause. The footsteps echoed in my memory. Down, pause, reset. "I can't tell you," he said finally. "But you need to tell me exactly what you saw, and you need to tell me if it saw you." Behind his voice I heard something, a familiar sound, muffled by distance and phone static. Footsteps. Walking downstairs. I hung up and started driving again. I haven't stopped since. The bottles stay in the trunk now, untouched. I need to stay sharp, stay focused. Because sometimes, when I let my guard down, I hear them. Footsteps. Walking downstairs. Over and over and over, and underneath them, growing louder, the sound of metal scraping against metal. Karen keeps calling. Dave too. But I can't answer, can't risk stopping, can't risk sleeping too long in one place. Because the sound follows me now. Down, pause, reset, always the same pattern, always getting closer. My car's been running fine, handling the endless driving well. Though lately the engine's been making an odd sound, not the usual mechanical noises. It sounds like footsteps, walking downstairs. The splintered door hung off its hinges when I pushed it. The creak echoed through the empty field behind my old family home. 25 years since I'd last set foot in this barn, but the musty smell hit me exactly the same. Hay, rust, and something else I couldn't place, something darker. I stood in the doorway, letting my eyes adjust to the dim light filtering through gaps in the wooden slats. Dust particles floated in the air. The barn looked smaller than I remembered, but no less imposing. My real estate agent had insisted I check every structure on the property before listing it, and this was the last one. Just a quick walkthrough, I told myself. Then I could get back to Chicago and forget about this place again. The floorboards groaned under my feet as I stepped inside. Broken farm equipment lay scattered around. An old tractor with missing wheels, rusted tools I couldn't name, empty feed bags rotting in corners. Standard abandoned barn stuff. But something made the hair on my neck stand up. A feeling of being watched, maybe, or remembered. I pulled out my phone's flashlight and swept the beam across the walls. That's when I saw the first name. Carved deep into a wooden post, about chest height. Michael P. Below it, Sarah K. More names sprawled across the beam, some so old they'd almost worn away. My hand trembled slightly as I moved the light higher, following the trail of carved letters. Then I froze. There it was, unmistakable. David Reynolds, my name, in my own 12-year-old handwriting. But I had no memory of carving it. None at all. A flutter of movement caught my eye. Something had fallen from the hayloft above, drifting down in the shaft of light from a hole in the roof. I walked over and picked it up. A photograph, old and creased. The image showed a man standing in front of this very barn, but his face had been scratched out with what looked like knife marks. Deep, angry scratches. My throat went dry. I remembered my Aunt Clara's warnings when I was a kid, how she'd grab my arm if I wandered too close to the barn. "That place is cursed," she'd whisper. "Has been since before you were born." We all thought she was just being dramatic, but now I heard a soft thump from above. My pulse quickened. Probably just a bird, I thought. But I swept the flashlight beam up toward the hayloft anyway. More photographs were scattered across the wooden floor up there. Dozens of them. The ladder to the loft looked barely stable, half the rungs missing or rotted through. But I had to know. I tested my weight on the first solid-looking rung. It held. Slowly, I began to climb. The loft smelled worse than below, mold and decay in that same unidentifiable darkness. My flashlight revealed more names carved everywhere, covering every surface. And photographs. So many photographs, spread out like some twisted art installation. All of different people, all with their faces violently scratched out. I picked up another photo. This one was newer than the first, maybe from the 80s based on the clothes. A family posing by a car, their faces obliterated. Another showed what looked like a high school graduation. Another a wedding, all defaced the same way. My foot hit something solid, a metal box, old but not rusted, padlocked shut. I grabbed it and nearly dropped it when I heard another sound from below, like footsteps but dragging. Scraping. I swung the flashlight toward the ladder. Nothing there. But the sound came again, closer. My heart hammered against my ribs. The temperature seemed to drop 10 degrees in an instant. I shoved the box under my arm and scrambled down the ladder, not caring about the creaking wood. My foot went through one rotten rung, but I yanked it free and kept going. The dragging sound followed, but I refused to look back. I burst out of the barn into the late afternoon sun, gasping. The door slammed behind me with a bang that echoed across the empty fields. I stood there for several minutes just breathing, the metal box heavy under my arm. Back in my rental car, I examined the box more closely. The padlock was old but good quality. I'd need tools to open it. I glanced at the barn in my rearview mirror as I drove away. Just weathered wood and broken windows. But something shifted in one of those windows. A shadow, moving when it shouldn't have. I called my Aunt Clara that night from my hotel room. She answered on the first ring like she'd been waiting. "You went in the barn," she said. Not a question. "How did you—" "I told you to sell that place without looking back. Some things need to stay buried, David. I found my name carved in there, Aunt Clara, and photographs, and this box. What the hell happened in that barn?" She was quiet for so long I thought the call had dropped. Then, "It started before you were born. People would go missing, not from our town, but travelers, drifters. No bodies ever found, but sometimes their cars would turn up on the old road behind the farm." My mouth went dry. "What are you saying?" "Your grandfather, he wasn't well, David. After the war, something in him broke. He'd have these episodes where he wouldn't remember things. Days would just disappear. Your grandmother tried to protect him, protect all of us. She locked up the barn, but he always found a way back in." I thought of all those scratched out faces. My hands started shaking. "The police never proved anything," Clara continued. "But people knew. They stopped coming around. Your father moved us all away when you were 13, told everyone it was for work. But really, the box," I said. "Did you know about a metal box?" Another long silence. "Don't open it, David. Please. Some doors shouldn't be opened." I hung up and stared at the box sitting on the hotel desk. The padlock gleamed in the lamplight. I could drive back to Chicago tomorrow, throw the box in Lake Michigan, pretend I never found it. List the property as is and let some developer tear it all down. But I knew I wouldn't. I needed to know. Maybe not tonight, but soon. That was 3 days ago. I'm still in the hotel, staring at the box. I bought bolt cutters this morning. They're sitting next to it, waiting. Every time I reach for them, I hear my aunt's voice. Some doors shouldn't be opened. But I keep thinking about my name carved in that beam. When did I write it? Why don't I remember? What else don't I remember? The padlock feels cold under my fingers, like it's been storing up decades of secrets, waiting for someone to finally set them free. Maybe that someone is me. Maybe it has to be me. I pick up the bolt cutters. Their weight is reassuring, solid, real. Whatever's in this box, I tell myself, it's just paper. Just old photographs or letters or documents. Nothing that can hurt me now. The padlock breaks with a sharp snap. Inside, I find a stack of notebooks, my grandfather's journals dated from 1946 to 1981. The handwriting starts neat but grows increasingly erratic. Newspaper clippings about missing persons. More photographs, these ones unmarked. And at the bottom, a single envelope addressed to me in my grandmother's handwriting. The letter inside is short. Dear David, if you're reading this, you found your way back to the barn. I'm sorry. I tried to protect you from the truth, but maybe that was wrong. Your grandfather wasn't evil. The war changed him, broke something inside that couldn't be fixed. The barn, it amplified whatever was broken. Made him see things that weren't there. Made him do things he'd never do otherwise. You were so young when it started affecting you too. The nightmares, the sleepwalking, finding you in the barn, carving names you couldn't remember carving. That's when your father and I knew we had to get you away. The barn feeds on darkness, David. Not evil, just the regular darkness we all carry inside us. The regrets, the anger, the fear. It takes those feelings and twists them, makes them grow until they're not yours anymore. I should have burned it down years ago, but I couldn't, because some small part of me still hoped your grandfather would come back to us, that whatever the barn took from him could be returned. I was wrong. Burn it all, David. The barn, the photographs, these journals. Burn it and don't look back. Don't let it take from you what it took from him. With love, Grandma Marie. I set the letter down with shaking hands. Through my hotel window, I can see the distant shape of the barn silhouetted against the setting sun. Even from here, it seems to watch me, to wait. My phone rings, making me jump. It's Aunt Clara again. Did you open it? She asks without preamble. Yes. She sighs heavily. Then you know what needs to be done. I look at the journals spread across the hotel bed. So many secrets, so many answers. But my grandmother was right. Some answers aren't worth the cost. I'll take care of it tonight, I tell Clara. Be careful, she says. That place, it doesn't like to let go easily. I hang up and start gathering the journals and photographs. The sun has almost set, painting the sky blood red. In a few hours it will be dark enough. I have the gasoline in my car, bought it this morning along with the bolt cutters. 5 gallons should be enough. More than enough. The barn can keep its darkness. Tonight, I'm giving it back to the light. But first, I need to make one last trip inside. One last climb up to that hayloft. I need to find my name among all those carvings and do what I should have done 25 years ago. Cut it out. Remove all trace that I was ever there. That any of us were ever there. Some chains need to be broken. Some curses need to end. And sometimes the only way forward is to burn the past to ashes and start again. I check my pocket for the matchbox. It's there, waiting. In a few hours, that barn will be nothing but memories and smoke. But for now, I sit in my hotel room, watching the sun sink behind it, watching shadows gather in its broken windows, wondering if, somewhere in those twisted beams and rotting boards, my grandfather's darkness still lingers. Still waits. Night is falling. It's almost time. I stand and gather my supplies, flashlight, knife, gasoline, matches. The barn has taken enough from my family. Tonight I take something back. Peace, closure, a clean slate. The sun slips below the horizon. Darkness falls. I grab my car keys. It's time to end this. Three people died in this apartment in 1954. I know this now. I wish I didn't. I found the listing online, a steal for a one-bedroom in downtown Boston. The building dated back to the 1920s, all brick and ornate moldings. The real estate agent mentioned its historic charm at least 5 times during the showing. What she didn't mention was why the rent was so low, or why the previous tenant had left all their furniture behind. I moved in on a Tuesday. The first night was fine. The second night, too. On the third night, I woke up at 3:17 a.m. to the sound of whispering. At first, I thought it was coming from the walls, maybe the pipes or the ventilation system in this old building. But as I lay there in bed, the whispers got clearer. They weren't forming words exactly, but they had a rhythm to them, like multiple people having a conversation just below the threshold of comprehension. I got up and walked through the apartment. The whispers stopped. The living room felt like a freezer compared to my bedroom. My breath came out in visible puffs. I checked the thermostat, 72 degrees, but my hands were shaking from the cold. The next morning, I ran into my neighbor in the hallway, Mrs. Chen from 4B. She was taking out her trash, moving slowly with her cane. "How are you liking the apartment?" she asked. "It's good, though the heating seems a bit uneven." She gave me a long look. "How long have you been here?" 3 days. She nodded slowly. "That's about right. They usually don't make it past a week." "What do you mean?" "The cold spots, the whispers. You've noticed them, haven't you?" My stomach dropped. "How did you—" "I've lived here 30 years, seen a lot of people come and go from that unit. They all leave within 7 days. Something about that apartment isn't right." I wanted to laugh it off, but my mouth was dry. "What happened there?" "Murder-suicide, 1954. A man killed his wife and daughter, then himself. The police found them all in the bathtub. That night I couldn't sleep. Every creak of the old building made me jump. Around 2 a.m. the temperature dropped again. The cold spot had moved to my bedroom this time. The whispers started closer than before. I turned on all the lights and sat in the living room with the TV on. Around 4 a.m., the screen started flickering. The whispers got louder. A dark shape moved in my peripheral vision. When the sun came up, I called the real estate agent. She didn't sound surprised when I said I wanted to break my lease. Just sighed and said she'd email me the paperwork. I started packing that afternoon. As I was taking down clothes from the closet, a child's laugh echoed through the apartment, high and clear. Then a woman's scream, cut short. I ran out with just my backpack and laptop, left everything else behind. Mrs. Chen was in the hallway again. 4 days, she said. Longer than most. I slept at a hotel that night. When I went back the next day with some friends to get my stuff, the apartment was empty. Not just of my things. All the furniture from the previous tenant was gone too. The rooms were completely bare, like no one had ever lived there. The real estate agent denied there had ever been furniture in the apartment. Said I must be confused. But I have photos on my phone from move-in day showing the old couch, the dining table, the bed. I tried researching the 1954 murders. Found nothing in newspaper archives. Asked Mrs. Chen about it again, but her daughter said she'd moved to Florida months ago. The current tenant in 4B had never heard of her. Sometimes I drive by the building late at night. The windows of my old apartment are always dark, but sometimes when I look up at just the right moment, I see shapes moving behind the glass, and even from the street, I swear I can hear whispers. The for rent sign has been up for 6 months now. The price keeps dropping. I wonder how many people have tried to live there since me. How many have lasted the full week? I have a new apartment now, in a different part of the city. Modern building, concrete and steel. No history, no charm, no cold spots. I keep the heat on even in summer, and I never look at apartment listings in historic buildings anymore. But sometimes late at night, I still hear those whispers. Not from the walls or the pipes, from my own memory. And I know that somewhere in that old brick building downtown, in that apartment with the ornate moldings and the low rent, someone else is hearing them too. For the first time. For what will probably be their last week there. Because no one ever makes it past 7 days. The ghosts make sure of that. The first scream came at 11:42 p.m. I checked my watch because I wanted to note exactly when everything went wrong. I was stacking boxes of auto parts in aisle E47 of the Morgan & Sons warehouse when I heard it. a muffled cry that sounded like someone had their mouth covered. I froze with a timing belt box in my hands. The fluorescent lights buzzed overhead, casting harsh shadows between the tall metal shelves that stretched up toward the ceiling. On the night shift, I was used to being alone with just the hum of the ventilation system and the beeping of the occasional forklift backing up. But this sound was different. Human. Wrong. My first thought was that Jimmy from receiving had hurt himself again. Last month he'd dropped a transmission on his foot and screamed so loud security came running. But Jimmy's shift ended at 10, and besides, this sound was too desperate. I set the box down slowly, trying not to make any noise. The concrete floor felt hard through my steel-toed boots as I stood completely still, listening. For 10 seconds, nothing but the usual warehouse sounds. Then movement caught my eye. A shadow sliding between the shelves 3 aisles over, visible through gaps in the stacked inventory. "Hello?" I called out. My voice echoed off the metal shelving. No response. I should have called security right then. Should have pulled out my phone and dialed the front desk where Mark sat watching his Netflix shows. But something held me back. Maybe the fear of looking stupid if it turned out to be nothing, or maybe just plain old curiosity. Instead, I started walking toward where I'd seen the movement. The wheels of my pallet jack squeaked as I pushed it aside. Each step echoed slightly in the cavernous space. I passed aisle E48, then E49, moving as quietly as I could while scanning between the shelves. The white labels on the boxes seemed to glow in the fluorescent light. Brake pads, fuel pumps, alternators, everything in its assigned place except for whatever was moving in the shadows. Another scream pierced the silence, closer this time and clearly female. It was followed by the sound of boxes falling and a man's voice saying, "Shut up." The words were harsh, angry. My heart started pounding against my ribs. I pulled my phone out, finger hovering over the keypad, but before I could dial, I heard running footsteps coming toward me. I ducked behind a pallet of oil filters just as 2 figures sprinted past the end of my aisle. The first was a woman in a torn blouse, her dark hair wild around her face. Blood ran from her nose and her eyes were wide with terror. Close behind her was a man in dark clothes, reaching for her with gloved hands. They disappeared around the corner toward the loading docks. My hands shook as I tried to dial security. I fumbled and dropped the phone. It clattered on the concrete floor, the sound impossibly loud in the quiet warehouse. I heard the running footsteps stop. "What was that?" The man's voice growled. "Check it out." New footsteps approached, slower, deliberate. I pressed myself against the boxes, hardly daring to breathe. A shadow fell across the floor at the end of my aisle. I could either stay hidden and hope they didn't find me or run. Neither option seemed good. The footsteps came closer. I saw the toe of a black boot edge into view, my muscles tensed, ready to sprint. Then a crash echoed from the direction of the loading docks, followed by another scream. The boot disappeared as its owner ran toward the sound. I snatched up my phone and finally managed to dial security. It rang 4 times before Mark answered. "Front desk," he said, sounding bored. "Mark, there's someone in the warehouse, 2 people, a woman. I think she's hurt. Call the police." "Whoa, slow down, what?" Another crash interrupted him, followed by the sound of shattering glass. It came from the shipping office. "Just call the police." I hung up and started running toward the noise. Looking back, I can't explain why I ran toward danger instead of away from it. Maybe I couldn't stand the thought of something happening to that woman while I hid. Maybe I was just stupid. The shipping office was a small room with windows looking out over the loading dock. As I approached, I saw that one of the windows was broken. Glass crunched under my boots. The woman was backed into a corner, holding a pair of scissors in front of her like a knife. The man in dark clothes stood between her and the door. "Just come quietly, and this'll be easier," he said, his voice eerily calm now. "You're only making it worse. Stay back." The woman's voice shook, but her hands were steady on the scissors. I looked around frantically for a weapon. There was a fire extinguisher mounted on the wall near me. I grabbed it just as the man lunged for the woman. She slashed with the scissors, catching his arm. He cursed and stumbled back. I burst through the door and swung the fire extinguisher at his head. He must have heard me coming. He spun and caught the extinguisher, yanking it from my hands. His face was covered by a black ski mask. Cold blue eyes locked onto mine. "Bad choice," he said. His fist slammed into my stomach. The air rushed out of my lungs and I doubled over. He brought his knee up into my face. Pain exploded through my nose. I tasted blood. The woman screamed and charged forward with the scissors. The man turned to face her, giving me a chance to tackle him from behind. We crashed into a desk, sending papers and a computer monitor flying. I tried to get my arm around his throat, but he was stronger than me. His elbow smashed into my ribs once, twice, 3 times. My grip loosened. He twisted free and threw me off. I hit the ground hard. Through blurry vision, I saw him pull something from his jacket. A gun. "Enough!" he shouted, pointing it at me, then the woman. "Both of you on the ground. Now!" I lay there gasping, blood running down my face. The woman slowly lowered herself to her knees, still gripping the scissors. "Drop them," the man ordered. She let the scissors clatter to the floor. Tears ran down her cheeks, but her eyes burned with hatred. "You should have just given me what I wanted," the man said. "Now." Red and blue lights suddenly strobed through the broken window. A police siren wailed in the parking lot. "Freeze! Police!" A voice boomed over a loudspeaker. The man's head snapped toward the window. In that moment of distraction, the woman dove for the scissors. He turned back and fired. The gun was deafening in the small office, but she'd already rolled behind a filing cabinet. The bullet punched through metal. I launched myself at his legs. We went down together, wrestling for the gun. His mask was askew, revealing part of a pale, stubbled jaw. He slammed the butt of the gun into my temple. Stars burst across my vision. Then the woman was there, driving the scissors into his shoulder. He screamed and the gun went off again, the bullet hitting the ceiling. I managed to knock the weapon from his hand. It skittered across the floor. The man threw me off and stumbled to his feet. Blood spread across his jacket from the scissors still embedded in his shoulder. He yanked them out with a grunt of pain and ran for the loading dock. "Stop! Police!" Officers were streaming in through the rear entrance, guns drawn. The man vaulted over a stack of pallets and disappeared into the maze of shelves. Gunshots echoed through the warehouse. I lay on the office floor, everything spinning around me. The woman knelt beside me. "Are you okay?" Her hands fluttered over my injuries. "I think so," I managed. "You?" She nodded, then burst into tears. I sat up slowly and put an arm around her shoulders as police officers rushed past us in pursuit of the man. They caught him trying to climb the security fence behind the building. Later, I learned the full story. The woman, Sarah Chen, was an accountant who had discovered evidence of money laundering at her firm. The man was hired muscle scent to silence her. She'd fled when he tried to grab her outside her home, eventually taking refuge in what she thought was an empty warehouse. I spent the night in the hospital getting stitches and x-rays. Broken nose, 2 cracked ribs, mild concussion. Could have been worse. Sarah visited me the next day with coffee and donuts. She had a black eye and her arm was in a sling, but she was alive. "Thank you," she said, "for helping a complete stranger." I shrugged, then winced at the pain in my ribs. Couldn't just hide while something bad happened. She squeezed my hand. Most people would have. Maybe she was right. But sitting there in that hospital room, battered but alive, I knew I'd do it again. Not because I'm brave or heroic. I'm not. I was terrified the whole time. But sometimes you have to act despite the fear. Sometimes hiding isn't an option. I still work the night shift at the warehouse. The shipping office window is fixed and the bloodstains are cleaned up. Everything looks normal. But sometimes when I'm alone among the towering shelves, I remember the sound of those screams, the flash of scissors, the weight of the fire extinguisher in my hands. I remember the choice I made. The official incident report lists it as an attempted kidnapping interrupted by warehouse employee Michael Torres. Just another crime statistic. But I know the truth of what happened that night, how close it came to ending differently, how thin the line is between life and death, between acting and hiding. Sarah and I still meet for coffee sometimes. We don't talk much about that night. We don't need to. We both carry the memories, the scars, the knowledge of what humans are capable of, both the evil and the good. And late at night, when I hear unexpected sounds in the warehouse, I don't hesitate anymore. I call security immediately, but I keep the fire extinguisher close just in case. Some lessons you only need to learn once. Something was moving outside my window at 3:47 a.m. I know the exact time because I checked my phone when the noise woke me up. It wasn't like any animal sound I'd heard before, not a deer, not a raccoon, not even a bear. The noise came again, a wet, clicking sound followed by something heavy dragging across the ground. I sat up in bed, my heart already beating faster. The rental cabin creaked around me. I'd picked this place specifically because it was isolated, 2 miles down a dirt road from the nearest neighbor, surrounded by dense forest on all sides. Perfect for a weekend of writing and clearing my head after the divorce. Now that isolation felt like a mistake. The sound came closer to my window. Click, click, drag. Click, click, drag. My mouth went dry. I could hear breathing now. Deep, raspy breaths that seemed to rattle in a chest much larger than any local wildlife should have. I reached for the flashlight on the nightstand, knocking over an empty water glass in the process. The glass hit the wooden floor with a loud thunk. The breathing and clicking outside stopped immediately. "Shit," I whispered. The silence stretched out, heavy and expectant. My own breathing sounded too loud in my ears. After 30 seconds of complete quiet, I heard it moving again, but now it was heading around to the front of the cabin. The wooden porch boards groaned under its weight. Based on the sound, whatever was out there had to be at least as heavy as a full-grown man. I stood up slowly, trying to avoid making the floorboards creak. The flashlight felt slick in my sweaty palm. I was wearing just boxers and a t-shirt, and the cool air raised goosebumps on my legs. My phone showed no signal. Of course not. That's why I'd chosen this place. The thing outside moved across the porch with slow, deliberate steps. Each footfall made the old boards groan. It stopped in front of the cabin's front door. I heard that wet clicking sound again, closer now, followed by what sounded like claws scraping against wood. I had two choices. I could stay in the bedroom and hope it went away, or I could try to get a look at whatever was out there. The rational part of my brain said to stay put. But there was another part. The part that made me stop to look at car accidents. The part that made me read about true crime before bed. That needed to know. I crept to my bedroom door and eased it open, wincing at the slight squeak of the hinges. The cabin's main room was dark except for a slice of moonlight coming through the front windows. The scratching at the door had stopped. My bare feet made no sound on the floor as I moved forward. I could see the door now, a solid piece of oak with a small window at head height. The moonlight was bright enough that I should be able to see anything large moving out there. I was 10 feet from the door when a shadow passed across the window. My heart slammed against my ribs. The shadow had been too tall, too wrong in its proportions to be human. I raised the flashlight but kept it off, not sure if I really wanted to illuminate whatever was on the other side of that door. The door handle rattled, not like something was trying to turn it, more like something was testing it, exploring what it was. The rattling stopped and I heard that clicking sound right on the other side of the door, followed by what could have been sniffing. My curiosity finally overcame my fear. I thumbed the flashlight switch and aimed it at the window. Two eyes reflected the beam back at me, but they were all wrong. They were huge, the size of softballs, and they glowed a pale green like a cat's eyes in headlights. But these weren't cat's eyes. They were set too wide apart, and they were looking down at me from at least 7 feet off the ground. I stumbled backward, the flashlight beam jerking away from the window. When I got it aimed back, the eyes were gone, but now I could hear movement on the porch, lots of movement like something big was pacing back and forth. The clicking sound came again, but this time I could see what was making it. A long, pale appendage, something between an arm and a tentacle, snaked into view through the window. It was a sickly white color, and jointed in all the wrong places. The clicking came from what looked like hard ridges or plates running along its length. The appendage probed at the window frame, testing it. My back hit the kitchen counter. I fumbled behind me without taking my eyes off the window, and my hand closed around a knife handle in the dish drain. It wasn't much, but it was better than nothing. The appendage withdrew from the window. For a moment, everything was quiet. Then the whole door shuddered in its frame as something slammed against it from outside. I nearly dropped the flashlight. The door held, but another impact made the hinges creak. Whatever was out there was trying to get in, and based on the force of those hits, the door wouldn't hold for long. I ran back to the bedroom, my feet slapping against the floor. I grabbed my phone and car keys, pulled on the first pair of pants I could find, and shoved my feet into my boots without bothering with socks. Another crash from the front door, louder this time. The bedroom window. It was my only way out. I could hear the front door splintering as I wrestled with the window's old paint-stuck frame. It finally came loose with a screech of wood on wood. The cool night air hit my face as I stuck my head out and looked down. The bedroom window was about 6 feet off the ground, a hard landing but survivable. Behind me, I heard the front door finally give way with a crack of breaking wood. I didn't hesitate. I dove through the window head first, tucking my shoulder like I remembered from high school sports. I hit the ground and rolled, the impact knocking the wind out of me. The flashlight went flying into the darkness. As I struggled to my feet, gasping for air, I heard something large moving through the cabin. The sound of furniture being knocked over, of claws or talons scraping across wood. It knew I'd been there moments ago. I ran. The rental car was parked 30 yards away, just visible in the moonlight. Behind me, I heard the creature moving fast through the cabin. The window frame splintered as something much too big shoved its way through it. I fumbled with the key fob, pressing the unlock button repeatedly. The car's lights flashed and I heard the locks click. Almost there. 10 more yards. Something hit the ground behind me with a heavy thud. The clicking sound was faster now, excited. I could hear it moving, its strange gait covering ground quickly. 5 yards to the car. I reached for the door handle. A pale shape rose up in my peripheral vision. Something wrapped around my ankle, one of those wrong jointed appendages, its surface rough like sandpaper. I was yanked off my feet, the key fob flying from my hand. I hit the ground hard. The thing started dragging me backward toward the darkness beyond the car. I kicked out with my free leg and connected with something solid. The grip on my ankle loosened for a moment. I rolled onto my back, pulling the knife from my pocket. In the moonlight, I finally got a clear look at what had me. It was huge, 9 feet tall at least, its body a pale white that seemed to glow faintly in the darkness. The main mass of its body was vaguely humanoid, but that's where any resemblance to anything normal ended. 4 of those jointed appendages extended from its torso, each one at least 8 feet long. They moved independently, weaving through the air like snakes. Its head was the worst part. It was too wide, with no real face to speak of. Just those huge green eyes and what looked like a mass of smaller tentacles where a mouth should be. The tentacles writhed and twisted, and that clicking sound came from small, hard plates running along their length. The creature pulled me closer. I slashed out with the knife, catching one of the appendages. A clear fluid leaked from the cut, and the creature made a sound. A high-pitched keening that made my teeth hurt. It released my ankle. I scrambled backward, got my feet under me, and ran. Not for the car. I'd lost the keys in the scuffle, and looking for them would take too long. Instead, I ran for the trees. I could hear it pursuing me, its strange locomotion covering ground fast. The forest was dark, but the moonlight provided enough illumination to avoid running straight into trees. Branches whipped at my face as I ran. The thing behind me moved through the underbrush like it wasn't there, that clicking sound getting closer. I lost track of how long I ran. My lungs burned and my legs felt like lead. But I could still hear it behind me, never more than 20 yards back. Sometimes it would get closer and I'd feel one of those appendages swish through the air just behind my head. The ground started to slope upward. I was running uphill now, my already burning legs protesting the extra effort. But I knew this area from hiking earlier. There was an old fire tower at the top of this hill. If I could reach it, maybe I could... I didn't get to finish that thought. My foot caught on an exposed root, and I went down hard. Before I could get up, something wrapped around my waist and lifted me into the air. I was turned around to face the creature. Those giant green eyes stared at me, and the massive tentacles around its mouth region writhed faster. Up close, I could smell it, a strange chemical smell like ozone and rotting vegetation. More of those appendages wrapped around my arms and legs, holding me spread eagle in the air. The knife was still in my hand, but I couldn't move my arm enough to use it. The creature brought my face close to its own, those mouth tentacles reaching toward me. That's when I heard the helicopter. The sound was distant at first, but growing louder quickly. The creature's head snapped up, those big eyes reflecting moonlight as it looked toward the sound. The grip on my limbs loosened slightly. A bright light suddenly swept over us as the helicopter crested the hill. The creature made that keening sound again and dropped me. I hit the ground hard but managed to roll away. The helicopter was military. I could see that now. A spotlight mounted on its side illuminated the creature, which was backing away from the light. More helicopters appeared over the hill, all training spotlights on the creature. Men were fast roping down from the helicopters now, dressed in what looked like hazmat suits. They carried strange-looking weapons that hummed with electricity. The creature keened again and tried to retreat, but it was surrounded. Blue-white lightning arced from the weapons, striking the creature. It convulsed, those long appendages thrashing wildly. More bolts hit it until it finally collapsed. Someone grabbed my arm. I spun around, knife raised, but it was another person in a hazmat suit. "Mr. Peterson?" a voice said through the suit's speaker. "I'm Agent Sarah Chen, Department of Special Containment. We need you to come with us." I looked back at the creature. Men in suits were approaching it cautiously, weapons ready. One of them was unfolding what looked like a large metallic net. What is that thing?" I asked. "That's classified," Agent Chen said. "But you're not the first person to encounter one. Come on, we need to get you debriefed and you'll need to sign some paperwork." She led me toward one of the helicopters that had landed in a small clearing. As we walked, I could hear the creature being loaded into some kind of container. "There are more of them?" I asked. Agent Chen was quiet for a moment. "Mr. Peterson, the best thing you can do right now is try to forget this ever happened. Trust me on that." I looked back one last time. The creature was almost completely covered by the metallic net now. One of those long, pale appendages twitched once, then went still. The helicopter lifted off a few minutes later. Through the window, I could see more helicopters arriving, carrying what looked like large pieces of equipment. Agent Chen handed me a thick stack of papers and a pen. "Start with the non-disclosure agreement," she said. "And Mr. Peterson, welcome to a much bigger world than you knew existed." I started signing papers as the helicopter turned south, leaving behind my rental cabin and the thing that had been waiting in the darkness. But even as we flew away, I couldn't shake the feeling that there were more of them out there, hiding in remote places waiting to be found. Or maybe I thought as I signed another form, waiting to find us. I never should have bought this house. That's what I keep telling myself as I sit here in my bedroom, back pressed against the headboard, listening to the heavy footsteps downstairs. They're moving through my kitchen right now. I can tell because the old linoleum floor squeaks in that specific way, the same way it does when I walk across it. But I'm not walking across it. I'm up here, gripping my phone, trying to decide if I should call the police. Again. The thing is, they've already been here twice. Both times they found nothing. No signs of forced entry, no evidence of an intruder, just those damn muddy boot prints that keep appearing every morning. It started 3 weeks ago, right after I closed on the house. I got it for a steal. Foreclosure, needed work, but the bones were good. That's what my realtor kept saying. "The bones are good, Mark." Yeah, the bones might be good, but something else isn't right here. The first morning after I moved in, I found them. Muddy boot prints on the front porch, size 12 or 13 work boots from the treads. They led right up to my front door, then disappeared. At first, I thought maybe it was the previous owner, coming back to check on the place out of habit. But when I asked around, I learned he'd died 6 months ago. Heart attack in the upstairs bathroom. I cleaned the prints off the porch that morning. The mud was thick, reddish-brown, like clay. But it hadn't rained in weeks, and the ground around the house was bone dry. I checked the whole property. No matching footprints anywhere else. No source for that particular type of mud. The next morning they were back. Same size, same mud, same pattern leading to the door. I cleaned them again, and again the next day, and the next. For 2 weeks straight, every single morning, those boot prints would appear overnight. I installed security cameras. Nothing showed up on the footage. The prints would just be there in the morning like they materialized out of thin air. I called the police the first time after reviewing that footage. They came out, took a report, found nothing. Called them again 3 days later. Same result. The neighbors haven't seen anything unusual. Mrs. Rodriguez next door has one of those Ring doorbells. Nothing on her footage either. I even put down flour on the porch one night, thinking I'd catch other prints or signs of tampering. In the morning, the boot prints were there in the flour, but they hadn't disturbed the rest of it. Like someone just stepped down from above. I started sleeping badly. Every little noise would jerk me awake. I'd lie there in the dark, straining to hear anything out of place. But there was never anything definitive, just the normal settling sounds of an old house. At least that's what I told myself. Until tonight. I went to bed around 11, same as usual. Checked all the doors and windows, locked. Security system armed, cameras running. I just started to drift off when I heard it. A distinct footstep on the front porch. That hollow wooden sound of a boot on old boards. My eyes snapped open. I lay perfectly still, barely breathing, listening. Another step, then another. They crossed the porch slowly, deliberately. When they reached the door, I heard something that made my skin crawl. The sound of a key turning in the lock. But that was impossible. I'd had all the locks changed when I moved in. I had the only keys. The door opened. The hinges didn't even creak. They never do. I'd oiled them myself last weekend. The footsteps entered my house. That's when I grabbed my phone and retreated to my bedroom. I wanted to run to get out of the house, but the footsteps were in the foyer between me and the front door. The back door was downstairs too. I was trapped up here. They're in the living room now. The footsteps are slow, methodical, like they're searching for something or someone. My phone shows no signal. Of course it doesn't. It never has good reception in this house. One of the many quirks I was planning to fix. The footsteps are moving to the stairs. The first step creaks. It always does. Another thing on my to-do list. Second step. Third. They're coming up. I press myself harder against the headboard. My heart is pounding so hard I can feel it in my throat. Fourth step. Fifth. The footsteps reach the landing. They pause. I'm holding my breath. In the darkness, I can see a shadow pass across the crack under my door. The handle starts to turn. The door opens. Nothing. Just empty darkness in the hallway. But the footsteps, I hear them in my room now, on my hardwood floors. Getting closer to my bed. The weight of something heavy sits on the edge of my mattress. I feel the springs compress. I squeeze my eyes shut. This isn't real. It can't be real. You bought my house. The voice is deep, gravelly, like someone who smoked 2 packs a day for 40 years. I force my eyes open. There's no one there. But the weight on my mattress remains. Your house? My voice comes out as a whisper. Lived here 43 years. Died here too, upstairs bathroom. Heart gave out while I was fixing the leaky shower head. The voice comes from the empty space at the foot of my bed. Still needs fixing, by the way. My mind races to the disclosure documents. The previous owner, Harold Mitchell, Died in the house 6 months ago. His kids sold it to the bank. The bank sold it to me. Mr. Mitchell? A low chuckle. Call me Harry. Everyone did. Why are you here? This is my house. The weight shifts on the mattress. Spent my whole life fixing it up. Never quite finished. Always something else to do. But you're dead? Yeah. Doesn't mean I'm done here, though. I swallow hard. My throat is dry. The boot prints. Had to check on the place. Make sure you're taking care of it. Another shift in the mattress. You've been doing okay. Oiled those hinges nice. But that shower head's still dripping. Furnace filter needs changing too. This is insane. I'm talking to an empty room. Maybe I'm dreaming. Maybe I've finally cracked under the stress. Not dreaming, son. Not crazy either. Just having a conversation with the previous owner. The voice moves closer. Look, I'm not here to scare you. Well, not anymore. Had my fun with the boots, I'll admit. But really, I just want to make sure my house is in good hands. So, you're not going to hurt me? A snort. What for? You seem like a decent guy. Taking care of the place, making improvements. That's all I ever wanted. Someone to love this old house like I did. The weight lifts from my mattress. Footsteps move toward my door. I'll stop with the boot prints. Was getting tired of that anyway. But I'll be around, keeping an eye on things. The footsteps pause at the doorway. Oh, and check that furnace filter tomorrow. Trust me on that one. The footsteps move down the hallway, down the stairs, through the living room. The front door opens and closes. Then silence. I sit there for hours waiting for sunrise. When the first light finally creeps through my window, I force myself to get up. My legs are shaky, but I make myself walk downstairs. There are boot prints on my floor. Big ones, size 12 or 13, made of reddish-brown mud. They lead from my front door, through the house, up the stairs, into my room, and back out again. I follow them to my basement door. Something compels me to go down and check the furnace. The filter is black with dust, completely clogged. I change it right then and there. When I come back upstairs, the boot prints are gone. Every last one of them. That was 2 months ago. I haven't seen any more boot prints since then. But sometimes when I'm working on the house, I hear a grunt of approval or a muttered suggestion about what tool would work better. Once, when I was about to cut a pipe without turning off the water main, a gruff voice said, "Wouldn't do that if I were you." I've stopped being afraid. Now when I hear those heavy footsteps at night, I just smile and say, "Evening, Harry." Sometimes he answers, sometimes he doesn't. But I know he's watching, making sure his house is in good hands. I check the furnace filter regularly now. Haven't gotten around to fixing that shower head yet, though. But I will. After all, I've got a very persistent previous owner making sure I keep up with the maintenance. You might think I'm crazy. Maybe I am. But here's the thing. I've never felt safer in a house. How many people can say they have a ghost as their home inspector? Oh, and if you're wondering about those security cameras I installed, they're still running. Still don't show anything. But every once in a while, when I review the footage, I catch a weird static flicker. And if I pause it just right, sometimes I can make out what looks like a tall figure in work boots carrying a tool belt. I guess some people never really leave their homes. And sometimes, if you're lucky, they stick around to help you make it your home too. The shower's dripping again. I should probably fix that. I think I hear footsteps heading toward the bathroom. Sounds like Harry's getting impatient. Better get my tools. I shouldn't have gone back to that creek. Looking back now, every rational part of me knows that. But I did go back again and again, until I found out what those whispers meant. I wish I hadn't. It started 3 weeks ago on what should have been a normal hiking trip with my friends Mike and Sarah. We'd done this trail dozens of times before. It was our go-to weekend escape from Boston, a 4-hour drive into the White Mountains of New Hampshire. The Lancaster Trail wasn't on any tourist maps. Mike had discovered it years ago during his Forest Service days, and we liked it that way. No crowds, no selfie-taking tourists, just pure wilderness. The morning started like any other. We parked Mike's Subaru at the unmarked trailhead at 7 a.m. sharp. The air was crisp, early October in New England, when the leaves are just starting to turn but haven't peaked yet. Sarah handed out the trail mix she always made, heavy on the M&Ms, light on the raisins. She knew my preferences. Mike did his usual equipment check, making sure we had enough water and our emergency gear was in order. We'd been hiking for about 2 hours when I first noticed something was off. The trail had been winding steadily uphill, following an old logging road before veering off into denser forest. That's when I heard it, a sound so faint I almost convinced myself it was just the wind in the trees. Almost. "Hold up," I said, stopping in my tracks. Mike and Sarah continued a few steps before turning back. "What's up, Dan?" Mike asked, adjusting his pack. "You guys hear that?" They both went quiet, listening. The forest sounds continued. Wind in the branches, a woodpecker somewhere in the distance, the crunch of leaves under our boots. "Hear what?" Sarah asked after a moment. I held up my hand for silence again. There it was. A whisper, like someone talking very quietly just at the edge of hearing. It seemed to be coming from off-trail, down toward where I could hear running water. "There's someone down there," I said, pointing toward the sound of the creek. Mike shook his head. "We're 8 miles from the nearest road, Dan. Nobody comes out here. I'm telling you, I hear voices, like whispers." Sarah gave me that look she gets when she thinks I'm being dramatic. It's probably just the water. Sound carries weird in the mountains. I wanted to believe her. It would have been easier. But I knew what I heard wasn't water. Water doesn't form words, even if you can't quite make them out. "I'm going to check it out," I said, already stepping off the trail. "Dan, come on," Mike called after me. "We've got 4 more miles to the camping spot." 5 minutes. Just let me look." The slope down to the creek was steep and slippery with wet leaves. I had to grab onto saplings to keep from sliding. The whispers got clearer as I descended. Definitely voices, definitely more than one, speaking in low, urgent tones. But I still couldn't make out the words. The creek came into view through the trees. It wasn't much more than a stream, really, maybe 6 feet across, tumbling over moss-covered rocks. The whispers were loud now, seeming to come from just around a bend in the creek bed. "Hello?" I called out. The whispers stopped instantly. I moved forward carefully, scanning the area. There was nobody there. No camping gear, no footprints in the mud by the water's edge, no signs anyone had been there at all. The only sound was the running water. "Dan," Mike's voice came from up on the trail. "You okay down there?" "Yeah," I called back, still looking around. "I'll be right up." I stood there for another minute, trying to understand what I'd heard. The whispers didn't return. Eventually, I made my way back up to my friends. "Find your mystery people?" Sarah asked with a slight smirk. "No," I admitted, "but I swear I heard something." "Probably just tired," Mike said, clapping me on the shoulder. "Come on, let's make some miles." We continued hiking, but I couldn't shake the uneasy feeling. Every few minutes I'd catch myself straining to hear the whispers again. They didn't return, but the memory of them stayed with me. We made it to our camping spot just before sunset. It was a small clearing on a ridge, with a fire pit previous hikers had built. As Mike and Sarah set up their tent, I gathered firewood, trying to stay busy to keep my mind off what had happened. That night around the campfire, I almost brought it up again. But I could already imagine their reactions. More concerned looks, more gentle suggestions that I was just tired or imagining things. So I kept quiet, roasting marshmallows and listening to Mike's story about the bear he'd encountered last summer. We hiked out the next morning without incident. The whispers didn't return, and by the time we reached the car, I'd almost convinced myself Sarah was right. Just water sounds playing tricks on my ears. That should have been the end of it. A weird experience to tell at parties, nothing more. But 3 days later, I couldn't stop thinking about it. I was sitting at my desk at work, supposedly reviewing quarterly reports, but really just staring at my computer screen. replaying those whispers in my head. I opened Google and started searching. At first, I just looked up the general area: Lancaster Trail, White Mountains, hiking reports. Nothing unusual came up. Then I tried adding terms like strange sounds and whispers. Still nothing. I was about to give up when I found an old forum post from 2012. Someone hiking in the same area had reported hearing voices in the woods near a stream. The post didn't have many details, but it was enough to make my skin crawl. That night, I dug deeper. I found local newspaper archives going back to the 1950s. Most of it was usual small-town news: county fairs, town meetings, lost dogs. But in 1978, there was a story that caught my eye. A search and rescue operation for a missing hiker had focused on an area near Lancaster Trail. They never found him, but one of the rescue team members reported hearing strange voices during the search. I had to know more. I called in sick to work on Friday and drove back up to New Hampshire. I told myself I was being ridiculous, but I couldn't shake the feeling that there was something there, something important. This time, I came prepared. I brought a digital voice recorder, a better flashlight, and a more detailed map of the area. I also brought my GPS to mark exactly where I'd heard the whispers. The trail felt different alone. Every snapping twig made me jump. The forest seemed darker, more closed in. It took me longer to reach the spot without Mike setting the pace, but around noon, I recognized the section of trail where we'd stopped before. I marked my location on the GPS and started down toward the creek again. The slope seemed steeper than I remembered. Halfway down, I turned on the voice recorder. The creek was running higher than last time. We'd had rain earlier in the week. I stood there for a long time, just listening. Nothing but water sounds and bird calls. "Hello?" I called out, feeling foolish. "Is anyone there?" No response. I walked along the creek bank, careful not to slip on the wet rocks. After about 10 minutes, I was ready to give up. Then I heard it. The whispers started so quietly I almost missed them, but they were there, clearer than before. Multiple voices, speaking quickly, urgently. They seemed to be coming from the other side of the creek. I fumbled with the voice recorder, making sure it was still running. Carefully, I stepped onto the first rock to cross the creek. The whispers got louder. I could almost make out words now. Halfway across the creek, my foot slipped. I caught myself before falling, but the voice recorder wasn't so lucky. It flew from my hand and hit a rock before falling into the water. I watched helplessly as the current carried it downstream. The whispers stopped again. I stood there on that rock in the middle of the creek, heart pounding, wondering what to do next. That's when I noticed something strange about the opposite bank. There was a small opening in the rocks I hadn't seen before, partially hidden by ferns. It looked like the entrance to a cave or tunnel. The whispers started again, definitely coming from that direction. I knew I should leave. Everything I'd learned about wilderness safety told me not to enter unknown caves alone, but I'd come too far to turn back now. I finished crossing the creek and approached the opening. It was larger than it had looked from the creek, about 4 feet high and 3 feet wide. The whispers were clearer now, but I still couldn't make out the words. They seemed to be coming from deep inside. I took out my flashlight and shined it into the opening. The beam revealed a narrow tunnel sloping downward. The walls were smooth, almost too smooth to be natural. Water trickled down one side, and the air coming from inside was cold. I had to crouch to enter. The tunnel extended about 20 feet before making a sharp turn to the right. The whispers echoed off the walls, making it impossible to tell how far away they were. After the turn, the tunnel widened into a small chamber. My flashlight beam showed more tunnel openings leading off in different directions. The whispers seemed to be coming from all of them now, overlapping and echoing until they were just a constant susurration of unintelligible voices. I took another step forward. My foot hit something that clattered across the rocky floor. I swung my flashlight down. It was a camera, an old one, covered in dust, but otherwise intact. I picked it up with trembling hands. The brand name had worn off, but it looked like it was from the 1970s. The whispers got louder. I could almost understand them now, almost make out what they were saying. I took another step forward. My flashlight flickered. I froze. The light flickered again, then went out completely. The darkness was absolute. The whispers surrounded me now, and for the first time, I could understand the words. They were saying my name. I ran. I don't remember dropping the camera. I don't remember finding my way back through the tunnel. My next clear memory is breaking out into daylight, gasping for air, my clothes soaked with creek water and cave mud. I didn't stop running until I reached the trail. My hands were bleeding from grabbing rocks and trees, but I barely felt it. I made it back to my car in half the time it had taken me to hike in. That night in my apartment back in Boston, I finally looked up the news story about the missing hiker from 1978. His name was Daniel Morrison. He was carrying a camera when he disappeared. I haven't been back to Lancaster Trail. Mike and Sarah have invited me hiking several times, but I always find an excuse not to go. They wouldn't understand. Sometimes at night, when everything is quiet, I think I can hear whispers again. They're probably just the pipes in my building or traffic from the street below. Probably. But I keep thinking about that camera, lying there in the darkness. And I wonder, if someone found it now, would the film inside still be intact? Would it show what happened to Daniel Morrison? Would it show what's really down there in those tunnels? I don't want to know the answers. But sometimes, in my dreams, the whispers tell me anyway. Last week, I got a letter. No return address, just my name and address typed on a plain envelope. Inside was a single photograph, badly damaged by water and time. Most of it was too faded to make out, but in one corner, I could clearly see a tunnel entrance in a rocky bank, partially hidden by ferns. I burned the photograph. Then I changed my phone number and deleted my social media accounts. I'm moving next month to Arizona. Somewhere dry, somewhere far from forests and mountains and hidden streams. But part of me knows it won't matter, because the whispers aren't coming from that cave, not really. They're coming from somewhere else, somewhere much closer. And they know my name now. They know my name, and they're getting louder. The first message appeared 3 days after I moved in. I was brushing my teeth when I noticed it forming in the condensation on the mirror. Get out while you can. The letters were backwards, like someone had written them from inside the glass. I wiped it away immediately, but my hand was shaking so badly I dropped my toothbrush in the sink. I'd taken the room because it was cheap and close to downtown Seattle. The Craigslist ad had mentioned 2 other roommates, but I hadn't met them yet. Our schedules didn't align. I heard them sometimes, moving around in their rooms or in the kitchen, but we were like ships passing in the night. The apartment itself was nothing special. Beige walls, worn carpet, furniture that had seen better days. But it was a roof over my head while I got back on my feet after my divorce. That first morning, I convinced myself it was just my imagination playing tricks on me. Sleep deprivation from the move, stress from the separation, whatever. I went to work at the accounting firm like nothing had happened. But when I came home and took my evening shower, there it was again. The others didn't listen. The steam from the hot water made the letters appear slowly, one by one, like invisible fingers dragging through the condensation. I cleaned the mirror thoroughly with Windex, making sure to get every corner. The next morning, a new message. They never leave. My hands were sweating as I wiped it away. I started taking photos with my phone to prove to myself I wasn't losing it. After a week, I began documenting everything in a notebook. The messages appeared twice daily, always when I showered or when the mirror fogged up from sink steam. They never repeated exactly, but they all carried the same warning tone. Watch your back. Don't sleep too deeply. Check the locks. They're always watching. I installed a small security camera in the bathroom, pointing it at the mirror. The footage showed nothing. The messages just appeared in the condensation as if by themselves. No hands, no movement, nothing unusual except the words forming letter by letter in reverse. The sound of my roommates became more noticeable. Footsteps in the hall at odd hours. Cabinets opening and closing in the kitchen at 3 a.m. Sometimes I'd wake up to find things in my room slightly moved. My laptop shifted an inch to the left. My shoes arranged differently by the door. My coffee mug on the opposite side of the desk. I tried leaving notes for my roommates under their doors. "Hey, would love to meet up and chat sometime." No response. I knocked on their doors during reasonable hours, but no one ever answered. The rent was automatically deducted from my account each month, so I had no reason to contact the landlord. The messages grew more urgent. "Check behind the walls. Listen for the scratching. Count the shadows. They move at night." I started sleeping with my bedroom door locked and a chair wedged under the handle. I bought a high-powered flashlight and kept it by my bed. During the day, I'd press my ear against the walls, trying to hear what was happening in the other rooms. Sometimes I caught fragments of conversations, but they were too muffled to make out the words. One night I woke up to use the bathroom and found all the kitchen cabinets standing open. Every single one. The refrigerator door was ajar too, casting a pale light across the linoleum. I knew I hadn't left them that way. I barely cooked, just heated up microwave meals and made coffee. I started taking pictures of everything before I left for work and comparing them when I got home. Small things were always different. The angle of the couch cushions, the position of magazines on the coffee table, the arrangement of dishes in the drain rack. Nothing major, nothing I could definitively prove wasn't just my own forgetfulness, but enough to keep me constantly on edge. The messages continued. "They're getting closer. Don't turn your back. Watch the corners. Time is running out." I tried to record the sounds at night. My phone picked up footsteps, whispers, the sound of furniture being dragged across carpet. But when I checked the apartment in the morning, nothing was out of place, at least not obviously. I started spending more time at work, coming home as late as possible and leaving early in the morning. My co-workers noticed the changes in me, the dark circles under my eyes, my jumpiness, how I'd zone out during meetings. My boss suggested I take some time off to rest. I couldn't tell him that my apartment was the last place I wanted to be. 2 months in, I was sitting on my bed one night, trying to read a book, but really just listening to the sounds of the apartment, when I heard something new. A scratching noise, coming from inside the wall behind my headboard. Not mice. The sound was too deliberate, too rhythmic, like someone dragging their fingernails across the drywall in a pattern. I pressed my ear against the wall. The scratching stopped immediately. Then I heard what sounded like breathing, slow, raspy inhales and exhales, just on the other side of the wall. I jerked away so fast I knocked my lamp off the nightstand. The next morning's message was different. "They know you heard." I started researching the apartment building's history. It was built in the 1970s. Nothing remarkable. No reported deaths, no mysterious disappearances. Nothing that would explain what was happening. I tried to find previous tenants online, but came up empty. The messages grew more specific. "Check the air vents. What's behind the mirror? Count your steps at night. They use the pipes." I unscrewed the air vent cover in my room and shone the flashlight inside. The beam revealed nothing but dust and cobwebs, but I swore I could hear movement further down the shaft, a sliding, shuffling sound that stopped as soon as I noticed it. The mirror became an obsession. I examined it from every angle, looking for hidden mechanisms or signs of tampering. It was a normal bathroom mirror, mounted flush against the wall. But when I tapped it, the sound was hollow, like there was space behind it. One evening, I decided to remove the mirror entirely. I waited until I heard no movement in the apartment, then grabbed my tools. The mirror was heavier than I expected, and it took some effort to work it free from the wall. Behind it was a rectangular opening about 2 feet wide and 3 feet high. The space beyond was dark, but my flashlight beam revealed a narrow passage that seemed to extend further than it should have, given the building's layout. The walls of the passage were covered in writing, thousands of backwards letters scratched into the surface, overlapping and intertwining. Some looked fresh, others were old enough to have gathered dust. I heard movement in the passage, a quick scuttling sound like something retreating deeper into the darkness. The beam of my flashlight caught nothing but shadow. My hands shaking, I quickly remounted the mirror. That night, I slept in my car. The next morning, I had to go back for my work clothes. The message on the mirror was waiting. Now you know where we live. I started plotting my escape. I couldn't break the lease without losing my security deposit, and I couldn't afford to pay rent on 2 places. But the messages were getting more frequent, appearing even when the mirror wasn't fogged. We see you planning. You can't escape us. We're in the walls. We're in the pipes. We're in the vents. We're everywhere. The sounds at night grew louder. Scratching in the walls, whispers in the vents, footsteps in the hallway that stopped right outside my door. I barricaded myself in my room, only leaving for work and essential trips to the bathroom. 3 months after moving in, I woke at 3 a.m. to complete silence. The usual ambient sounds of the apartment, the hum of the refrigerator, the whir of the heating system, the creaks and groans of the building, were gone. The silence was absolute, pressing against my eardrums like a physical force. I lay perfectly still, barely breathing, straining to hear something, anything. Then I heard it, a soft scratching sound coming from the other side of my bedroom door. Not at the bottom where a mouse might scrabble, but at eye level, like someone or something was writing on the wood. I turned on my flashlight and aimed it at the door. In the beam, I could see letters appearing on the surface carved into the wood from the outside, appearing stroke by stroke in real time. We want to meet you. I didn't sleep the rest of the night. When morning came, I went straight to work and started searching for a new apartment during my lunch break. I found a studio across town that I could move into immediately if I paid 2 months' rent up front. It would drain my savings, but I didn't care. I went back to the apartment that evening with empty boxes, planning to pack as quickly as possible. The message on the mirror was longer than usual. You can leave, but we'll follow. We always follow, ask the others. As I was throwing clothes into boxes, I heard a door open somewhere in the apartment, then another. Footsteps in the hallway, multiple sets, approaching from both directions. I grabbed my pre-packed emergency bag and yanked open my bedroom window. The fire escape was right there, just as I'd planned. I climbed out just as my bedroom door began to open. I didn't look back. I ran down the fire escape, metal clanging under my feet, and didn't stop running until I reached my car. As I pulled away from the curb, I glanced in my rearview mirror. My bedroom window was dark, but I swore I could see faces pressed against the glass. Faces that weren't quite right. Faces that seemed to be made of shadow and fog. I stayed in a hotel that night and hired movers the next day to get my remaining belongings. They reported nothing unusual about the apartment. My roommate's doors were closed, as always. I moved into the studio apartment and tried to put the experience behind me. For a week, everything was normal. Then one morning, I was brushing my teeth when I noticed condensation forming on my new bathroom mirror. Letters began to appear backward as always. Welcome home. I immediately called my landlord and asked about the previous tenants. He sounded confused. The apartment had been empty for 6 months before I moved in. No one would rent it because of the strange noises in the walls. That night, I heard the first scratch from inside the heating vent. I broke my lease the next day and moved in with a friend in Portland. I sleep on his couch and contribute to rent, but I don't care. At least here, the mirrors stay clear and the walls don't whisper. Sometimes, though, when I'm alone in the bathroom, I find myself staring at the mirror, waiting for words to appear. And sometimes, just sometimes, I think I see letters starting to form in the steam. But I always wipe them away before I can read what they say. I don't want to know if they followed me here. I don't want to know what they want. And most of all, I don't want to know what happened to my old roommates. The ones whose doors were always closed. The ones I never saw. The ones who might not have been there at all. Some questions are better left unanswered. Some mysteries should stay buried in the walls, behind the mirrors, in the spaces we pretend don't exist. But every now and then, when I hear an unexpected sound in the night or catch a movement in my peripheral vision, I remember those backwards letters forming in the steam. They always follow. And I wonder how far I'll have to run before they stop. The first thing I noticed when I took over my father's furniture company wasn't the outdated accounting software. or the stack of unpaid invoices on his desk, or even the ancient coffee maker that probably hadn't been cleaned since the Reagan administration. It was the heavy padlock on that storage unit door in the basement, its brass surface dulled by decades of dust. I found the key buried in the bottom drawer of Dad's desk, underneath warranties for equipment we didn't even own anymore. The metal was cold against my palm as I stood in front of that door, listening to water drip somewhere in the darkness of the basement. The lock clicked open with a sound that echoed off the concrete walls. The storage unit smelled like old wood and mothballs. I pulled the chain for the single bulb hanging from the ceiling, and yellow light spilled across what looked like my grandmother's entire estate sale collection. Antique furniture was crammed into every corner. Victorian chairs with cracked leather upholstery, end tables with water rings on their surfaces, a massive wardrobe that barely fit through the door. But it was the dolls that caught my eye. Dozens of them, arranged on shelves that lined the walls. Porcelain faces with painted-on smiles and glass eyes that reflected the dim light. I recognized some of them from my grandmother's house. She'd been a collector, always dragging home new finds from estate sales and antique shops. Dad had inherited everything when she passed away 5 years ago. I guess he couldn't bring himself to sell any of it. I was checking the condition of a Queen Anne chair when I heard it, a soft scraping sound like something being dragged across wood. I turned around. Nothing seemed different, but I could have sworn one of the dolls on the middle shelf had been facing the other direction. I blamed it on the bad lighting and my exhausted brain. I'd been working 16-hour days trying to get the company's finances in order since Dad's stroke 3 weeks ago. The doctor said he'd recover, but the business couldn't wait. Someone had to take charge. I locked up the storage unit and went back to my office. That night I dreamed about glass eyes watching me in the dark. The next morning, I found the chair I'd been examining pushed into the center of the storage room. I distinctly remembered leaving it against the wall. My first thought was that one of the employees must have come down here, but the padlock had been secure when I arrived. I approached the chair slowly. The leather was cracked and peeling, showing the yellowed padding underneath. As I reached out to touch it, I heard that scraping sound again, louder this time, coming from behind me. I spun around. One of the dolls had fallen face down on the shelf. I picked it up, noting its weight and the intricate lace detail on its dress. When I set it upright, I noticed something odd. There was dust on the shelf everywhere except for a long streak leading to where I'd found the doll. My phone rang, making me jump. It was our biggest client threatening to pull their account. I spent the rest of the day in damage control mode, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something wasn't right in that basement. That night I stayed late at the office, going through old contracts. Around midnight I heard footsteps in the hallway. "Hello?" I called out. No response. The security system was armed. Nobody else should have been in the building. I grabbed my phone's flashlight and walked down the hall. Empty. But as I passed the basement door, I heard that scraping sound again, clearer than ever. It was followed by a soft thump. My hand shook as I unlocked the basement door. The storage unit was still secured, but now I could hear movement inside, like something being slowly dragged across the floor. I stood there for what felt like hours, key in hand, trying to convince myself there had to be a rational explanation. Maybe rats had gotten in somehow. Maybe the old building was just settling. The scraping stopped. Then I heard something that made my blood run cold. The sound of porcelain fingers tapping against wood. I unlocked the padlock. The chain clinked as I pulled it free. Heart pounding, I opened the door. The chair had moved again, now positioned directly in front of the entrance. Sitting in it was one of the larger dolls, a Victorian-style figure in a blue dress that I definitely remembered seeing on the top shelf earlier. Its head was tilted slightly to one side, glass eyes reflecting the beam of my flashlight. I backed away slowly, but before I could reach the door, I heard movement behind me. I turned to see another doll actually walking, across a shelf on unsteady porcelain legs. Its tiny boots made clicking sounds against the wood. More movement caught my eye. All around the room, dolls were beginning to stir. Small heads turned. Jointed arms began to reach out. I ran. I slammed the door shut and fumbled with the padlock, my hands shaking so badly I could barely work the key. From inside, I heard the scraping sound getting louder, accompanied by the click of dozens of tiny feet on the floor. The lock finally caught. I stumbled backward, breathing hard. Something hit the other side of the door with a solid thunk, then another impact, and another. I made it up the stairs somehow and didn't stop running until I reached my car. I spent the rest of the night in a hotel, telling myself I was having some kind of breakdown from stress and exhaustion. Things like this didn't happen in real life. They couldn't. But when I arrived at work the next morning, I found the storage unit door standing wide open. The padlock lay on the floor, still locked, its hasp somehow twisted completely off its mounting. Inside, every single piece of furniture had been arranged in a perfect circle around that chair. And every single doll was sitting exactly where it had been 2 days ago, posed primly on their shelves with painted-on smiles and glass eyes that seemed to follow my movement. I spent that morning researching the building's history, looking for anything that might explain what was happening. The company had been in the family for 3 generations, operating out of the same converted warehouse since my grandfather's time. Before that, the records showed it had been a furniture factory in the early 1900s. Nothing unusual stood out. Then I found an old newspaper article about a fire in 1912. The factory had burned, killing several workers. According to the article, they'd been trapped in the basement storage area. The paper mentioned that one of the victims had been a young woman who made dolls in her spare time, selling them to supplement her income. I printed the article and took it down to the basement. My hands were steady this time as I unlocked the storage unit. The furniture was still arranged in that perfect circle. I walked to the center and sat down in the chair. "I know you're here," I said out loud, feeling slightly ridiculous. "I know what happened to you. I'm sorry." Nothing moved. The only sound was my own breathing and that eternal drip of water somewhere in the darkness. Then I heard it, that familiar scraping sound. One of the dolls on the middle shelf turned its head to look at me. Then another, and another. Soon every glass eye in the room was fixed on my face. The largest doll, the one in the blue dress, stood up. Its porcelain feet clicked against the wood as it walked to the edge of the shelf. It stopped there, looking down at me. "This was your place," I said. "You worked here. You made dolls here." The doll's head tilted slightly. Behind it, I could see others starting to move, climbing down from their shelves with jerky movements. They gathered around the blue-dressed doll like children around a teacher. "I don't want to take this space from you," I continued. "But I need to run this business. My father's sick. The company will fail if someone doesn't take charge." The blue-dressed doll took another step forward, then another. It walked right off the edge of the shelf. I started to lunge forward, but before it could fall, it stopped, floating in midair. The other dolls followed, drifting down from their shelves like leaves in autumn. They formed a circle around my chair, looking up at me with their glass eyes. The blue-dressed doll floated up until it was at eye level with me. This close, I could see the fine cracks in its porcelain skin, the way its painted lips were slightly faded at the corners. It reached out one tiny hand and pointed at the newspaper article I was still clutching. Then it pointed at the furniture around us, and finally at me. Understanding dawned. "You want to help?" The doll nodded, a barely perceptible movement. "You know this building, you worked here. You want to see it succeed?" Another nod. Around us, the other dolls had begun to move, straightening the furniture, dusting off surfaces with their tiny hands. One of them picked up a fallen table leg I hadn't even noticed and began trying to reattach it. I let out a laugh that was half relief, half hysteria. Okay. We can work something out. You can stay here, this can still be your space. Just, maybe we can figure out a way to do this that doesn't involve giving me a heart attack." The blue-dressed doll's painted lips seemed to curve up slightly at the corners. It extended its hand again, this time palm up, like it was offering to shake on our deal. I reached out with one finger, and it wrapped its tiny porcelain hand around it. Its touch was cold, but not unpleasant. That was 6 months ago. The company's doing better now. I've modernized most of our systems, brought in new clients, and even hired some additional staff. but I've kept the basement storage unit exactly as it was, though I did install better lighting and brought in some tools and materials for repairs. Every morning when I arrive, I unlock the basement door and say good morning to my unusual colleagues. They never move when anyone else is around, but sometimes I'll come down to find a piece of furniture perfectly restored overnight, or discover that they've reorganized the storage space in a way that makes more sense. The blue-dressed doll, I call her Sarah now after the name I found in that old newspaper article, seems to have appointed herself as my assistant manager. She has excellent taste in furniture and an eye for detail that comes from decades of watching this business operate. Dad's recovering slowly. I haven't told him about our new helpers yet. I'm not sure how to explain that his mother's doll collection has become an integral part of our restoration department. But the other day when he visited the workshop, he commented on how good everything looked. Just like the old days, he said, smiling, like there's still real pride in the craftsmanship. I caught a glimpse of movement from the basement door, just a flash of a blue dress disappearing into the shadows. I could have sworn I heard the faintest sound of porcelain hands clapping. Sometimes late at night when I'm working late, I'll hear music drifting up from the basement, the tinkling notes of an old music box playing a melody I don't recognize. I'll go down to find the dolls having what looks like a party, dancing in circles around that old chair. They always invite me to join them, though I mostly just watch. It's still a bit unsettling if I'm honest. But there's something oddly comforting about it too. I've learned to accept that some things in life don't need rational explanations. Sometimes you just need to trust that the past has its own way of taking care of the present. And sometimes the best business partners are the ones who've been there all along, silently watching and waiting for someone to finally notice them. The company's ledgers show a mysterious new expense category now. Restoration supplies, special projects. Every month I make sure to order new ribbons, lace, and tiny spare parts. I leave them on the shelves at night and find them transformed into perfect repairs by morning. It's an unconventional arrangement, but it works for us. And if clients sometimes comment that our restored pieces seem to have a certain life to them, a certain warmth that modern furniture lacks, well, that's just part of the family business's special touch. Though I do make sure to warn new employees about the basement. Don't mind any noises you might hear down there, I tell them. It's just the old building settling, and maybe a few other things that have settled here too. They usually laugh it off, but they also don't question why the basement door always stays locked or why I'm the only one who goes down there after hours. Some things in a family business, after all, are best kept in the family. Even if that family now includes a collection of antique dolls with glass eyes and secrets of their own. The first bang made me jump in my chair. It was 11:42 p.m., and I was alone in the converted factory building trying to finish the quarterly reports. The sound came from the old machine shop section, a sharp, metallic clang that shouldn't have been there at all. My fingers froze over the keyboard as I listened for more. The renovation company had done a decent job turning the abandoned manufacturing plant into modern office space. They'd kept the industrial charm, exposed brick walls, steel beams, and massive windows, while adding all the necessary modern amenities. But they'd left the old machine shop area mostly untouched. It sat empty behind the glass partition wall, full of shadows and silent machinery, waiting for phase 2 of the renovation that never came due to budget cuts. Another clang echoed through the building, followed by a scraping sound. My heart rate picked up. I minimized the spreadsheet on my screen and checked the security system status on my second monitor. All doors showed locked. No motion sensors had been triggered. The building was secure. I grabbed my phone and turned on the flashlight. The overhead lights in my section cast a warm glow over the rows of empty desks. But beyond the glass partition, the machine shop was dark except for the dim emergency lights required by code. As I stood up, my chair squeaked against the floor. The sound seemed too loud in the quiet building. The scraping noise came again, closer this time. My palms started to sweat. I wiped my right hand on my pants and gripped the phone tighter. The rational part of my brain said it was probably just the old building settling or maybe mice in the walls. But another part of me remembered all the stories the previous tenants had told about strange sounds and movements in the shadows after hours. I walked slowly toward the glass partition, my dress shoes clicking against the polished concrete floor. The machine shop lay before me, a forest of silent industrial equipment covered in dust cloths. Drill presses, lathes, and mechanical arms stood like sleeping giants in the gloom. The emergency lights cast a faint red glow that didn't reach the dark corners. My phone flashlight beam cut through the darkness as I scanned the room. Nothing moved. But as I swept the light back and forth, I caught glimpses of shifting shadows between the machines. They seemed to flicker and dance just at the edge of the light, always disappearing when I tried to focus on them directly. The smart thing would have been to leave right then, pack up my laptop and finish the reports from home. But curiosity and stubbornness got the better of me. I had to know what was causing those sounds. I pulled out my key card and swiped it through the reader by the glass door. The lock clicked open. The air in the machine shop felt colder than the office area. My breath came out in small, visible puffs. The smell of old metal and machine oil filled my nostrils. My footsteps echoed off the high ceiling as I moved between the covered shapes. Another metallic sound rang out. A distinct tapping, like someone gently striking a pipe with a wrench. It came from the far corner of the room. I turned toward it, heart pounding in my chest. The beam of my flashlight illuminated a massive old conveyor system, partially hidden behind a sheet of dirty plastic. As I got closer, I noticed marks in the dust on the floor. Fresh scuff marks that hadn't been there earlier in the day. They led behind the conveyor. My throat felt dry. I swallowed hard and kept walking. The tapping came again, followed by a sound like grinding gears. It was definitely coming from behind the conveyor. I reached out and grabbed the edge of the plastic sheet. My hand was shaking. I took a deep breath and yanked the sheet aside. Nothing. Just more machinery and tools, covered in years of dust. But as I stood there, I felt a cold draft brush against the back of my neck. The hairs on my arms stood up. Slowly, I turned around. A shadow moved between two covered lathes about 20 feet away. This wasn't the trick of light and darkness I'd seen earlier. This was a distinct shape, person-sized, gliding smoothly across the floor. My flashlight beam caught it for just a second before it disappeared behind a drill press. My heart hammered against my ribs. Sweat ran down my back despite the cold. I opened my mouth to call out, but no sound came. The rational explanations were gone now. This was something else. I backed away slowly, trying to keep my eyes on the spot where the shadow had vanished. Another metallic tap echoed through the room, this time from a different direction. Then another, and another. The sounds began to multiply and overlap. Clangs, scrapes, and grinding noises coming from all around me. The shadows started moving faster now. I caught glimpses of them darting between machines, always just at the edge of my vision. My flashlight beam couldn't keep up. The temperature seemed to drop even further. My breath came in quick gasps that fogged in front of my face. I bumped into something hard and cold, one of the lathes. The impact sent a tool clattering to the floor. The sound was like a gunshot in the darkness. The metallic noises stopped abruptly. The shadows froze. For a moment, everything was absolutely still. Then I heard footsteps. Heavy boots on concrete, moving slowly and deliberately. They were coming from the direction of the glass partition, between me and the exit. My flashlight beam darted to the sound but caught only empty space. The footsteps continued, getting closer. My legs felt weak. I pressed my back against the lathe, trying to make myself as small as possible. The beam of my flashlight started to flicker. I shook it, but the light kept fading in and out. The footsteps stopped about 10 feet away. In the dying beam of my flashlight, I saw a dark figure standing motionless between two covered machines. It was roughly human-shaped, but somehow wrong. Too tall, too thin, with proportions that didn't quite make sense. As my light flickered one last time, I thought I saw it start to turn toward me. The flashlight went out completely. The emergency light seemed dimmer than before. I couldn't see the figure anymore, but I could feel it there in the darkness. The air grew so cold it hurt to breathe. A sound came from where the figure had been standing, a low, grinding noise like rusted gears trying to turn. It grew louder, mixed with the screech of metal on metal. The shadows started moving again, whirling faster and faster around me. Tools began to rattle on the workbenches. The whole room seemed to vibrate with mechanical energy. My paralysis broke. I pushed off from the lathe and ran. I didn't care about being quiet anymore. I sprinted through the maze of machinery, bouncing off covered shapes and knocking tools to the floor. The glass partition glowed ahead of me like a beacon. The sounds chased me, clanging, scraping, and those heavy footsteps pounding on the concrete. The shadows swept past me on both sides, moving impossibly fast. The cold air burned in my lungs. Something brushed against my shoulder and I jerked away, stumbling but keeping my feet. I slammed into the glass door with my shoulder, fumbling for my keycard. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely hold it. Behind me, the footsteps got closer. The card reader seemed to take forever to recognize the swipe. Finally, the lock clicked. I yanked the door open and dove through, pulling it shut behind me. The sound stopped instantly. The shadows disappeared. Through the glass, I could see the machine shop, lit only by the dim red emergency lights. Nothing moved. The dust cloths covering the machinery hung still and undisturbed. I backed away from the partition, gasping for breath. My shirt was soaked with sweat. As my breathing slowed, I noticed my phone was still clutched in my right hand, dark and dead. I pressed the power button, but nothing happened. The battery had been fully charged when I'd used it as a flashlight. I walked quickly back to my desk, grabbed my laptop and bag, and headed for the exit. I didn't look back at the machine shop. The main office lights flickered once as I passed beneath them, but stayed on. I punched in the security code with trembling fingers and practically ran to my car. As I drove home, I tried to make sense of what had happened. The rational explanations came creeping back. Old buildings make strange noises. Shadows play tricks on your eyes when you're alone and scared. An overactive imagination can make you see things that aren't there. But I knew what I'd seen and felt in that room. The cold, the shadows, the figure. I called in sick the next day. When I finally went back to work, I made sure to leave well before sunset. The machine shop stood silent behind its glass wall, looking perfectly normal in the daylight. But sometimes, when I'm working late and the office is quiet, I hear faint metallic sounds echoing from that direction. I don't investigate anymore. I pack up my things and leave. They're renovating the machine shop next month, finally doing the Phase 2 conversion into more office space. The construction crews will tear out all the old equipment and strip the room down to bare walls. Part of me wonders if they'll find anything unusual in there. A bigger part of me hopes they don't. I still work late sometimes, but never alone, and never in that building. I took a transfer to our downtown office as soon as one opened up. The commute is longer, but I don't mind. Sometimes a longer drive is worth it to avoid the things that move in the shadows of old machines, keeping their own time, following their own mechanical rhythms in the darkness. The quarterly reports? They got done eventually, but not that night. Some deadlines aren't worth the risk of meeting. Some rooms are better left unexplored, and some sounds in the night should serve as a warning rather than an invitation to investigate. I learned that lesson in the machine shop, surrounded by shadows and cold air and the echo of footsteps that shouldn't have been there. I don't know what I encountered that night. I don't want to know. But sometimes I dream about it, about the figure standing in the darkness, about the wrongness of its proportions, about the grinding sound it made as it started to turn toward me. In the dreams, my flashlight doesn't flicker and die. In the dreams, I see its face. Those are the nights I wake up gasping, my sheets soaked with sweat, grateful for the warm yellow light of my bedside lamp. Those are the nights I lie awake until dawn, listening to the normal sounds of my apartment building, telling myself that not all mechanical noises in the dark mean something is wrong. Most of the time I almost believe it, but I'll never work in an old factory building again. Some spaces keep their history in more ways than one. Some machines remember their purpose even after they've stopped running. And sometimes, in the places where people once shaped metal into useful things, other things take shape in the darkness, following patterns we were never meant to understand. The company moved out of that building 6 months ago. The old factory is empty now, waiting for new tenants. Sometimes I drive past it late at night. The windows are dark, but I always think I see movement behind them. Shadows shifting in the machine shop, keeping their own time, waiting for someone else to investigate a strange sound in the night. I never stop. I never slow down. I keep driving until the old factory disappears in my rearview mirror. But I know it's still there. Its empty rooms filled with silence and shadows and the echo of footsteps that shouldn't exist. And sometimes, when the night is very quiet and very dark, I think I hear the faint sound of metal striking metal, carried on the wind like a distant bell, calling out to anyone who might be listening. I don't listen anymore. Some calls are better left unanswered. I should have left it alone. That's what any rational person would say. But after 23 years working at the Millbrook Public Library, you notice when something's off. And that pale man with his blank book wasn't just off. He was wrong in a way that made my skin crawl. I'm writing this down now because I need someone else to know what happened. Maybe then I'll stop seeing those empty pages every time I close my eyes. It started 3 months ago, during one of our quiet Wednesday nights. The library stays open until 9 p.m. on weekdays, though hardly anyone comes in after 7. I was doing my usual evening rounds, reshelving books in the reference section, when I first noticed him. He sat in the far corner of the reading room, hunched over a large book. Nothing unusual about that. We get plenty of regular readers, especially in winter when people want somewhere warm to spend their evenings. But something made me pause between the shelves. Maybe it was how still he sat, or how his pale skin seemed to glow under the fluorescent lights. I continued my work, but kept glancing his way. He never moved. Not once. Just sat there, slowly turning pages. The sound carried across the empty room, that soft whisper of paper against paper. The clock hit 8:45 and I started my closing routine. Straightening chairs, checking the bathrooms, making sure no one had fallen asleep in the study carrels. When I reached the reading room, he was gone. No sign anyone had been there at all. I walked over to his table, curious what he'd been reading. Nothing. No book left behind, no chair pulled out. Just the clean, polished surface of the oak table. The next night, same thing. There he was at 7:30, sitting in that same corner chair. This time I paid more attention. He wore a gray suit, clean but outdated, the kind with wide lapels you might see in an old photograph. His skin was so pale it looked almost translucent under the harsh lighting. His fingers moved mechanically as he turned each page. I decided to approach him. It's part of my job, after all, helping patrons find what they need. But as soon as I took a step in his direction, he stood up. The movement was too smooth, too quick. Before I could say anything, he walked between two tall shelves and vanished. I ran to follow him. Those shelves led to a dead end, just the wall with our old local history collection. But he was gone. I checked every aisle, every corner. Nothing. That's when I noticed the temperature. The whole section felt ice cold, like opening a freezer door. My breath came out in visible puffs. I hurried back to the front desk, trying to convince myself I was just tired seeing things in the bad lighting. But he came back. Night after night, always at 7:30, always in that corner. Always reading that same book, if you could call it reading. Because on my 4th night of watching him, I finally saw what was on those pages. Nothing. Absolutely nothing. Blank white paper, page after page. But he stared at each one like it contained the secrets of the universe, his pale fingers trembling as they turned each sheet. I started documenting everything. The temperature always dropped when he appeared. The lights would flicker just slightly. And the sound, that whisper of turning pages that seemed to echo in my skull even after he vanished. I tried setting up my phone to record him one night. The video showed nothing but an empty chair. The security cameras? Static and interference whenever he appeared. I researched the library's history, looking for any deaths or accidents that might explain whatever this was. The building dated back to 1892, but I found nothing unusual. No tragic stories, no mysterious disappearances, just decades of ordinary small-town life. After 2 weeks of this, I couldn't take it anymore. I had to know what he wanted, what he was looking for in those blank pages. So, I made a plan. That Wednesday, I pretended to work in the far stacks, keeping my distance until he settled into his routine. Then I approached from behind, moving as quietly as possible. 3 feet away. 2 feet. Close enough to see the yellowed edges of that mysterious book. "Excuse me, sir? Can I help you find something?" He stopped turning pages. His hands went completely still. The temperature plummeted so fast my teeth started chattering. Slowly, so slowly, he began to turn his head toward me. I saw his profile first. The sharp angle of his jaw, the sunken cheek. His eye, when it came into view, was milky white. No pupil, no iris. Just a pale orb that somehow still managed to focus directly on me. My legs wouldn't move. My voice died in my throat. He stood up. That same unnaturally smooth motion, and the book fell open on the table. The pages were blank, but wrong. The longer I stared, the more they seemed to shift and ripple, like water disturbed by an invisible stone. He took a step toward me. I stumbled backward, knocking into a chair. The fluorescent lights overhead buzzed and flickered. In that brief moment of darkness, he vanished. Just disappeared between one blink and the next. I ran to the light switch and flooded the whole library with brightness. My hands shook as I searched every aisle, every corner. Nothing. No sign of him or the book. Even the chair he always sat in was perfectly pushed in. I called in sick the next day. Spent the whole time researching ghost stories, local legends, anything that might explain what I'd seen. I found nothing. When I returned to work on Friday, I half expected him to be there, waiting. But the reading room stayed empty all night. A week passed, then 2. No sign of him. I started to relax, to convince myself I'd imagined the whole thing. Maybe stress, maybe too many late nights alone in the building. I almost had myself believing it. Then yesterday I found something in the local history section. A thin folder I'd never seen before, tucked between 2 larger volumes. Inside was a single photograph, yellowed with age. A group of people standing in front of the library, dated 1937. And there he was, standing at the edge of the frame. Same pale skin, same outdated suit, same blank expression. The caption listed everyone in the photo. His name was William Cooper, head librarian from 1935 to 1938. He disappeared one night after closing, leaving nothing behind but an empty desk and a book with no writing inside. I should have left the folder where I found it, should have walked away and never looked back. But I took it home. Needed proof that I wasn't going crazy, that someone else had seen him too. The photo sits on my desk now as I write this. Sometimes, out of the corner of my eye, I think I see his figure shift slightly in the frame. And every night since I brought it home, I've dreamed of blank pages turning endlessly in the dark. I'm going back tonight. The library closed an hour ago, but I still have my keys. I need to return the folder before something happens. I don't know what he's looking for in those empty pages, but I know now he's been searching for almost 90 years. Maybe that's all he is. Just a man who lost something important. Something written in a book that no longer exists. Or maybe there's more to it. Maybe those blank pages aren't really blank at all if you know how to read them. I keep thinking about his eyes. Not just their emptiness, but the desperate way they scanned each page, like someone searching for a single word in an infinite void of white space, like someone who knows exactly what they're looking for but can never quite find it. The photo seems different now, darker, his figure less distinct. I need to get it back where it belongs before the sun sets, before 7:30 comes around again. But part of me wants to wait, to go back during his regular hours and try one more time to talk to him, to help him find whatever he's looking for in those blank pages. Because that's what librarians do, right? We help people find what they need, even if what they need doesn't technically exist anymore. I know it's stupid, dangerous even, but I can't stop thinking about those empty pages. About how long he's been searching, about what could be so important that it would keep someone looking for almost a century. The sun is setting now. I have a choice to make. Return the photo and walk away. Try to forget everything I've seen. Or go back tonight, walk into that cold corner of the reading room and finally ask William Cooper what he's been trying to find all these years. I know what I should do, but I also know what I'm going to do. Because some questions once asked don't go away until you find the answer. Even if that answer is written in a book with no words, read by a man with no eyes, in a corner of the library where the lights never seem to reach. I'm going back. If you're reading this and I haven't updated it by tomorrow, well, check the reading room. Corner table around 7:30. Look for a man with pale skin and empty eyes, turning blank pages in an endless search for something that may not exist anymore. Just don't get too close. Don't ask what he's reading. And whatever you do, don't look too long at those empty pages, because sometimes, in the right light, at the right angle, they don't look quite so empty anymore. Sometimes, just for a second, you might catch a glimpse of what he's been searching for all these years. And once you see it, you can't unsee it. Trust me on this. Some books are better left unread. Some questions are better left unasked. And some corners of the library should stay dark and quiet, disturbed only by the endless whisper of blank pages turning in the night. But I'm still going back. God help me. I have to know. Maybe I'll see you there, in the reading room. Just, if you hear pages turning in the dark, walk the other way. Some stories don't have endings. Some searches never end. And some books are blank for a reason. I'll update this tomorrow, if I can. If not, well, there's always another empty chair at that corner table. Always another set of eyes to search those blank pages. Always another reader looking for words that vanished long ago. The sun just set. It's time. Wish me luck. The smell hit me first. Fresh coffee, rich and strong, wafting through the office at 11:43 p.m. I stopped typing mid-sentence, my fingers frozen over the keyboard. Something wasn't right. I worked on the 14th floor of the Riverside Business Center, and I was the only one here. I'd been the only one here for hours. My desk lamp cast a yellow circle on the scattered papers and empty energy drink cans. Outside my office window, the city lights sparkled against the black sky. The cleaning crew had left around 8 p.m. Security did their rounds at 10. I'd waved to Jerry as he passed by, clipboard in hand. "Burning the midnight oil again, Mark?" he'd asked. I'd nodded, gesturing at the stack of reports I needed to finish before the morning meeting. But now, coffee. Not the stale dregs from the break room pot that had been sitting there since afternoon. This was fresh, the kind of aroma that only comes from coffee just brewed minutes ago. I pushed back from my desk, my chair squeaking in the silence. The sound seemed too loud. My heart thumped harder than it should have. It was probably nothing. Maybe someone from the cleaning crew had come back for something they forgot. Maybe another workaholic from another department had snuck in. But I knew that wasn't true. I had to badge in through security to get to this floor after hours. I would have heard the elevator. The smell was coming from the conference room next door. Light spilled from under the closed door, but I hadn't seen it turn on. I'd been sitting here for hours and that room had been dark. My mouth went dry. I stood up slowly, my legs stiff from sitting too long. The carpet muffled my footsteps as I moved toward the conference room door. I pressed my ear against it. Nothing. No voices, no movement. Just silence. My hand shook slightly as I reached for the door handle. The metal felt cold against my palm. I twisted it slowly, wincing at the small click it made. Then I pushed the door open, just a crack at first. The conference room lights were on full brightness, harsh fluorescent white that made me squint. As my eyes adjusted, I saw it. A coffee mug sat in the middle of the long table, steam rising from the dark liquid inside, and one of the black leather chairs was rotating, slowly, deliberately, as if someone had just been sitting in it and had gotten up moments ago. I shoved the door the rest of the way open, my pulse pounding in my ears. "Hello?" My voice cracked. I cleared my throat and tried again. "Is someone here?" The chair continued its lazy spin. The coffee mug sat there, innocent and ordinary, one of the generic white ones from the break room with the company logo on the side. Steam curled up from the surface. I stepped into the room. The air felt different, cooler than the rest of the office. My skin prickled with goosebumps. I moved closer to the table, my footsteps echoing in the empty room. The chair gradually slowed its rotation until it stopped facing me. The coffee smelled incredible. Fresh, expensive beans, perfectly brewed. Not the cheap stuff from the break room. I leaned over the mug. The liquid was black as ink, with tiny bubbles around the edges showing how recently it had been poured. "This isn't funny," I said to the empty room. My voice sounded thin and unconvincing. "Whoever's doing this, just come out." Silence answered me. The ventilation system hummed overhead. Outside the windows, a police siren wailed in the distance. I pulled out my phone and called security. It rang 4 times before Jerry picked up. "Front desk, this is Jerry." "Jerry, it's Mark up on 14. Has anyone else badged into this floor in the last few hours?" "Let me check the logs." I heard keyboard clicking. "Nope, just you and the cleaning crew earlier." "Everything okay up there?" My throat tightened. "Someone's been in the conference room. There's fresh coffee and—" "Hold on," Jerry interrupted. "The system's showing some weird readings from up there. Power fluctuations or something. I'm gonna come check it out." "Thanks, I'll—" The call cut off. I pulled the phone away from my ear. No signal. The lights flickered once, twice. The coffee mug rattled against the table. A low vibration hummed through the floor, making the windows buzz in their frames. The temperature dropped another 10 degrees. I could see my breath misting in the air. The chair started spinning again. Faster this time. The ceiling lights strobed, casting weird shadows that seemed to move on their own. My teeth chattered, partly from cold and partly from fear. I backed toward the door. The coffee mug slid across the table's smooth surface, leaving a trail of liquid that steamed in the cold air. It moved like someone was pushing it, but there was no one there. Just empty space and that spinning chair. My back hit the doorframe. The lights went out completely, plunging the room into darkness broken only by the city glow from outside. In that dim light, I saw something impossible. The chair stopped spinning, and there was a depression in the leather seat. Like someone was sitting there, someone I couldn't see. I ran. I slammed the conference room door behind me and sprinted to my office. My hands shook so badly I could barely grab my laptop and jacket. I didn't bother shutting down the computer or organizing the papers. I just shoved everything into my bag and ran for the elevator. The button light didn't come on when I pressed it. I jabbed it again and again, panic rising in my chest. Nothing. The elevator wasn't working. I turned to the emergency stairs, pushed through the heavy fire door, and took the steps 2 at a time, my dress shoes slapping against the concrete. 14 floors down. My legs burned. My lungs ached. But I didn't slow down. I hit the lobby at full speed, almost crashing into Jerry as he came out of the security office. "Whoa there!" He caught my arm to steady me. "What's going on?" "The cameras on 14 are all showing static, and the elevators—" "We need to check the security footage," I gasped, still trying to catch my breath. "From the last hour, the conference room." Jerry nodded, looking concerned. We went into the security office, a small room lined with monitors showing feeds from around the building. He pulled up the footage from the 14th floor conference room. At 11:40 p.m., the room was dark and empty. At 11:41, the lights came on. There was no one visible in the frame. At 11:42, one of the chairs moved on its own, spinning slowly. At 11:43, a coffee mug appeared on the table, steam rising from it. "That's impossible," Jerry muttered, rewinding and playing it again. Must be a glitch in the system. But we both knew it wasn't a glitch. We watched the footage 3 more times. Same thing. Empty room, lights, spinning chair, coffee mug materializing out of nowhere. "I'm calling this in," Jerry said, reaching for his phone. "We need to document this and get it investigated. Corporate's gonna want..." The security office lights flickered. The monitors went dark, then lit up with static. That same low vibration from upstairs thrummed through the floor. And then, impossibly, the smell of fresh coffee filled the small room. Jerry and I looked at each other. Without a word, we both moved toward the door. Behind us, one of the office chairs squeaked as it began to spin. We left the building. I called a taxi and waited with Jerry until his relief showed up for the next shift. Neither of us mentioned what we'd seen. What do you say about something like that? I didn't go back to the office for 3 days. When I finally returned, everything was normal. The conference room was exactly as it always had been. No coffee mug, no spinning chair. The security footage from that night was corrupted, nothing but static. But sometimes working late, I catch a whiff of fresh coffee when I know the break room pod is empty. And sometimes out of the corner of my eye, I see one of the conference room chairs moving slightly, as if someone has just gotten up. I don't work late anymore, and I switched to tea. That was 2 years ago. I still work in the same building, same office. Nothing like that has happened since. But I've noticed things. Small things. The way certain chairs seem to stay slightly warm, even when no one's been sitting in them. The coffee maker in the break room turning on by itself sometimes. Footsteps in empty hallways. The cleaning crew refuses to work on the 14th floor after dark now. 3 different people have quit after experiencing what they called strange things. Security does abbreviated rounds up here, just a quick walkthrough instead of the thorough check they do on other floors. I've done research, lots of it. The building's history is mostly boring, standard corporate stuff. But there are gaps, missing records, unexplained resignations, and stories, whispered by longtime employees, about people working impossible hours, about dedication to the job that went beyond normal human limits. I've started talking to other late workers. People who, like me, sometimes stay well past normal hours. They all have stories, a computer that types by itself, phones that ring with no one on the other end, the elevator stopping on the 14th floor when no one pressed the button. Last week, I finally got access to some old employee records. Buried in a dusty file room in the basement, I found something interesting. 30 years ago, there was an employee named James Carter. He worked in accounting on the 14th floor. According to his file, he routinely worked 8,100-hour weeks. His performance reviews were stellar. His dedication was legendary. Then one day, he just stopped coming in. No resignation letter, no explanation. His desk was found exactly as he'd left it. Computer still on, papers spread out, half-full coffee mug on the desk. The official story was that he'd had some kind of breakdown, burned out from too many hours, too much stress. But his security badge was never turned in. And in the weeks after his disappearance, people reported strange things on the 14th floor. The smell of coffee late at night, chairs that moved on their own, the feeling of being watched. I found his picture in the file. He's sitting at a desk, surrounded by papers and files. There's a coffee mug by his hand, a white one with the company logo. He's smiling at the camera, but his eyes look tired. So tired. Sometimes on quiet evenings when I'm working later than I should, I think I hear typing from the empty cubicles. And sometimes, just sometimes, I catch a glimpse of someone in the reflection of my computer screen. Someone sitting at a desk, surrounded by papers, drinking coffee from a white mug with the company logo. I've never seen his face clearly, but I know it's him. James Carter, still working late, still dedicated to the job, still here, 30 years after he disappeared. I'm writing this down because people should know. Not about ghosts or supernatural things. I'm still not sure I believe in those. But about dedication. About what happens when work becomes everything. When you give so much of yourself to a job that maybe, just maybe, part of you never leaves. The coffee maker just turned on in the break room. I can smell it from here. Rich, fresh, Perfect. The kind of coffee that only gets made after midnight on the 14th floor. I'm going home now. The work can wait until morning. Some things are more important than deadlines and reports. Some prices are too high to pay. But before I go, I'll pour out a cup of that perfectly brewed coffee and leave it in the conference room. Old habits die hard, they say, even after you do. The first photo showed a gray shape behind my left shoulder. I deleted it, assuming it was just a smudge on my phone's lens. The second photo had the same blur, now closer. By the fifth photo, the shape had defined edges, shoulders, a head, arms hanging at its sides. That's when my hands started shaking so bad I dropped the phone on my kitchen table. Let me back up. This all started 3 days ago, when I decided to visit the Old North Cemetery on the outskirts of Boston. I'm Robert Blackwood, and I've lived in Massachusetts my whole life. But I'd never explored this particular historical graveyard. My interest wasn't purely academic. I'd been researching my family genealogy for months, trying to trace the Blackwood line back before my great-grandfather immigrated here from Scotland. The cemetery dated to the 1700s. Perfect timing for finding some answers. The October weather was crisp but sunny when I parked my car outside the wrought iron gates. Dead leaves crunched under my boots as I walked the paths between the weathered headstones. Many were so old the inscriptions had worn away completely. I pulled out my phone to take reference photos of any interesting graves. The light was good, and I wanted clear shots of dates and names. My breath fogged in the cold air as I worked my way through the rows, scanning for familiar names. An hour in, I found the first Blackwood grave. Sarah Blackwood, died 1783. My heart rate picked up. This was exactly what I'd been hoping to find. I crouched down to brush away some dirt and moss from the stone. The surface was rough under my fingertips. I snapped several photos from different angles to capture the faint inscription. That's when the temperature seemed to drop about 10 degrees. The sun was still bright overhead, but goosebumps rose on my arms. I rubbed them, blaming the weather, and moved deeper into the cemetery. The next Blackwood grave appeared just 2 rows over. Thomas Blackwood, 1756-1801. Then another, William Blackwood, died 1792. And another, Mary Blackwood, died 1788. Soon I'd documented 8 different Blackwood graves, all from the same time period. My excitement grew with each discovery. This had to be more than coincidence. The whole time I was photographing the graves, I kept getting hit with random cold spots. The air would suddenly chill around me for a few seconds, then warm up again. The hair on the back of my neck stood up more than once, but I was too focused on my research to pay much attention. I did notice an odd smell that seemed to follow me as I moved between the graves, like damp earth and something metallic. It would come and go, always strongest when I was examining a Blackwood headstone. I figured it was just the autumn decay of leaves and grass. After about 3 hours, my phone battery was getting low and the sun was starting to set. I had dozens of photos to examine later. As I walked back to my car, a strong gust of wind hit me from behind, almost making me stumble. Dry leaves swirled around my feet. The metallic smell was overwhelming for a moment. I drove home feeling satisfied with my discoveries, already planning to dig deeper into these potential ancestors. My apartment was dark when I got back. I flipped on the lights and settled at my kitchen table with my laptop and phone, ready to start analyzing the photos. The first few shots were fine, just clear images of the gravestones I'd found. But then I noticed something odd in the background of one photo. A gray, misty shape hovering just behind where I'd been crouching. I zoomed in, but the shape just got more pixelated. Probably just a lens flare or dirty camera lens. I deleted that photo and moved on. But the shape appeared again in the next image, and the next. Each time it was slightly more distinct, slightly closer to where I was standing in the frame. My hands started trembling as I flipped through photo after photo. The shape developed definition. It looked vaguely human-sized with what appeared to be a head and shoulders. No clear facial features, just darkness where a face should be. But the form was unmistakable. Someone or something had been standing behind me as I photographed those graves. I slammed my laptop shut and paced my apartment, trying to calm my racing heart. My palms were sweating. I told myself there had to be a logical explanation. Maybe someone else had been in the cemetery and I just hadn't noticed them. Maybe it was a trick of the light or a problem with my phone's camera. But I knew I'd been alone out there. I would have noticed another person following me around for 3 hours. And the shape wasn't consistent with a living person. It was too blurry, too insubstantial. In some photos, it seemed to be partially transparent. I forced myself to sit back down and look through the rest of the images. The figure appeared in every single photo I'd taken of a Blackwood grave. Always behind me, always slightly closer than in the previous shot. In the final photo I'd taken before leaving, it was standing directly behind my right shoulder, one gray arm slightly raised as if reaching toward me. My phone buzzed suddenly on the table and I nearly jumped out of my skin. Just a text from my sister asking about weekend plans. My hands shook as I typed a reply. I needed to think about this rationally. I opened my laptop again and started researching the names from the gravestones. County records showed that a large group of Blackwoods had indeed lived in the area in the late 1700s. They'd come over from Scotland in 1755, settling in Massachusetts. But the records were spotty. I couldn't find death certificates or clear family connections. The smell of damp earth and metal filled my nostrils suddenly. My apartment was warm, but goosebumps rose on my arms. The lights flickered once, twice. I sat perfectly still, barely breathing. Something moved in my peripheral vision, just a quick shadow passing by the kitchen doorway. I whipped my head around but saw nothing. My heart was pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. I spent the rest of the night with every light in the apartment blazing, jumping at every little sound. Sleep was impossible. Around dawn, I finally dozed off on the couch, laptop still open on my chest. I woke to gray morning light and a stiff neck. Nothing seemed out of place in my apartment. I almost convinced myself I'd overreacted to some bad photos. Then I checked my phone. Somehow, new photos had appeared in my camera roll overnight. Photos I definitely hadn't taken. They showed my apartment, my kitchen, my bedroom, my living room. All dark and grainy as if shot in low light. And in every single one, that same gray figure stood in the background watching. I deleted them all with shaking fingers, grabbed my jacket and keys, and practically ran out to my car. I needed coffee and time to think somewhere that wasn't my apartment. The local cafe was crowded with morning commuters. The normalcy helped calm my nerves. I found a corner table and pulled out my phone again, determined to figure out what was happening. The new photos were gone, but the cemetery ones remained. I studied them more carefully now. The figure seemed to be wearing old-fashioned clothes, what looked like a long coat or jacket. Its form was masculine in shape and tall, maybe 6 feet or more. Something about the pose was familiar. I scrolled back through the county records I'd found. There, a faded daguerreotype from 1801. Thomas Blackwood, the same one whose grave I'd photographed, stood stiffly in a long coat, one arm slightly raised. The exact same pose as the figure in my final cemetery photo. My coffee went cold as I dug deeper into the records. The Blackwoods had been a prominent family in the area, but they'd fallen into hard times in the early 1800s. A series of failed businesses, suspicious accidents, unexplained deaths. The family line had dwindled until only a few scattered branches remained. My great-grandfather had been one of those branches. He'd changed the spelling of our name slightly when he immigrated, which is why I hadn't made the connection before. But there was no doubt. I was descended from those original Massachusetts Blackwoods. The cafe had emptied out while I was researching. I looked up to find the barista giving me concerned glances. I'd been sitting there for hours, barely touching my drink. Time to head home and face whatever was waiting for me. My apartment felt different when I walked in, colder, somehow darker, despite the afternoon sun streaming through the windows. That earthy, metallic smell hung in the air. I did a quick walkthrough, checking all the rooms. Everything looked normal. Then I saw my laptop screen. I knew I'd closed it before leaving, but now it was open. A document was pulled up. Parish records from 1801. I definitely hadn't been looking at these earlier. The document detailed Thomas Blackwood's death and burial. He died suddenly at age 45, found in his study one morning. The cause was listed as natural causes, but a note from the examining doctor mentioned unusual circumstances. The body had been cold, as expected, but showed no signs of rigor mortis, and dark soil had been found under his fingernails and embedded in his clothes, though he hadn't been outside in days. I slammed the laptop shut again. My hands were trembling so badly I could barely type as I searched for more information about Thomas Blackwood. News clippings from 1801 painted an interesting picture. He'd been researching his own family history in the weeks before his death, trying to trace the Blackwood line back to Scotland. The same thing I'd been doing. My phone buzzed. Another text from my sister. She was worried because I hadn't answered her earlier message. I tried to type a response, but my fingers wouldn't cooperate. The smell of earth and metal was overwhelming now. The temperature in my apartment plunged. My breath fogged in front of my face. Something moved behind me. I could feel it, a presence hovering just over my shoulder. Slowly, forcing myself to stay calm, I opened my phone's camera and switched to selfie mode. The screen showed my face, pale and frightened. And behind me, perfectly clear now, stood Thomas Blackwood. His clothes were dark with grave dirt. His face was gray and sunken, but his eyes were sharp and aware. One hand reached toward my shoulder. I dropped the phone and ran, grabbed my keys and bolted out the door, down the stairs, out to my car. I drove straight to my sister's house in the suburbs, hands white-knuckled on the steering wheel the whole way. She took one look at my face and pulled me inside. I told her everything, showed her the photos. She believed me. She's good like that. Said I could stay with her as long as I needed. But I knew it wouldn't help. Thomas Blackwood wasn't tied to my apartment. He was tied to me, to our shared blood. He'd followed me here. I could smell the grave dirt, feel the cold spots moving through my sister's warm house. I'm writing this all down now so there's a record. I don't think Thomas means to harm me. I think he's trying to tell me something about our family, something he discovered in his own research 200 years ago. Something important enough that he's broken through death itself to pass it on. Tonight I'm going back to that cemetery. Back to his grave. He's been trying to lead me there all along, I realize that now. Whatever secrets the Blackwood family holds, whatever Thomas discovered that was worth dying for, the answers are waiting for me there. I just hope I'm ready to learn them. My sister's trying to talk me out of it. Says it's crazy to go back there, especially at night. She's probably right. But the pull is too strong to resist now. Thomas is waiting by the door, patient but insistent. Time to go face my family history, whatever it might be. I'll update this account when I can, if I can. If you're reading this and you've got family research of your own to do, maybe think twice before digging too deep into the past. Some things are buried for a reason. The smell of grave dirt is stronger now. Thomas is getting impatient. Time to go. The first time I heard the footsteps, I blamed it on new apartment jitters. Everyone knows that buildings make weird noises at night. But by the third night, I couldn't ignore them anymore. They were too regular, too deliberate, and always in the exact same spot above my bedroom. I had just moved into Unit 3B of the Oakwood Apartments, a red brick building from the 1960s on the edge of downtown. The rent was surprisingly affordable for the location, and the realtor had emphasized the vintage charm of the worn hardwood floors and dated kitchen cabinets. What sealed the deal was the bedroom, spacious with large windows facing east. Perfect for my work-from-home setup. The footsteps always started around 11:30 p.m., not the random creaks of settling wood or the muffled thuds of neighbors going about their business. These were clear, measured steps, back and forth in a precise pattern. 5 steps one way, pause, 5 steps back, over and over. After a week of disturbed sleep, I finally worked up the nerve to ask my next-door neighbor, Mrs. Rodriguez, about the noise. "Oh, honey," she said, adjusting her thick-rimmed glasses. 4B has been empty for months. The owner's been trying to renovate it, but there's some issue with the permits. I frowned. Empty? Are you sure? Positive. I've lived here 15 years. I know everything that happens in this building. She leaned in closer, her voice dropping. The last tenant moved out suddenly, just packed up and left one day. That night, I lay in bed with my eyes fixed on the ceiling, waiting. At exactly 11:32 p.m. it started. Step, 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 pause. Step, 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 step. The sound was clearer now that I was paying attention. Heavy boots on hardwood floors. I grabbed my phone and recorded the noise. Playing it back, the footsteps were perfectly audible. This wasn't my imagination. The next morning, I cornered the building superintendent, Mike, in the lobby. He was replacing a light bulb, balanced precariously on a stepladder. "Hey, quick question about 4B, I said, trying to sound casual. "Any chance someone's been working up there at night?" Mike shook his head, climbing down. "No way. Haven't touched that unit in weeks. Why?" I played him the recording. His face scrunched up in confusion. "That's weird," he said. "Want me to check it out?" We walked up to the 4th floor together. The hallway was darker than mine, with flickering fluorescent lights that needed replacing. 4B's door had a prominent "No Trespassing" sign and a heavy padlock. Mike unlocked it, and we stepped inside. The apartment was completely gutted. Bare concrete floors, exposed wiring hanging from the ceiling, half-demolished walls. A thick layer of dust covered everything. "See?" Mike said, gesturing around. "Nobody's been in here. Look at the dust, it's undisturbed." He was right. There were no footprints, no signs of recent activity. "Mind if I look around?" Mike shrugged. "Go ahead. Just don't touch any wiring." I walked through the space, my footsteps echoing in the emptiness. When I reached the area above my bedroom, I stopped. The floor was solid concrete here, no wood to creak. I jumped up and down a few times. The sound was nothing like what I heard at night. That evening, I installed a security camera in my bedroom, pointing it at the ceiling. I also bought a decibel meter app for my phone. If something was up there, I was going to document it. The footsteps started right on schedule. The decibel meter registered clear spikes with each step. The camera showed nothing unusual, just my white ceiling. I spent hours online researching the building's history. The Oakwood was built in 1964, converted to condos in the 1990s. No deaths reported on the premises, no major crimes. The property records showed a string of short-term owners for 4B over the past 5 years, none staying longer than 8 months. 2 weeks into my investigation, I met Alice from 2B in the laundry room. She was sorting her darks when I mentioned the footsteps. "Oh God," she said, dropping a sock. "You hear them too?" My heart rate jumped. "What do you mean, too?" "The previous tenant in your unit, Jim something. He used to complain about noises from upstairs. Said it was driving him crazy. That's why he broke his lease and moved out." I swallowed hard. "Did he ever figure out what it was?" Alice shook her head. "He tried everything. Called the cops twice, but they never found anything. He even set up cameras and motion detectors. Nothing ever showed up on the recordings." "But I have recordings," I said, pulling out my phone. "Listen." I played the footsteps. Alice's face went pale. "That's exactly what he described," she whispered. I started keeping a detailed log. The footsteps always began between 11:30 and 11:35 p.m. They continued for exactly 47 minutes. The pattern never varied. 5 steps forward, pause for 3 seconds, 5 steps back, pause for 3 seconds, repeat. I mapped out the path of the steps on my ceiling. They formed a perfect line about 8 feet long. When I checked the demolished apartment above, this path crossed directly over a spot where the concrete floor changed color slightly, as if something had once stood there. My sleep suffered. Even with earplugs and a white noise machine, I couldn't ignore the rhythmic thudding overhead. I started sleeping on my couch, but I could still hear them, slightly muffled. One night, after a particularly stressful day at work, I'd had enough. When the footsteps started, I grabbed a broom and banged on the ceiling. "Hey!" I shouted. "Stop it!" The footsteps paused for a full minute, then they resumed, louder than before. I banged again, harder this time. "This isn't funny. I know someone's up there." Another pause. Then the steps continued, unchanged. My hands shaking, I grabbed my phone and called the police. 2 officers arrived 20 minutes later. They looked skeptical as I played them my recordings and showed them my logs. "Sir," the older officer said, "we've been to this building before about noise complaints. There's nothing up there." "Then come see for yourself," I insisted. They agreed to check the apartment. Mike arrived with the keys, looking annoyed at being woken up. We all went upstairs together. The apartment was exactly as before. Dusty, empty, undisturbed. The officers swept their flashlights across the bare floors and walls. "No signs of entry," the younger officer reported. "Windows are sealed shut. No footprints in the dust." And yet, as we stood there, I could still hear the footsteps through the floor, clear as day. The officers exchanged glances. One of them wrote down a non-emergency number and suggested I call if the disturbance continued. After they left, I sat in my living room, wide awake, listening to the steady rhythm overhead. I needed answers. The next day, I started interviewing everyone in the building. Most residents brushed me off or said they never noticed anything unusual. But Mr. Chen from 5B mentioned something interesting. Before they gutted 4B, he said, that apartment had a weird layout. There was this long, narrow room right in the middle, like a hallway, but it didn't lead anywhere. Just a windowless space with a door at each end. I dug deeper into the building records at the city archives. The original floor plans showed that 4B had indeed been different from the other units. The strange corridor Mr. Chen mentioned was marked as a storage area on the blueprints. I also found something else. In 1965, just a year after the building opened, there was a police report about a resident of 4B who had reported similar noises. The report was frustratingly vague, mentioning only unexplained disturbances and possible trespassing. Weeks passed. The footsteps continued every night, unchanging. I learned to live with them, sort of. I bought better earplugs, installed soundproofing panels on my ceiling, and started taking sleeping pills. But I couldn't shake the feeling that I was missing something important. The precise timing, the exact repetition of the pattern, it felt almost mechanical. Then one day, while helping Mrs. Rodriguez carry her groceries, she mentioned that her late husband had been the building superintendent in the 1960s. "Oh, that was before all the renovations," she said. "The building was very different then. They had this old pneumatic message system like they used to have in office buildings. Little tubes that would carry messages between floors." "Where were the tubes?" I asked, suddenly alert. "All over, but the main system ran through the center of the building. They sealed it all up when they converted to condos." That night, I couldn't sleep. I kept thinking about the mysterious corridor in 4B right above my bedroom, about the discolored patch on the concrete floor, about the rhythmic, mechanical nature of the footsteps. I contacted a friend who worked in historical building preservation. She explained that pneumatic tube systems often had mechanical pumps that would cycle at regular intervals, creating a distinctive pattern of sounds as the air pressure built and released. The next day, I convinced Mike to let me examine the walls around my bedroom more closely. After an hour of careful inspection, I found it, a small metal panel, painted over so many times it was barely visible. When I pressed my ear against it, I could hear a faint whooshing sound. An old pump sealed behind the walls during renovation, still cycling every night. The sound traveled up through the remnants of the tube system, amplified by the empty space above, creating the illusion of footsteps. I hired an engineer to confirm my theory. He found the ancient pump mechanism, still running on its original timer, moving back and forth on its track every night at 11:30. The building's electrical system had somehow kept it powered all these years. Mike had the pump removed the following week. The footsteps stopped. I still live in 3B. Sometimes at night I catch myself listening for those familiar steps. The silence feels strange now, almost too quiet. But I sleep better, knowing that the mystery above my bedroom wasn't something supernatural or sinister, just a forgotten piece of the building's history, marking time in its own steady rhythm. Mrs. Rodriguez told me recently that other residents over the years had reported similar noises, but no one had ever tracked down the cause. They'd all either learned to live with it or moved out. I kept all my recordings and logs. Sometimes I play them back, just to remind myself that it was real. 5 steps forward, pause, 5 steps back. The ghost in the machine, finally laid to rest. The buzzing wouldn't stop. Not the usual kind from fluorescent tubes, but a deep, persistent hum that seemed to come from inside the walls themselves. I noticed it my first day at Hamilton and Associates law firm, standing in my new office on the 3rd floor of the Blackwood building. The source? A plain desk lamp in the corner, its light cutting through the darkness even though I hadn't touched the switch. I'm John Marshall, and after 15 years of grinding away at corporate law firms in Chicago, I'd finally landed a partner position at this smaller firm in Portland, Maine. The salary wasn't as impressive, but neither was the cost of living. Plus, I needed the change. Divorce has a way of making you want to start fresh. The morning started normally enough. Sandra from HR showed me around, handed me the keys, and left me to settle in. The office was bigger than I expected. Corner unit with windows on 2 sides and enough space for a meeting table besides my desk. Previous tenant had good taste in furniture too. Solid oak desk, leather chair, and that lamp. Brass base with a green glass shade. Classic lawyer's office stuff. I tried the lamp switch. Nothing happened. The light stayed on, steady and bright. I checked underneath. No switch there either. Following the cord to the wall, I unplugged it. The light didn't even flicker. Weird, I muttered, plugging it back in. Must be some kind of backup battery system. Made a mental note to ask maintenance about it later. That first day passed in the usual new job chaos, setting up my computer, meeting colleagues, reviewing case files. By the time I looked up, it was past 8, and the office had emptied out. The cleaning crew had already come and gone. Through my window, I could see other buildings going dark as businesses closed for the night. I gathered my things, ready to head home. That's when I heard it. A voice, soft but clear, coming from the corner where the lamp stood. And then the judge said, I froze. The voice was female, elderly maybe, speaking as if in the middle of a conversation. I walked closer to the lamp, and the voice got clearer. Objection sustained, of course. Thompson nearly fell out of his chair. My heart pounded. I'm not usually the jumpy type, but something about this wasn't right. The voice seemed to be coming directly from the lamp itself, or maybe from the wall behind it. I reached for the base, planning to move it away from the wall. The moment my fingers touched the brass, the voice stopped. The metal felt warm, warmer than it should have been from just a light bulb. I quickly pulled my hand back. The next morning, I asked Sandra about the previous tenant. Her usual cheerful expression faltered. Oh, you mean Mrs. Abernathy? Sweet lady, excellent attorney. She was here for almost 30 years before retiring last spring. Did she mention anything unusual about the office? The lamp, maybe? Sandra's smile disappeared completely. I think you should talk to Mr. Hamilton about that. James Hamilton, the founding partner, was an imposing man in his 60s with steel gray hair and perfect posture. When I brought up the lamp, he leaned back in his chair and studied me for a long moment. Margaret Abernathy was one of the finest attorneys I've ever known, he said finally. Brilliant mind for contract law. She used to work late, always had that lamp on. Said it helped her think. Did she ever mention hearing anything strange? Hamilton's expression hardened. John, let me be direct. That office has some quirks. The previous 2 attorneys we tried to place there after Margaret left requested transfers within a week, claimed they heard voices at night, said the lamp wouldn't turn off. Nonsense, of course. But if you'd prefer a different office. No, I said quickly, maybe too quickly. No, the office is fine. I was just curious about the lamp's unusual wiring. That night I stayed late again. This time on purpose. The cleaning crew came and went. One by one, the other offices went dark. I sat at my desk, pretending to work while watching the lamp from the corner of my eye. At exactly 9:47 p.m., it started. The witness was clearly lying. Anyone could see that. The same elderly female voice from before, telling what seemed to be a story about an old case. I sat perfectly still, barely breathing, and listened. But you see, I had the documentation right there. All those receipts he'd tried to hide. The look on his face when I pulled them out. The voice chuckled, warm and satisfied. It wasn't threatening or ghostly. It sounded exactly like an experienced lawyer sharing war stories with colleagues. I grabbed my phone and started recording. The voice continued for exactly 17 minutes, describing in detail how she'd caught a witness in a lie during a corporate fraud case. When I played back the recording, there was nothing but static. Over the next few weeks, I developed a routine. I'd stay late, wait for the voice to start, and listen to the stories. They were always about cases, some fascinating, some mundane, but all told with the same warm enthusiasm. Sometimes there were other voices too, asking questions or laughing at the punchlines. I never heard them as clearly as the main voice, though. During the day, I did some digging. Margaret Abernathy had indeed been a legend in Portland legal circles. Specialized in contract law, never lost a major case. She'd retired to Florida 6 months ago, but the interesting part was why. Her doctor had diagnosed early-stage dementia. She'd wanted to step down while she could still handle her cases competently. The lamp stories continued every night, always starting at exactly 9:47. Sometimes they'd go on for hours. I started taking notes, writing down names and case details. Most of them checked out in public records. The woman telling these stories definitely knew her stuff. One night, about 2 months in, something changed. I was listening to a particularly interesting story about a contract dispute between fishing companies when suddenly, the voice stopped mid-sentence. The lamp flickered, the first time I'd ever seen it do that. "Hello?" the voice said, different now, confused. "Is someone there?" My throat went dry. Until now, it had been like listening to recordings. This was different. "Yes," I said, my voice shaking slightly. "I'm here." Silence for a long moment. Then, "You're in my office." "It's my office now, Mrs. Abernathy. I'm John Marshall. I took over your cases." Another long pause. "Oh yes, of course. I retired, didn't I? Sometimes I forget." My hands were trembling. "Your stories. I've been listening to them. They're fascinating. The Harriman fishing case." "Oh," she sounded delighted. "That was a tricky one. Did I tell you about the clause in Section 7 that changed everything?" "Not yet." "Well then, let me start from the beginning." And just like that, we started talking. Really talking. Not just me listening to old stories. We discussed cases, legal strategy, judges we both knew. Her mind was sharp as ever when it came to the law, even if she sometimes seemed confused about other things. This went on for months. Every night at 9:47, the lamp would come alive with Mrs. Abernathy's voice, and we'd talk shop. She was an incredible mentor, teaching me tricks about contract law that you'd never learn in law school. My case success rate soared. I never told anyone else about our conversations. How could I? But I did track down her address in Florida and sent her a letter, thanking her for her indirect mentorship and letting her know how her old cases were doing. Her daughter wrote back saying her mother was too ill to respond but had smiled when the letter was read to her. The next night, Mrs. Abernathy's voice was quieter than usual. "I got your letter," she said. "My daughter read it to me. I don't remember our conversations, John. The doctors say I'm losing more memory each day, but I'm glad I could help, even if I don't remember how." "You've helped more than you know," I told her. "The lamp," she said suddenly. "I bought it my first day here 40 years ago. Always helped me think. When I started having trouble remembering things, I'd work late, talking through old cases to keep them fresh in my mind. The lamp was always there, listening. After that night, the voices changed. They became less frequent, more fragmented. Sometimes Mrs. Abernathy would start a story only to trail off, confused. Other voices I'd heard in the background began to fade. 6 months later, I received another letter from her daughter. Mrs. Abernathy had been moved to a specialized care facility. She no longer recognized family members and rarely spoke. That night, I sat in my office, watching the lamp. 9:47 came and went in silence. The lamp stayed on, as always, but there were no more voices, no more stories. It's been 2 years now. The lamp still won't turn off, but it's just a lamp now. Sometimes, when I'm working late, I could swear I hear a faint whisper, like someone trying to remember a story. But maybe that's just my imagination. I won't ever move the lamp. It stands in its corner, shining steadily, a testament to 40 years of legal brilliance. Sometimes new clients ask about it, wondering why I keep such an old lamp that I never turn off. Good light for thinking, I tell them. And it is. That's the thing about law. It's all about preserving things. Contracts, precedents, memories. Sometimes they're preserved in documents, sometimes in court records, and sometimes, just maybe, in the warm glow of an old desk lamp that never stops shining. I still work late most nights. And sometimes when the office is quiet and the lamp's glow fills the corner, I tell my own stories to it, just in case someone, someday, needs to hear them. The first call came at 3:47 a.m. I know because I checked the time on the old Nokia phone my uncle had given me the day before. The screen lit up the darkness of my bedroom with its pale blue glow. Unknown number. I almost declined it, but something made me press the green button. Static crackled in my ear. Then voices muffled and distant like people talking through thick glass. I pressed the phone harder against my ear, straining to hear. The storage unit on Marshall Street. A man's voice broke through the static. Check the back corner. My stomach tightened. I had a storage unit on Marshall Street, Unit 217, where I kept boxes of stuff from my divorce that I couldn't fit in my apartment. I'd never told anyone about it. "Hello?" I said. "Who is this?" The line went dead. I sat up in bed, my t-shirt sticking to my back with sweat, despite the cool October air coming through the window. The phone screen showed the call had lasted 42 seconds. My Uncle Dave had given me the phone yesterday when I visited him at his repair shop. "Found this while cleaning out the back room," he'd said. "Still works fine. Could be a good backup phone." I tossed it in my jacket pocket without much thought. Now I turned it over in my hand, studying the scratched silver case and worn keypad. Sleep was impossible after that. I made coffee and sat at my kitchen counter, watching the sun rise through the window. The phone sat silent on the counter like a dead thing. At 9:15 a.m. it rang again. Same unknown number. "Needs to be moved tonight." Different voice this time. A woman. "Jack's old place on Cedar Lake Road." My coffee mug slipped from my hand and shattered on the floor. Jack was my best friend in high school. He'd died in a car crash 10 years ago. His parents still lived in the same house on Cedar Lake Road. "Who are you?" I demanded. "How do you know about Jack?" More static, then, "He'll be there at midnight." Click. My hands shook as I cleaned up the spilled coffee. This had to be some kind of prank. But who would know about both my storage unit and Jack? And why use this old phone to contact me? I drove to my uncle's repair shop, weaving through morning traffic. The closed sign hung in the window. Dave always took Wednesdays off to go fishing. Back in my apartment, I paced. The phone stayed silent all day. I tried calling the unknown number back multiple times, but got only an automated message saying the number wasn't in service. At 6:23 p.m., another call. "Combination is 14-27-8. A man's voice through the static. The same numbers as my gym locker. I'd never written them down anywhere. "Listen," I said, gripping the phone so hard my knuckles turned white. "I don't know who you are or how you know these things about me, but you need to stop this right now." Everything in place. More voices in the background, overlapping. Time running out. The call ended. I threw the phone across the room. It bounced off the wall and landed on the carpet, undamaged. At 11:30 p.m., I got in my car. I told myself I was crazy for doing this, but I had to know. The streets were almost empty as I drove to Marshall Street Storage. The security gate was locked, but I had the code. Yellow lights cast long shadows between the rows of identical metal doors. Unit 217 looked exactly as I'd left it 2 months ago. I unlocked the padlock and rolled up the door. The beam of my flashlight revealed stacked boxes, old furniture, framed photos still wrapped in bubble wrap. In the back corner, partially hidden behind a bookshelf, was a black duffel bag I'd never seen before. My hands trembled as I unzipped it. Inside was nothing but an old rotary phone, its cord coiled like a snake. The Nokia in my pocket rang, making me jump. Unknown number. Now you understand. The woman's voice was clearer now, almost familiar. We've been trying to reach you. Reach me about what? My voice echoed in the storage unit. The signals crossed sometimes. Static crackled. Different times, different places. What does that mean? Who are you? Careful who you trust. Then the man's voice broke in. They're watching the phones. The call ended. I stared at the rotary phone in the duffel bag. The metal felt cold under my fingers as I lifted it out. That's when I noticed the manufacturer's label on the bottom. The production date, October 2nd, 2024, tomorrow's date. My Nokia rang again. This time when I answered, there was no static, just a clear voice that sounded exactly like my own. Don't answer the next call. I drove to Cedar Lake Road with both phones on the passenger seat. The Nokia stayed silent. Jack's old house was dark except for a single window upstairs. As I watched, a shadow moved across the light. The rotary phone in the duffel bag started ringing, an actual physical ring that shouldn't have been possible without it being connected to anything. I let it ring. After 5 rings, it stopped. The light in Jack's house went out. The Nokia lit up with a text message from the unknown number. Smart choice. I spent the rest of the night driving aimlessly around the city, afraid to go home. The phone stayed quiet. As the sun rose, I pulled into a diner parking lot and tried to make sense of it all. The waitress brought me coffee I didn't remember ordering. Rough night? She asked. I nodded, not trusting myself to speak. Those old phones, she said, gesturing at the Nokia on the table. They pick up all sorts of strange signals. My grandmother used to say they could catch calls from different times. I looked up sharply, but she was already walking away. The Nokia's screen lit up with a final message. Time to let go. I drove to the lake and threw both phones into the deep water. They disappeared without a splash. That was 3 months ago. I've moved to a new apartment, changed my phone number. But sometimes, late at night, I still hear phantom ringing. And when I check my call log, there's always one missed call from an unknown number, lasting exactly 0 seconds. I never answer unknown calls anymore. Some signals are better left uncrossed. Some voices should stay unheard. And sometimes the only way to escape the past or the future is to cut the line completely. But I can't stop wondering about those voices, those fragments of conversations that seemed to know everything about me. Were they warnings, threats, messages from another timeline trying to break through? I keep thinking about what the woman's voice said about signals crossing between different times and places, about the rotary phone with tomorrow's date, about my own voice telling me not to answer. Last week I saw my Uncle Dave at a family dinner. He asked what happened to that old Nokia he gave me. Lost it, I said. He gave me an odd look. What Nokia? The one you found in your shop, the backup phone you gave me 3 months ago. Never gave you any phone, he said. Haven't cleaned out the shop in years. I went home and checked my calendar. October 2nd, 2024, the date on the rotary phone, was circled in red ink. I don't remember marking it. The circle is getting bigger every day. Sometimes I wake up at 3:47 a.m., exactly when that first call came. My apartment is silent, but I can feel something listening, waiting. The air hums with unspoken words and crossed signals. I've started writing everything down. Times, dates, names, places, everything the voices mentioned. There are patterns I can almost see, connections just beyond my grasp. The storage unit, Jack's house, my gym locker combination. How did they know? Yesterday I found an old phone bill from 3 months ago. The unknown number appears in my call log, but when I try to read it, the digits seem to shift and blur. Each time I look, they're different. I bought a new phone last week, latest model, all the security features. First night I noticed the lights flickering. I blamed the building's old wiring. That's what you do when you're trying to convince yourself that a cheap one-bedroom apartment in a rundown complex is actually a fresh start. 3 weeks after Sarah walked out, this was all I could afford, and I wasn't about to let some electrical issues make me regret my decision. I sat on my second-hand couch that Tuesday evening, staring at the TV screen as it blinked off and on every few minutes. The overhead light followed the same pattern. My coffee maker in the kitchen clicked and whirred to life even though I hadn't touched it since morning. I got up and unplugged it, my bare feet sticking slightly to the linoleum floor. The apartment was small enough that I could see every room from where I stood. The cramped living room with its single window, the kitchenette with its peeling countertops, and through the open door, my bedroom with its bare mattress on the floor. I hadn't bothered buying a frame yet. The bathroom door stayed closed. I hated the way the mirror reflected the entire apartment behind me when I brushed my teeth. That first night, I just went to bed early. I pulled my thin blanket up to my chin and listened to the usual sounds of the building settling. The walls creaked, the pipes knocked. Someone's TV played muffled through the ceiling. Normal stuff. Around 3 a.m., I woke up to the sound of footsteps in the hallway outside my apartment. Heavy, deliberate steps that stopped right at my door. I held my breath and waited. The steps moved away, and as they did, my bedside lamp turned on by itself. I yanked the cord from the wall. The next day at work, I couldn't focus on my computer screen. My eyes kept closing, and my coworker Jeff asked if I was hungover. I just nodded. Easier than explaining that I'd spent the rest of the night sitting up in bed, watching my phone charge indicator blink on and off even after I'd unplugged it. That evening, I checked the circuit breaker box in the hallway. All the switches looked normal. I knocked on my neighbor's door, Unit 2B, right next to mine, to ask if they were having similar problems. No one answered. I'd never seen anyone go in or out of that apartment. I called my landlord, but he just grunted and said he'd send an electrician when he could. I didn't push it. The rent was cheap and I needed to save money. Sarah had taken half of our savings when she left, saying she needed it for the deposit on her new place. I couldn't argue. Her name had been on the account too. The pattern continued for the next few days. During daylight hours, everything worked normally. But as soon as the sun set, the electronics would start their dance. The TV would switch channels on its own. My laptop would wake from sleep mode, the screen casting blue light across the room. The microwave would start and stop, its display flashing random numbers. I started unplugging everything before bed, but it didn't matter. The overhead lights, which I couldn't disconnect without removing the fixtures, still flickered. My phone, which I needed for my morning alarm, would light up with no notifications. The digital clock on my nightstand would reset itself to midnight over and over. And always, there were the footsteps. They came at different times each night, but they followed the same pattern. They would start at the far end of the hallway, moving slowly toward my door. They sounded like someone wearing heavy boots, though the carpet should have muffled any footsteps. When they reached my door, they would stop and something in my apartment would turn on. A light, an appliance, anything with electricity running through it. I started tracking the incidents in a notebook. Time, date, which devices acted up, how long the footsteps lasted. I'm not normally this organized, but I needed to prove to myself that I wasn't imagining things. The entries filled pages. 10:42 p.m. TV turned on to static. Footsteps lasted 45 seconds. 2:17 a.m. All lights flickered for 3 minutes. Footsteps stopped at door twice. 11:03 p.m. Microwave ran for 2 minutes empty. Footsteps dragged longer than usual. After a week, I couldn't take it anymore. I hadn't slept more than 2 hours at a stretch. Dark circles had formed under my eyes and my hands shook when I tried to type at work. I decided to stay up all night and confront whoever was walking the halls. I positioned myself in my living room chair facing the door. I had a baseball bat beside me. Not that I planned to use it, but it made me feel better. I'd drunk enough coffee to keep a college student awake during finals week. My phone's camera was ready to record. The first few hours passed slowly. I heard the usual building noises, doors closing, water running, the hum of the heating system. Normal apartment stuff. I started to feel stupid for sitting there with a bat. Maybe I really was losing it. Sarah had accused me of that near the end, said I was too paranoid, too clingy. "You see problems where there aren't any," she'd said while packing her books into boxes. At 2:43 a.m., the footsteps started. They came from the far end of the hall, just like always. Heavy, measured steps, boot heels on carpet. I gripped the bat tighter and stood up. The steps got closer. My overhead light began to flicker. I pressed my eye to the peephole, but the hallway was dark. The footsteps reached my door and stopped. The TV behind me turned on, filling the room with white noise. I yanked the door open. The hallway was empty, but the footsteps continued, behind me now, inside my apartment. I spun around. The TV's static cast shifting shadows on the walls. My coffee maker started brewing by itself. The microwave display blinked rapidly, but I couldn't see anyone. The steps moved across my living room, heavy boots on my thin carpet. I backed against the wall, still holding the bat. The footsteps reached my bedroom door and every light in the apartment went out at once. I fumbled for my phone, turned on the flashlight. The beam cut through the darkness, showing empty rooms. But I could hear someone breathing. Not me. My breath was coming in quick gasps. This was slower, deeper, coming from the corner of my living room. My hands shook as I pointed the phone's light toward the sound. The beam flickered and died. In the darkness, I heard the footsteps moving toward me. I ran, out the door, down the hall, taking the stairs 2 at a time until I burst into the parking lot. I sat in my car until sunrise, watching my apartment windows. The lights kept turning on and off until dawn. When daylight came, I went back up. Everything was exactly as I'd left it, except all the electronics were unplugged, even the ones I knew I hadn't touched. On my kitchen counter, my coffee maker had made a full pot, the coffee still hot. I called in sick to work and spent the morning searching online for similar experiences. I found nothing helpful, just ghost stories and conspiracy theories. I checked my building's history, but it was only 20 years old. No deaths, no mysterious disappearances. That afternoon, I went to the leasing office. The manager, a tired-looking woman named Rita, was surprised to see me. "We don't get many complaints from 2A, she said, shuffling through a filing cabinet. "What about 2B? I asked. "Have they reported any electrical issues?" She frowned. "2B? That unit's been empty for months. We can't seem to keep tenants there." My stomach dropped. "Empty? But I hear noises. Probably just the walls settling," she said. "It's an old building." But it wasn't just settling. That night I set up my phone to record the hallway while I tried to sleep at a friend's place. When I checked the footage the next morning, there was nothing to see, just an empty corridor. But the audio picked up the footsteps, clear as day, and something else. The sound of keys jingling like someone trying to unlock a door. I spent the next few days researching the building's electrical system. I learned about electromagnetic fields, power surges, and electrical interference. None of it explained what was happening in my apartment. The lack of sleep started affecting my work. I missed deadlines, dozed off during meetings. My boss called me into his office to ask if everything was okay. I couldn't tell him that I was afraid to go home at night, that I spent hours watching my door, waiting for footsteps that shouldn't exist. After 2 weeks of this, I broke down and called Sarah. She answered on the 4th ring. "What do you want?" she asked, her voice tired. "I need to ask you something," I said. "When we were together, did you ever notice anything strange? Electrical problems? Weird noises?" She was quiet for a moment. "Is this about the new apartment? Just answer the question." "No," she said. "Nothing strange." But you always found something to worry about, didn't you? I hung up. She was right. I had always been the anxious one in our relationship, always checking the locks, worrying about burglars, imagining worst-case scenarios. But this was different. This was real. That night I decided to try something new. When the footsteps started, I didn't hide or run. I sat in my living room and spoke out loud. "I know you're there," I said to the empty apartment. "What do you want?" The footsteps stopped. The TV turned on, switched to a news channel, then off again. My laptop opened a blank document. "Are you trying to communicate?" The lights flickered. Once, twice, 3 times. My phone opened to its calculator app displaying numbers. 2B. I stood up slowly. "You're from next door?" The footsteps moved toward my bedroom. I followed, my heart pounding. They led me to my bedroom window, which looked out over the parking lot. A car I'd never seen before was parked in the spot marked 2B, an old model covered in dust. The next morning, I asked Rita about the car. She checked her records. "Oh, that spot," she said. "It belongs to the last tenant of 2B. He left all his stuff when he moved out, including the car. We've been trying to contact him, but his phone's disconnected." "What was his name?" "Let me see. Thomas Chen. Worked nights at some factory. Quiet guy, always paid his rent on time. Then one day he just disappeared. Left everything behind." I spent my lunch break researching Thomas Chen. I found his social media profiles, inactive for months. His last post was about starting a new job at a power plant outside the city. I called the plant, but they had no record of him ever working there. That evening, I knocked on the door of 2B. No answer, of course. But when I pressed my ear to the door, I heard something. A faint humming, like electrical equipment running. The footsteps came again that night, but this time they were different. Faster, more urgent. They paced between my apartment and 2B, back and forth, back and forth. Every electronic device I owned went crazy, turning on and off, displaying random numbers and letters. I followed the sound to my bedroom window again. The car was still there, covered in months of dust. But now there was something else. A faint blue light coming from inside it. I went down to the parking lot. The car was locked, but through the grimy windows I could see the dashboard lights blinking in a pattern. The same pattern as the footsteps. Long, short, long, short. Morse code. I ran back upstairs and grabbed my phone, pulled up a Morse code translator. For hours I sat in my apartment, recording the pattern of flickering lights. When I finally decoded it, my hands were shaking. Trapped. The next day, I went to the police. They took a missing persons report but didn't seem concerned. "Adults have the right to disappear," they said. I told them about the electrical problems, the footsteps, the Morse code. They suggested I contact my landlord about the wiring, but I knew what I had to do. That night when the footsteps started, I was ready. I had a plan. I set up every electronic device I owned in a circle in my living room. Laptop, phone, TV, radio, even my old digital camera. I turned them all on and waited. The footsteps came right on schedule. As they crossed my threshold, every screen lit up with static. I stood in the center of my electronic circle and spoke. "Thomas Chen," I said clearly. "I know you're here. I know you're trapped. Tell me how to help." The static on every screen shifted, formed patterns. Numbers appeared across different devices, coordinates, an address, the power plant where he'd supposedly worked. I spent the next week investigating. The power plant was abandoned now, shut down months ago after an accident. The official report mentioned an electrical surge, equipment failure, no casualties. But in the basement, behind a locked door marked high voltage, I found Thomas Chen's employee ID card. It was scorched around the edges. I brought it back to the apartment. That night, when the footsteps came, I held up the card. "I found this," I said to the empty room. "What happened to you?" The lights flickered more slowly now. My devices displayed a series of images. Security camera footage from the plant. Thomas working late. A power surge. A door that wouldn't open. He wasn't dead. The police had confirmed that no bodies were found at the plant. But he wasn't fully here either. The surge had done something to him. Turned him into whatever was walking my halls at night. I spent another week researching electrical phenomena, quantum physics, theories about energy and consciousness. I learned about electromagnetic fields strong enough to affect human brainwaves, about consciousness as a form of electrical activity. Finally, I understood what I had to do. I set up my apartment like before, with every device running. But this time, I added extension cords, power strips, anything that could carry electricity. I created a web of power running through my apartment and into 2B through the shared wall outlet. When the footsteps came, I turned everything on at once. The power surge made the lights in the whole building dim. Static filled every screen. The footsteps stopped at my door. I opened it. Thomas Chen stood there, not a ghost, not a spirit, but a man made of flickering light and electrical interference. He looked at me, nodded once, and walked past me into my apartment. Every device surged with power. The lights blazed so bright I had to shield my eyes. When I could see again, Thomas was gone. But this time, the footsteps didn't come back. The next day, his car was gone from the parking lot. Rita said it had been towed, but she couldn't tell me where. The police found Thomas 2 days later, alive but confused, in a hospital 50 miles away. He had no memory of the past few months. I still live in apartment 2A. The electronics work normally now. The hallway is quiet at night. Sometimes when I'm falling asleep, I think I hear footsteps, but they're just the building settling. Normal apartment stuff. But I keep one power strip unplugged just in case. And every now and then when I pass 2B, I swear I can hear the faint hum of electricity behind the door. The first time I saw the mannequin, I laughed. Standing there in the back of the bedroom closet, draped in cobwebs, it looked ridiculous, like something a previous tenant had forgotten. I even gave it a little wave as I unpacked my clothes. 3 weeks later, I wasn't laughing anymore. And after what happened last night, I'm packing my bags and getting the hell out of here. I'd moved to Portland for a job in tech, and the rental market was brutal. When I finally found this little 1940s bungalow at a reasonable price, I jumped on it. The landlord, Mrs. Chen, seemed nice enough during the walkthrough. She mentioned the house had been empty for a few months, but didn't say why the last tenant left. I didn't ask. The place needed some work. Peeling wallpaper in the hallway, a dripping faucet in the bathroom. The usual older home issues. But it was in a quiet neighborhood, had hardwood floors, and most importantly, I could afford it. I signed the lease that day. Moving in was straightforward. The house came partially furnished, which helped since I didn't own much beyond my clothes, laptop, and books. The bedroom had a decent-sized closet. That's where I found it. The mannequin was about my height, made of that old-school papier-mâché or whatever they used back then. Its surface was cream-colored and slightly rough, like sandpaper. No features on its face, just smooth curves where eyes and mouth should be. Its arms hung at its sides, fingers slightly curved. It wore nothing but a fine layer of dust. I considered calling Mrs. Chen about it, but it seemed like too small a thing to bother her with. I figured I'd just move it to the garage later. For now, I pushed it to the back corner of the closet and hung my shirts in front of it. The first week went fine. I settled into my new job, explored the neighborhood, found a decent coffee shop. The house had its quirks, creaking floorboards, windows that stuck, but nothing major. I barely noticed the mannequin behind my clothes. Then things started getting weird. I first noticed it on a Tuesday morning, 10 days after moving in. I was picking out a shirt for work and something felt off. The mannequin had shifted position slightly. Its right arm, which had been straight at its side, was now bent at the elbow. Just a few degrees, but enough that I noticed. I figured I must have bumped it while getting clothes. 2 days later, its head was tilted to the left. Not much, maybe 15 degrees, but I was sure it had been straight before. I spent 10 minutes that morning examining the base, looking for signs of instability that might make it lean. The base was solid. I straightened the head and went to work. When I came home, the head was tilted again. That's when I started taking photos. One each morning, one each night when I got home from work. I kept them in a folder on my phone labeled, "I'm not crazy." The changes were subtle but undeniable. The left hand slowly curling into a fist, the right foot rotating outward, the torso twisting slightly to the right. Each movement was small, but they added up. I showed the photos to my coworker Jim over lunch. He laughed and suggested the floor might be uneven, or maybe the mannequin was just old and settling. "Or you've got ghosts, man," he said, wiggling his fingers at me. I forced a laugh and changed the subject. That night, I took extra sleeping pills. I'd been having trouble sleeping, jumping at every house noise. The pills helped. I slept deeply until 3:17 a.m., when a loud thud from the closet jolted me awake. I lay there in the dark, heart pounding. The sound had been clear, something heavy hitting the floor. I reached for my phone, turning on the flashlight. The closet door was closed. I was sure I'd left it open. I got out of bed slowly, my bare feet silent on the cold hardwood. I approached the closet, phone extended. My hand shook as I reached for the doorknob. I counted to 3 in my head, then yanked the door open. The mannequin had fallen forward. It lay face down among my scattered shoes, one arm stretched toward my bed. I stood there for a long time, flashlight beam fixed on its outstretched hand. Eventually, I closed the door and wedged a chair under the handle. I called Mrs. Chen first thing in the morning. The conversation didn't go well. "What do you mean, a mannequin?" she asked. "In the bedroom closet. It's been there since I moved in." I assumed it belonged to the previous tenant. A long pause. "There was no mannequin when we cleaned the house. Are you sure you didn't bring it?" "I'm looking at it right now. It's definitely been here the whole time." Another pause. "I'll send someone to remove it." "Thank you. When?" "Next week maybe. I'm very busy." I hung up and looked at the mannequin. I'd propped it back up in the corner, but something was different. It took me a moment to realize what had changed. Its head was now turned to face directly at me. I decided to remove it myself. I grabbed it firmly around the waist, planning to carry it to the garage. The surface felt wrong under my hands, warmer than it should be, with a slight give to it, like pressing into firm clay. I dropped it immediately. It hit the floor with another loud thud, but didn't break or crack. I called in sick to work and spent the day researching storage units. I found one a few miles away and paid for a month. That afternoon, I wrapped the mannequin in old blankets and wrestled it into my car's trunk. The storage facility manager gave me an odd look as I carried the wrapped shape to my unit, but didn't comment. I felt better that night. I actually managed to eat dinner and watch some TV. Around midnight, I headed to bed, relieved to have dealt with the situation. The relief didn't last long. The first thing I noticed was the closet door standing open. I always closed it now, out of habit. The second thing I noticed was the smell, musty and organic like wet paper. The third thing I noticed was the mannequin, standing exactly where it had been before. I backed out of the bedroom. My hands were shaking so badly I dropped my phone twice trying to call Jim. When he finally answered, his voice was groggy with sleep. "I need you to come over," I said. "What? It's midnight, man. Please, I need someone else to see this." He must have heard something in my voice because he agreed. While I waited, I sat in the living room, keeping the bedroom door in view. 20 minutes later, his car pulled up. "This better be good," he said as I let him in. I led him to the bedroom without speaking. The closet was empty. "I don't understand," I said, pushing hangers aside. "It was right here. Right here." Jim rubbed his eyes. "Maybe you dreamed it?" No, I was awake. It was here when I came to bed. I swear." "Look," he said, "you've been stressed about the move, the new job. Maybe you should talk to someone." I showed him the photos on my phone. He looked through them carefully. "These could be the same mannequin in different positions," he said gently. Or different mannequins. There's no way to tell it's moving on its own. I know what I saw. He patted my shoulder. Get some sleep, okay? Call me if you need anything. After he left, I did a thorough search of the house. No mannequin. I checked outside too, walking around the house with my phone's flashlight. Nothing. Finally exhausted, I returned to my bedroom. I didn't sleep. I sat in bed with all the lights on, alternating between watching the closet and checking my phone. Around 4 a.m. I got up to use the bathroom. When I returned, the mannequin was standing beside my bed. I froze in the doorway. It stood perfectly still, but something was different about its surface. The cream-colored material looked softer, more organic, like skin that had been underwater too long. Its hands were fully formed now, with defined knuckles and fingernails. The smooth face had developed subtle contours, the suggestion of cheekbones, a slight ridge where eyebrows should be. I backed away slowly. It didn't move. I made it to the front door, grabbed my car keys and left. I drove aimlessly until sunrise. Now I'm sitting in a coffee shop writing this all down. My hands have finally stopped shaking enough to type. In a few minutes, I'm going to call Mrs. Chen and tell her I'm breaking the lease. I'll pay whatever penalty she wants. Then I'm going to book a hotel room. Tomorrow, I'll start looking for a new place to live. I keep thinking about the storage unit. I should go check it, make sure the mannequin is still there. But I know it won't be. The blankets will be there, neatly folded. The unit will be empty otherwise. My phone buzzes, a text from Mrs. Chen. Previous tenant asked about mannequin. Says it belonged to shop that closed in 1950s. Previous owner used to make custom forms for wealthy clients. All special orders, very expensive. Some say too lifelike. Shop closed after owner disappeared. Need to discuss. I turn off my phone. I don't want to discuss anything. I don't want to know anymore. I just want to get my essential belongings from the house and leave. I can buy new clothes, new books, new everything. But first, I need to delete those photos from my phone. I don't want to see them again, especially not the last one I took this morning, just before I fled the house. The one that shows the mannequin's face, where the smooth surface has split into a line that could almost be a smile. I know it's still in the house, waiting. Maybe in the closet again, or maybe standing by my empty bed. But it's patient. It has all the time in the world. And somewhere, beneath that slowly changing surface, it knows I'll have to come back eventually. At least to get my laptop. I never wanted to touch that damn board. The moment Sarah pulled it out of her desk drawer at the office party, something in my gut told me to leave. But after 3 beers and constant prodding from my co-workers, I gave in. That was 4 days ago. Now I'm sitting in my dark living room at 3 a.m. jumping at every creak and snap in the walls, and my phone won't stop buzzing with texts from Mike saying something's in his house. I should have trusted my instincts that night. The party was winding down at Sarah's place. Most people had already left, and only 5 of us remained. Sarah, Mike, Jennifer, David, and me. We'd been drinking and sharing work stories when Sarah mentioned she had a Ouija board. "Come on, it'll be fun," Sarah said, setting up the board on her coffee table. "Don't be such a baby, James." I shifted uncomfortably on her couch. "I don't mess with that stuff. My grandmother always said it was dangerous." "It's just a piece of cardboard from Hasbro," David laughed, already placing his fingers on the planchette. "What's the worst that could happen?" The worst, as it turns out, was about to begin. We gathered around the board, all 5 of us touching the plastic planchette with our fingertips. The room felt colder suddenly, but I blamed it on Sarah's overactive air conditioning. The only light came from a table lamp in the corner, casting long shadows across the board. "Is anyone there?" Sarah asked in a theatrical voice. Nothing happened for several seconds. Then the planchette started to move. My first instinct was that someone was pushing it, but I could feel the resistance under my fingers as it glided across the board. "Yes." "What's your name?" Jennifer asked. The planchette moved again, spelling out, "Watching." Watching what? Mike asked, his voice slightly unsteady. You. My stomach clenched. Maybe we should stop. No way, Sarah said. This is just getting good. Spirit, why are you watching us? Waiting for what? David asked. The temperature seemed to drop another few degrees. I could see my breath now, forming small clouds in the dim light. I'm done, I announced, pulling my fingers away from the planchette. This isn't funny anymore. Don't break the circle, Sarah hissed, but it was too late. The planchette flew off the board, hitting the wall with a crack. The table lamp flickered and went out, plunging us into darkness. Someone screamed. I think it was Jennifer. When Sarah finally found her phone and turned on the flashlight, the Ouija board had 3 long scratches across its surface. We all left quickly after that. I blamed the wine and beer for what happened, told myself it was just someone messing around. But when I got home that night, things started happening. First, it was small stuff. My keys weren't where I left them. The TV turned on by itself in the middle of the night. The bathroom door would be closed when I distinctly remembered leaving it open. I told myself I was being paranoid, that the Ouija session had just spooked me, but then things escalated. Last night, I woke up to all my kitchen cabinets standing wide open, every single one. I know I closed them before going to bed. My coffee maker turned on by itself at 2 a.m., brewing nothing but steaming hot water that spilled across the counter. The radio in my bedroom started playing static at full volume, even though it wasn't plugged in. I barely slept last night, and today at work was a nightmare. I couldn't focus, kept nodding off at my desk. Sarah wouldn't look at me, and Jennifer called in sick. David acted like nothing had happened, but I noticed his hands shaking when he poured his coffee. Then Mike called an hour ago, his voice trembling. James, something's wrong. Something's in my house. What do you mean? I can hear footsteps upstairs, heavy ones, but I live alone, man. And there's scratching in the walls. It started right after the session. At first I thought it was just my imagination, but tonight I saw something. What did you see? My throat felt dry as sandpaper. A shadow, but it wasn't normal. It moved against the light like it was solid, and I swear it was watching me, just like the board said. James, I think we let something out. That's impossible. It was just a game, right? Then explain why my furniture keeps moving. Every time I leave a room and come back, everything's shifted slightly. My couch was 3 feet from where I left it. My dining room chairs were all stacked on the table. And the scratches, they're appearing everywhere. On the walls, the floors, even my bedroom door. I heard a crash in the background, followed by Mike's sharp intake of breath. Oh God. James, I have to go. It's here. The line went dead. That was 20 minutes ago. Mike's been texting nonstop since then, saying he's barricaded himself in his bathroom. The thing, whatever it is trying to get in. He can hear it scratching at the door. I'm not safe either. As I sit here writing this, I can hear movement in my kitchen. The sound of drawers opening and closing. Footsteps on the tile floor. But I know I'm alone in the house. Or at least I should be. The temperature keeps dropping. My breath comes out in white puffs now, just like it did during the session. The scratching has started in my walls too, getting louder and closer. My phone buzzes again. Another text from Mike. It's in the house. Can't stay in bathroom. Running to car. Meet at Sarah's. Need to end this. I grab my keys and jacket, hoping I can make it to my car before whatever's in my house finds me. The scratching follows me down the hallway, getting faster and more frenzied. Something heavy thuds behind me as I reach for the front door. I don't look back. I can't look back. I know what I'll see if I do. That solid shadow Mike described. The thing that's been watching us since we opened the door between worlds with that stupid board game. My car starts on the first try, thank God. As I pull out of my driveway, I see movement in my living room window. A dark shape, darker than the night around it, presses against the glass. It has no features I can make out, but I know it's watching me leave. I call Sarah while driving, my hands shaking so badly I almost drop the phone. She answers on the first ring. James, are you okay? Mike's coming to your place. Something's happening. That thing from the board. I know, she interrupts. Jennifer just called me. She's seeing things too. David's already here. We need to finish what we started. What do you mean? We broke the circle, James. We didn't say goodbye. We need to close the door we opened. I push my speed up to 70, running a red light. In my rearview mirror, I see something moving in the back seat, just a flicker of shadow, but it's enough to make my heart stop for a second. How do we close it? I still have the board. We need everyone who was there. We need to end the session properly. It's the only way to send it back. And if we can't? Sarah's voice drops to a whisper. Then it stays. And it keeps watching, waiting, until it decides to do more than just watch. I hear a door slam in the background of Sarah's call, followed by running footsteps. Mike just got here, she says. Hurry, James, it's getting stronger. I'm 5 minutes from Sarah's house now. The shadow in my back seat is more solid, more present. I can feel it watching me, just like the board said it would. The air in the car is freezing. My phone buzzes with a text from Jennifer. Almost there. Don't start without me. We're going to try to fix this, to close whatever door we opened with our stupid, drunken mistake. But as I pull up to Sarah's house and see the dark shapes moving in her windows, I wonder if it's already too late. The 5 of us are about to face whatever we let into our world. We have to end this. We have to say goodbye properly. Because if we don't, that thing will keep watching, keep waiting, and eventually, it will do more than just move furniture and scratch walls. I park my car and run to Sarah's front door, not looking back at the shadow I know is following me. We started this together and we'll end it together. Sarah opens the door before I can knock. Her face is pale, her hands trembling. Everyone's here. The board's ready. I step inside, and the door closes behind me with a soft click. The shadows in the corners of Sarah's living room seem deeper than they should be, more alive. Mike sits on the couch, his clothes disheveled, eyes wild. Jennifer paces by the window, jumping at every sound. David stands in the corner, trying to look calm but failing. The Ouija board sits on the coffee table, the 3 scratches from our first session still visible on its surface. The planchette waits in the center, seeming to gleam in the dim light. Everyone sit, Sarah commands. We need to do this right. We gather around the board just like before, but this time there's no laughter, no skepticism. We know what we're dealing with now. We know it's real. The moment our fingers touch the planchette, the temperature plunges. The shadows in the room grow darker, more substantial. They seem to pulse with a life of their own. We need to speak to the spirit we contacted before, Sarah says, her voice steady despite her fear. The planchette moves immediately, faster than before. We're here to say goodbye, Sarah continues. We're closing this session. Watching waiting open, the planchette spells out rapidly. No, Sarah says firmly. You need to go back. We're ending this. The shadows in the room converge, forming shapes that move against the laws of light and darkness. The scratching starts in all 4 walls simultaneously, a desperate, angry sound. No, stay open, waiting. We break this connection, Sarah says loudly. We close this door. You are not welcome here. The planchette fights against our fingers, trying to spell more words, but Sarah's voice grows stronger. This session is ended. This connection is severed. Go back to your world and leave us in peace. The scratching reaches a fevered pitch. Pictures fall from walls. A vase shatters spontaneously. The shadows writhe and twist, taking forms that hurt my eyes to look at. Goodbye, Sarah shouts, and we all join her, our voices unified in that single word. The planchette goes still. The scratching stops. The shadows retreat to their normal corners, lifeless and ordinary once again. The temperature slowly begins to rise. We sit in silence for several minutes, not daring to move our fingers from the planchette. Finally, Sarah speaks softly. We can let go now. It's done. We remove our hands slowly. Carefully. Nothing happens. No flying planchette, no scratches appearing, no shadows moving against the light. Did it work? Jennifer whispers. I think so, Sarah says. She picks up the board and planchette. I'm burning these tomorrow. Good, Mike says, standing on shaky legs. I never want to see another Ouija board as long as I live. We leave Sarah's house one by one, each of us checking over our shoulders, but the shadows stay where they belong. The night feels normal again, just darkness, nothing more. When I get home, my house is exactly as I left it. No open cabinets, no scratches on the walls, no movement in the corners of my vision. The temperature is normal. My belongings stay where I put them. It's been 3 days since we closed the session properly. Nothing strange has happened since that night. No moving furniture, no scratching in the walls, no shadows that move against the light. We don't talk about what happened, but sometimes at work I catch Sarah's eye, or Mike's, or Jennifer's, and I know we're all thinking the same thing. We were lucky. We managed to close the door we accidentally opened, but none of us will ever forget what it felt like to be watched by something from the other side, to be waited for, to know that sometimes when you reach out to the darkness reaches back. I've thrown away every board game I own, just to be safe. Some doors are better left unopened. Some games aren't worth playing. And some things should stay on their side of whatever barrier separates our world from theirs. The only reminder of our experience is a single text message thread between the 5 of us, created the day after we closed the session. It contains just one message from Sarah. Never again. We all replied with the same word. Agreed. And that's how it will stay. The first shadow moved 3 weeks after I started renovating my childhood home. I was replacing old floorboards in the attic when I noticed it, a dark shape against the wall that didn't match any object in the room. I turned my head quickly, and it stopped. But I had seen it, and that changed everything. I inherited the house from my parents after they moved to Florida for retirement. It's a Victorian-style home in western Massachusetts, built in 1890. The kind of place that needs constant maintenance. My father had let it decline over the last decade, and now at 42, I found myself taking a 6-month leave from my accounting job to restore it. The work started normally enough. I repaired the sagging front porch, replaced rotted window frames, and fixed leaks in the roof. Basic stuff. The attic was last on my list. Just some new floorboards and insulation. Nothing complicated. The day I first noticed something wrong, I was measuring boards near the attic's west wall. My work light cast shadows from stacked boxes and old furniture onto the slanted ceiling. But one shadow didn't line up with anything. It looked like a tall, thin rectangle, maybe 4 feet high. I walked around the attic trying to find what was casting it. Nothing matched its shape or position. I told myself it was just a trick of the light. Old houses have weird angles. The shadows probably came from something outside the window. But when I looked again, the rectangular shadow had shifted slightly to the left, even though nothing in the room had moved. My hands got sweaty. The temperature in the attic dropped about 10 degrees. I backed away slowly, keeping my eyes on that shadow. It didn't move again, but I still left the attic quickly, my heart pounding against my ribs. That night, I couldn't sleep. I kept thinking about that shadow, trying to explain it logically. Maybe it was exhaustion from working 12-hour days. Maybe the dust in the attic was affecting my vision. But deep down, I knew what I had seen. The next morning, I forced myself to go back up there. Daylight streamed through the small window, creating normal, predictable shadows. I worked steadily, ripping up old boards and laying new ones. Hours passed. Nothing weird happened. Just as I was starting to relax, a cloud passed over the sun. The attic dimmed, and in that moment I saw 3 distinct shadows on the wall, but only 2 boxes casting them. My throat went dry. The extra shadow was smaller this time, about the size of a basketball. As I watched, it slowly stretched upward, growing taller and thinner. The shape reminded me of someone standing up from a crouched position. I dropped my hammer. It hit the floor with a loud thud. The shadow jerked at the sound, then quickly shrank back to its original size. My legs felt weak. Sweat ran down my back despite the cool air. I left the attic again, slamming the door behind me. That night, I searched online for information about shadow phenomena, ghost stories, optical illusions, anything that might explain what I was seeing. I found plenty of supernatural theories, but nothing scientific or credible. The next few days, I worked only in the downstairs rooms. I told myself I was just prioritizing the more important repairs. But every time I passed the attic stairs, my stomach tightened. I could feel the door up there, like it was watching me. A week passed. The rest of the house was nearly finished, and I was running out of excuses to avoid the attic. The incomplete work up there was preventing me from closing out the contractor permits. I had to go back. I chose a bright morning, bringing every work light I owned. I set them up to eliminate as many natural shadows as possible. The attic was hot and stuffy under the artificial lighting. I worked quickly, trying to stay focused on the task at hand. 2 hours in, one of the work lights flickered and went out. I looked up from hammering and my blood went cold. A cluster of shadows had gathered in the corner where the light failed. They moved like ink drops in water, merging and separating. None of them matched any objects in the room. I watched, paralyzed, as one shadow detached from the group. It slid across the wall, maintaining the shape of a person's profile. Not walking, gliding. When it reached the midpoint of the wall, it stopped. Then it turned, and I swear it faced me, though it had no features, no eyes. My chest constricted. I couldn't breathe. The shadow stayed perfectly still, oriented in my direction. The air pressure in the attic changed, making my ears pop. The remaining work lights dimmed slightly. Then the shadow moved again, faster this time, sliding toward me along the wall. I scrambled backward, knocking over my toolbox. The sound of scattering tools was deafening in the enclosed space. The shadow recoiled from the noise, retreating to its cluster in the corner. I ran downstairs and didn't stop until I reached my car. I drove to the nearest hardware store and bought motion sensors, more lights, and security cameras. I spent the rest of the day installing them throughout the house, focusing on the attic. If something was moving up there, I wanted proof. The cameras recorded nothing unusual for the first 2 nights. On the 3rd night, at 2:47 a.m., every motion sensor in the attic triggered simultaneously. The security footage showed only darkness. The infrared lights on the cameras had failed. When I checked the attic the next morning, nothing was disturbed, but the air felt different, heavier. The shadows in the corners seemed darker, more solid. One of them rippled when I walked past like a curtain in a breeze, but there was no wind in the attic. I called a local paranormal investigation team. They seemed professional and brought scientific equipment, EMF meters, thermal cameras, audio recorders. They spent a full night in the attic. Their equipment malfunctioned constantly. Batteries drained in minutes. Digital displays showed random numbers. The lead investigator said she had never seen such consistent technical failures. But they did record something. In one infrared video clip, a dark mass moved independently across the frame. The investigator tried to enhance the footage, but the file corrupted every time she opened it. After 3 attempts, her laptop crashed and wouldn't restart. The team advised me to document everything, but warned me not to interact with the shadows. They said they'd research similar cases and get back to me. I'm still waiting for their call. I tried to resume work in the attic, but the shadow activity increased. They moved more frequently, more boldly. Sometimes I heard soft scraping sounds, like something being dragged across the floor, but nothing ever actually moved. One shadow grew large enough to cover an entire wall. Another formed into a perfect circle and rolled across the ceiling. 2 shadows merged into a shape that reminded me of wings spreading. Each incident left me shaking, pulse racing, hands so unsteady I couldn't hold my tools. I hired contractors to finish the attic work. They complained about equipment problems, drills that wouldn't work, levels that showed impossible readings. 3 different crews quit before the job was done. Each one had a different excuse, but they all mentioned feeling watched. The final crew completed the repairs, but they worked only in the morning when the sun was brightest. They installed extra windows to let in more natural light, which seemed to reduce the shadow activity. But it didn't stop it completely. Now the attic is technically finished, but I never go up there. I keep the door locked. Sometimes at night I hear the motion sensors beeping. The security cameras still malfunction, but occasionally they capture brief images of shadows moving without cause. I've thought about selling the house, but I can't bring myself to do it. This was my childhood home. My parents lived here for 30 years without incident. Why are the shadows active now? What changed? The paranormal investigators suggested the renovation might have disturbed something dormant in the house. They mentioned other cases where construction activated supernatural phenomena, but they had no explanation for why it manifested as living shadows. Last week I noticed something new. The shadows are seeping under the attic door. Just thin lines of darkness barely visible against the hallway floor. But they extend a little further each day, like fingers reaching down the stairs. I've started sleeping in hotels. I only come to the house during daylight hours. The shadows seem stronger at night, more purposeful in their movements. During the day they retreat to the attic corners, visible but mostly still. Yesterday, I installed a steel security door at the bottom of the attic stairs. The contractor thought I was crazy, but he didn't argue when I doubled his fee. The door has 3 deadbolts and a magnetic seal. So far, no shadows have penetrated it. But every morning, I check the security footage from the night before. The cameras still malfunction, but sometimes for a few frames they show something. The shadows are gathering, forming larger shapes. They move with more coordination, more intelligence. I don't know what they want. They haven't tried to harm me. They actually seem to avoid direct contact, retreating when I get too close. But their movements have purpose. They're exploring, testing boundaries, learning. The rational part of my brain still tries to explain them away. Light tricks, stress hallucinations, overactive imagination. But I know what I've seen. The shadows in my attic are alive and they're growing stronger. For now, they're contained. The new door holds. The extra windows keep them weakened during the day. I've learned to live with the motion sensor alerts, the corrupted video files, the constant feeling of being watched from above. But sometimes, late at night when I'm lying in my hotel room, I wonder, what happens when the shadows decide they're tired of staying in the attic? What happens when they figure out they can flatten themselves enough to slip through any crack, any seam? I keep the hotel room bright, every light burning. But even here, I catch myself staring at the shadows in the corners, watching for movement, waiting to see if they've followed me, wondering if somewhere in the darkness they're watching back. The renovation is complete now, at least on paper. The permits are closed. The contractors are paid. The house looks beautiful from the outside. But inside, above the new security door, something waits. The shadows gather and shift, testing their limits, growing bolder. I don't know what to do next. I can't stay in hotels forever. I can't sell the house, not knowing what's up there. For now, I maintain my routine. Check the cameras. Replace burned-out lights. Watch the shadows under the attic door. And every day I tell myself the same thing. As long as they stay up there, as long as the door holds, everything will be fine. But deep down, in the darkest corners of my mind, I know the truth. The shadows are patient. They have all the time in the world. And sooner or later, they'll find a way out. I used to love running at dusk. Used to. Now I can't even look at Liberty Park without my hands shaking and my stomach turning. The doctors say I'm fine physically, but they don't understand. They weren't there. They didn't see what I saw. They didn't feel what I felt. But I need to tell this story. I need someone to know what happened that evening 3 weeks ago. It was October 12th, a Tuesday. The weather had finally cooled down enough to make evening runs pleasant again. The sun was setting earlier now, around 6:30 p.m., and I had just finished a particularly stressful day at the accounting firm. I needed to clear my head, so I changed into my running gear, black shorts, my favorite moisture-wicking shirt, and the new running shoes I'd bought last month. I parked my car in the usual spot near the east entrance of Liberty Park. The parking lot was half empty, normal for that time of day. A couple was walking their golden retriever near the playground. An old man sat on a bench reading a newspaper. Everything seemed perfectly ordinary. I started my usual route, the outer loop that circles the park twice, about 4 miles total. The first lap went smoothly. My breathing fell into its familiar rhythm, and my muscles warmed up nicely. The tension from work started melting away with each step on the gravel path. The sky turned orange, then deep red, as the sun sank behind the trees. I was halfway through my second lap when I first noticed it. Something seemed off about the large oak tree near the pond. I slowed my pace, my shoes crunching on the gravel. There was a figure standing there, completely motionless, facing the tree. At first, I thought it was just another park visitor, maybe a bird watcher or someone taking photos of the sunset. But something felt wrong. The figure was tall, probably 6.5 feet, wearing what looked like a dark gray suit. It stood unnaturally still like a statue. Its arms hung straight down at its sides, not moving at all. Not even slightly. People don't stand that still. They shift their weight, scratch an itch, check their phone. This figure did nothing. I stopped running completely, about 30 feet away from it. My breath came out in white puffs in the cooling air. Sweat ran down my back, but I felt cold. Really cold. The kind of cold that starts in your gut and spreads outward. "Hey," I called out. "You okay there?" No response, no movement, just that rigid stillness. I took a step closer, though everything in my body screamed at me not to. "Sir?" Or, "Ma'am, is everything all right?" The figure's head turned, not its body, just its head, rotating slowly toward me like a security camera. Too slowly, too smoothly. When it faced me fully, I saw what wasn't there. It had no face. Where features should have been, there was just smooth, pale skin. No eyes. No nose, no mouth. Nothing. Just a blank oval of flesh. My legs went numb. My mouth dried up instantly. I stood there, frozen, staring at this impossible thing. It didn't move. I didn't move. We just existed in that moment, locked in some horrible standoff. Then my survival instincts kicked in. I turned and ran. Not just my usual running pace, I sprinted like I'd never sprinted before. My feet pounded the gravel path as I rushed toward the parking lot. My lungs burned. My heart felt like it would explode. After about 50 yards, I glanced back over my shoulder. The figure was gone. The oak tree stood alone in the growing darkness. I slowed slightly, gasping for air, my legs shaking. That's when I saw it again. It stood on the path ahead of me, maybe 20 feet away. Same rigid posture, same faceless head, same dark suit. It was impossible. There was no way it could have gotten ahead of me without me seeing it move. I veered off the path, cutting across the grass toward a different exit. My shoes slipped on the dew-wet grass. I nearly fell but caught myself. Another quick look back. It was gone again. Then it appeared by the playground equipment, standing, waiting. Head turned toward me. I changed direction again, running toward the park's west entrance. My chest felt like it would burst. Spots danced in my vision. I wasn't going to be able to keep sprinting much longer. It appeared by a bench, then near the pond, then by a cluster of trees. Each time I looked, it would be gone, only to appear somewhere else, always facing me, always closer, never moving, except to turn that smooth, blank face in my direction. The couple with the golden retriever was gone. The old man with the newspaper was gone. The park was empty except for me and this thing that kept appearing and disappearing, herding me away from the exits, deeper into the park. I reached for my phone, but my hands shook so badly I dropped it. It clattered on the path, the screen cracking. When I looked up, the figure stood 3 feet in front of me. I stumbled backward, falling onto the gravel. The impact scraped my palms raw. Up close, I could see more details I wish I hadn't. Its skin had a waxy, artificial quality. The suit wasn't exactly a suit. It seemed to be part of its body, the same pale, flesh-like material as its head. Its hands were too long, the fingers extending well past where they should end. I scrambled backward on all fours like a crab. The figure didn't move forward. It just stood there, head tilted slightly to one side, as if studying me. The tilting movement was wrong, too mechanical, like a malfunctioning robot. I managed to get to my feet. My legs felt like jelly, but I forced them to move. I ran again, no longer caring about direction. I just needed to get away. The sky had darkened to deep purple. The park lights were coming on, creating pools of yellow light surrounded by growing shadows. It appeared in front of me again. I turned right. It was there. I turned left. There it stood. Each time it disappeared and reappeared, it seemed closer. Each time, that blank face turned to track my movement with the same unsettling smoothness. My foot caught on something, a tree root maybe, and I went down hard. My ankle twisted. Pain shot up my leg. I rolled onto my back, expecting to see the figure standing over me. Nothing. The path was empty. I lay there for several seconds, gasping for air, my ankle throbbing. The park had gone completely silent. No birds, no distant traffic noise, no wind in the trees. Just my ragged breathing and pounding heart. Slowly, carefully, I got to my feet. My ankle supported my weight, but barely. I turned in a complete circle, scanning the growing darkness. No sign of the figure. The nearest park exit was about 200 yards away. I could see my car in the parking lot, now the only vehicle left. I started limping toward the exit, moving as quickly as my injured ankle would allow. Every few steps, I looked around, expecting to see that faceless head turn toward me. But the path remained empty. The silence pressed in around me like a physical thing. I was about 50 yards from the exit when I felt it. A presence behind me. Close. Very close. I didn't want to turn around. Every cell in my body screamed at me not to turn around. But I did. It stood less than a foot away. Its blank face filled my vision. This close, I could see that its flesh had a subtle pattern, like very fine scales or static on an old TV screen. The pattern shifted and moved, though the flesh remained still. That head tilted again, going too far to one side, well past where a human neck could turn. I felt something then. Not a sound or a touch, but a pressure in my mind, like someone pushing against my thoughts. Images flashed through my head, places I'd never been, things I'd never seen. Strange geometric shapes that hurt to look at, colors that shouldn't exist. My nose started bleeding. I stumbled backward, nearly falling again. The pressure in my head increased. More images, more impossible colors, more shapes that violated geometry. My vision started to darken around the edges. Then somewhere in the distance, a car horn honked. The sound cut through the silence like a knife. The pressure in my head vanished. I blinked, and the figure was gone. Not like the other times where it disappeared to reappear somewhere else. This time it was just gone. The normal sounds of evening rushed back. Crickets chirping, cars on the distant highway, wind in the trees. I stood there for several minutes, blood dripping from my nose, afraid to move. Finally, I heard voices. A group of teenagers entered the park, laughing and talking loudly. I limped to my car as quickly as I could. My hands shook so badly it took 3 tries to get the key in the ignition. I drove home well above the speed limit, checking my rearview mirror every few seconds. That was 3 weeks ago. I've been to several doctors. They found nothing wrong except a slightly sprained ankle and burst blood vessel in my nose. I've seen 2 therapists. They talk about stress and hallucinations and PTSD. They prescribe medications that don't help. I haven't gone running since then. I don't go out after dark anymore. I've changed my route to work to avoid driving past Liberty Park. I keep seeing movement out of the corner of my eye, but when I turn to look, nothing's there. Sometimes when I'm alone, I feel that pressure starting to build in my head again. I've started bleeding from my nose randomly. Last night I woke up at 3 a.m. My bedroom window faces the street. As I lay there in the dark, I saw something tall and gray standing under the streetlight. It didn't move. It just stood there, head turned toward my window, smooth, blank face catching the yellow light. I closed my curtains. I didn't sleep. I'm writing this now as the sun comes up. I need someone to know what happened. I need someone to believe me, because I know it's not done with me. It's waiting, watching. And sooner or later it's going to come closer than just standing under the streetlight. I don't know what it wants, I don't know what it is. But I know one thing for certain. I'm never running at dusk again. The first sign was a stabbing pain behind my left eye. I thought it was just stress from the move and setting up my new home office. But that pain kept coming back, day after day, always worse when I sat at my desk. I should have known something was wrong when even Buddy, my usually calm German shepherd, refused to enter the room. He'd just stand in the doorway, hackles raised, staring at that damn painting. I found it at Mike's flea market downtown, buried under a stack of dusty frames and water-damaged prints. The price tag read $25, marked down from $75. A steal for what looked like an original oil painting, a landscape of a dense forest at dusk. The trees were dark, almost black against a deep purple sky. Something about the way the branches twisted and reached toward the canvas edge caught my attention. It wasn't exactly beautiful, but it was striking. Perfect for my bare office walls. Interesting choice, the vendor said when I handed over the cash. She was an older woman with thick glasses and arthritic hands. That one's been here a while. Most people pass it by. She hesitated, then added, had a couple try to return it last month. Said it didn't feel right in their house. But all sales are final. I should have paid more attention to her words, but I was too focused on getting my new place set up. After 15 years in the same cramped apartment, I'd finally saved enough for a down payment on a small house. The office was my priority. I work from home as a software developer, and I needed a proper workspace. The painting looked perfect above my desk. The dark colors matched my minimalist decor, and the forest scene added depth to the room. For the first few days, everything was fine. I settled into my routine, coding and taking video calls, occasionally glancing up at my new art piece. Then the headaches started. Small twinges at first, barely noticeable. But they grew stronger, always centered behind my left eye. I'd catch myself rubbing my temples, struggling to focus on my screen. The pain seemed worse in the late afternoon, when the sun hit the painting at certain angles. My productivity started to slip. Code that should have taken hours stretched into days. I'd find myself staring at the painting instead of my monitor, lost in those twisted branches. Sometimes I could swear they moved, just slightly, like they were reaching toward me. But when I blinked or looked closer, everything was static. The tension in the room became unbearable. My shoulders would knot up within minutes of sitting down. The air felt thick, almost pressurized, like the moment before a thunderstorm. I started taking more breaks, working from my laptop in the kitchen instead. Buddy's behavior was the next red flag. He'd always followed me around the house, usually sleeping under my desk while I worked. But now he wouldn't set foot in the office. He'd whine and pace in the hallway if I closed the door. When it was open, he'd stand guard at the threshold, growling softly at the painting. I started having trouble sleeping. My dreams were filled with forests, not the bright sunlit woods where I used to hike, but dense, suffocating thickets of black trees. I'd wake up drenched in sweat, my head pounding. The pain would fade during my morning shower, only to return the moment I sat down at my desk. After 2 weeks, I couldn't take it anymore. I called my doctor and described the symptoms. He suggested it might be eye strain from my monitors or poor posture. I bought a new chair, adjusted my screen height, even got my eyes checked. Nothing helped. The breaking point came during a video call with my biggest client. I was presenting some new features when the pain exploded behind my eye. The room started spinning. I barely managed to end the call before throwing up in my wastebasket. As I sat there, head between my knees, I looked up at the painting. The branches seemed to writhe against the canvas, and I swear I heard something like whispers coming from the frame. I stumbled out of the office and slept on my couch that night. The next morning, I started researching the painting. I took photos and did reverse image searches. I posted on local art forums. Nothing came up. Finally, I went back to Mike's flea market. The older woman wasn't there, but her daughter was manning the stall. When I described the painting and mentioned the headaches, her face went pale. "You bought that thing?" She shook her head. "Mom should have told you about the Reeves family. They bought it last spring, had it for less than a month. The wife started having migraines, severe anxiety. Their dogs wouldn't go near it. They tried to return it, but..." She shrugged. Before them, it was the Patels. Same story. Headaches, tension, pets acting strange. They ended up giving it away for free. That's how we got it. I pressed for more details. She didn't know the painting's origin. It had shown up in a box of donated items. No signature, no documentation. Just that unsettling forest scene that nobody wanted to keep. "If I were you," she said, lowering her voice, "I'd get rid of it, not sell it. That just passes the problem on. Destroy it." I went home and stared at the painting. In the morning light, it looked almost normal. But as I stood there, the pressure started building in my head again. Buddy pressed against my legs, whimpering. I took it down immediately. The moment it left the wall, the air in the room felt lighter. My headache began to fade. I carried it out to my garage and examined it closely for the first time since buying it. The canvas was old, the paint cracking in places. The forest scene was more detailed than I'd realized. Among the twisted branches, I could make out shapes that looked almost like faces or hands reaching out. The longer I looked, the more patterns emerged, until my vision started to blur and the pain returned full force. I wrapped it in thick blankets and drove it to a storage unit across town. I couldn't bring myself to destroy it. Something about burning or cutting up an original painting felt wrong, even one like this. But I needed it out of my house. The change was immediate. My headaches vanished. The tension in my office disappeared. Buddy resumed his spot under my desk. Within days, my productivity returned to normal. I even started sleeping better, though the dreams of dark forests lingered. A month later, curiosity got the better of me. I started digging deeper into the painting's history. I posted on more forums, joined local art groups, even hired a part-time research assistant. We tracked down the previous owners, not just the Reeves and Patels, but 3 other families before them. Each story was the same: headaches, anxiety, pets refusing to enter rooms, a growing sense of dread. One family reported seeing movements in the painting at night. Another claimed they heard whispers coming from it during storms. The trail went cold in 2019. Before that, no one knew where it came from or who painted it. No signature, no gallery stamps, no records of sale. Just a disturbing image that kept circulating through the community, causing problems wherever it went. I visited the storage unit a few times, always with someone else. The effects were weaker there, but still present. A dull ache behind the eyes, a feeling of being watched. The last time I went, I noticed dark stains spreading from behind the frame, like water damage or mold. The forest seemed darker, the branches more twisted. I swear the shapes among them had changed positions. I've stopped paying for the storage unit, let them auction it off when my payment defaults. Maybe it'll end up back at the flea market or in another home. Part of me feels guilty about that, but I tell myself it's better than destroying a potentially valuable piece of art. Besides, the effects seem to vary from person to person. Maybe someone out there can handle it better than I could. My office feels normal now. I've hung a bland landscape print where the painting used to be. Rolling hills, blue sky. Nothing that could hide shapes or shadows. Buddy sleeps peacefully under my desk while I work. The headaches are gone, though sometimes late at night, I still dream of those twisted branches reaching through the darkness. I've learned to trust my instincts and my dogs. Some things just feel wrong, even if we can't explain why. That painting brought something into my home that didn't belong there. I don't know if it was cursed or haunted or just painted with some toxic material that caused hallucinations. I probably never will. But sometimes when I'm working late and the house is quiet, I think about that storage unit. I imagine the painting sitting there in the darkness, wrapped in blankets, waiting. I wonder who will find it next, what stories they'll add to its history. And I hope they realize sooner than I did that some bargains come with hidden costs. I've started checking flea markets and thrift stores regularly, looking for signs of the painting resurfacing. I've never seen it again, but I keep a file of similar cases. Stories of artwork that affects people in strange ways, that seems to carry something more than just paint and canvas. Most are probably urban legends or coincidences, but after my experience, I'm not so quick to dismiss them. The research has become something of an obsession. I've connected with others who've had similar experiences, not just with my painting, but with other pieces. There's a community out there sharing stories and warnings. Some think certain artworks act as conduits for negative energy. Others blame toxic pigments or psychological suggestion. I don't know what to believe anymore. What I do know is this: that painting changed me, not just through the headaches and fear, but by showing me there are things in this world that defy explanation. Things that can affect us in ways we can't understand or control. I still have the photos I took for my research. Sometimes I look at them, trying to make sense of what happened. The images don't carry the same power as the original. They're just pictures of a slightly creepy painting, but I can't delete them. They're evidence, proof that it wasn't all in my head. Last week, I got an email from someone claiming they'd found the painting at a different storage facility auction. They described the same symptoms: headaches, tension, pets acting strange. I gave them all the information I had, including the histories I'd collected. They decided to donate it to a paranormal research group for study. Part of me hopes they'll find answers. A bigger part hopes they keep it locked away where it can't affect anyone else. I've redecorated my office completely now. Bright colors, abstract prints, nothing that could hide shapes or shadows. The room feels alive in a good way, filled with natural light and positive energy. Buddy has claimed the entire space as his domain, sprawling on the rug and demanding belly rubs during my video calls. Sometimes I catch myself staring at the wall where the painting hung, remembering how those branches seemed to reach toward me. The memory still makes my head throb slightly. But then Buddy will nudge my hand or bark at a squirrel outside, bringing me back to reality. I've learned to appreciate normal, unremarkable art, the kind that just sits quietly on walls, adding color without adding dread. My new rule is simple: if something feels wrong, if it makes my dog nervous, if it gives me headaches, it doesn't belong in my home, no matter how interesting or valuable it might be. The experience has made me more cautious about what I bring into my space. Not just artwork, but everything. I pay attention to how things feel, how they affect my mood and energy. Some might call it superstition. I call it learning from experience. I still go to flea markets and thrift stores. I still buy secondhand art. But now I take my time, trust my instincts, and always watch how Buddy reacts. He's never been wrong about these things. The headaches never returned after I removed the painting. The dreams of dark forests have mostly faded. But I've kept everything I learned about trusting my instincts, about listening when my body or my dog tells me something's wrong. Some lessons are worth the pain they cost to learn. I don't know where the painting is now. Part of me hopes it's been destroyed, that someone finally had the courage to end its journey through our community. But another part knows better. Things like that don't just disappear. They wait, they move on. They find new walls to hang on, and new people to affect. So I keep my file, keep collecting stories, keep watching for signs of its reappearance. Not because I want to find it again. I never want to see that forest scene in person again. But because someone needs to track these things, to warn others, to keep the history alive. Maybe someday someone will solve the mystery of the painting, find its artist, explain its effects, put an end to its journey. Until then, all I can do is share my story and hope it helps others avoid making the same mistakes I did. The sun is setting now, casting long shadows across my office walls. Buddy is snoring softly under my desk, completely at peace. The bland landscape print above my monitors shows its rolling hills and calm sky. Nothing hidden, nothing reaching, nothing wrong. And that's exactly how I like it. The first time I heard the laughter coming from my antique grandfather clock, I convinced myself it was just a dream. By the fourth night, I knew better. Something was living inside that mahogany case, and it was trying to drive me insane. I'd bought the clock at an estate auction in Burlington, Vermont. The previous owner had died of natural causes at 92, and his family was liquidating everything. The clock stood 7 feet tall, its dark wood polished to a mirror shine, brass pendulum swinging with perfect rhythm. The auctioneer mentioned it was German-made, circa 1885. I won it for $3,200, a steal for a piece that well-preserved. Getting it home was a hassle. The moving company charged extra for the stairs to my second-floor apartment, and it barely fit through the door. But once I had it positioned in my living room, against the wall between my bookcases, it transformed the whole space. The steady tick-tock became the heartbeat of my home. During the day, at least. The first night I jerked awake at exactly 3:15 a.m. A soft giggle echoed through my apartment, high-pitched but definitely adult, like someone trying to stifle their amusement. I lay in bed, heart pounding, convinced a burglar had broken in. But when I crept out with my baseball bat, the apartment was empty. All the windows were locked, the door still chained. The second night, same thing. 3:15 a.m. on the dot. This time the laughter was clearer, still quiet, but distinctly coming from the direction of the living room. I switched on every light in the apartment and spent 30 minutes examining the clock. The case was solid, no hidden compartments. The mechanism worked perfectly. No speakers, no electronics, nothing that could produce sound except the normal ticking. By the third night, I was sleeping on my couch, determined to catch whatever was making the sound. 3:14 a.m. I stared at the clock face, waiting. The second hand swept past 12. 3:15 exactly. The laughter started, soft at first, then building slightly. It was coming from inside the clock case, no question. But when I yanked open the front panel, the sound stopped instantly. Nothing inside but brass weights and gears. I started documenting everything. The laughter always began precisely at 3:15 a.m. and lasted exactly 47 seconds. The tone never varied, always that same suppressed giggle, like someone who knew a secret they were dying to share. The sound didn't show up on recordings, either from my phone or the professional audio equipment I borrowed from work. My neighbors hadn't heard anything. The building superintendent gave me a weird look when I asked if any previous tenants had reported strange sounds. I called the auction house to ask about the clock's history, but they only had the basic details. Purchased new by the deceased owner's grandfather in Munich, passed down through the family. I'm not a superstitious person. I work in IT security. Logic and data are my world. But after 2 weeks of this, I was starting to crack. Sleep deprivation was affecting my work. I'd catch myself nodding off during meetings, then jolt awake in a panic, thinking I'd heard that damned laugh. I tried sleeping at friends' houses, but I'd lie awake all night wondering if the laughter was happening back in my empty apartment. I considered selling the clock, but the thought of that sound haunting some unsuspecting buyer made me feel guilty. Besides, by that point, I needed to know what was causing it. I took a week off work and turned my living room into a research station. I set up infrared cameras, motion sensors, and electromagnetic field detectors. I tracked temperature changes and air pressure fluctuations. During the day, I pored over German clockmaking forums, reaching out to collectors and historians. The only unusual reading came from the EMF meter. Every night at 3:15, it would spike briefly, then return to normal. But EMF spikes can be caused by all sorts of things: old wiring, pipes, even passing vehicles. It wasn't proof of anything. One expert from Bavaria responded to my inquiries. He recognized the maker's mark inside the clock. a small workshop that had operated in Munich's Altstadt neighborhood from 1850 to 1902. The craftsman, Friedrich Weber, was known for his precision mechanisms, but had a reputation for eccentricity. He'd claimed his clocks contained pieces of time itself and insisted on working alone after midnight. That led me down a rabbit hole of research into Weber's other creations. Most were standard grandfather clocks, but a few had documented irregularities. One reportedly chimed at random intervals despite having no chiming mechanism. Another was said to keep perfect time even when its weights were removed. The stories were probably just legends that had grown around the clockmaker's mysterious personality. But then I found an article from an 1887 Munich newspaper describing Weber's arrest for fraud. He'd been caught stealing hair from barbershop floors and women's brushes, claiming he needed it for his clocks. The charges were eventually dropped. The judge apparently decided he was merely eccentric rather than criminal. But Weber never sold another clock. He died in an asylum in 1903. I became obsessed with the idea that human hair might somehow be incorporated into my clock's mechanism. I spent hours examining every inch of the works with a magnifying glass. The thought should have disgusted me, but by that point I was beyond normal reactions. I just wanted answers. The laughter continued every night, exact as clockwork. I started talking back to it. "What do you want?" I'd ask. "Why are you here?" Sometimes I'd catch myself laughing along, matching its pitch and rhythm. Those moments scared me more than the sound itself. After a month, I noticed changes in my daily routine. I'd find myself standing in front of the clock for long stretches, watching the pendulum swing. The tick-tock seemed to sync with my heartbeat. I'd lose track of time, coming to with a start to realize hours had passed. My friends stopped visiting. They said the apartment felt wrong somehow, though they couldn't explain why. My girlfriend and I broke up after I refused to stay at her place more than one night in a row. I couldn't bear the thought of missing something important at 3:15. I started setting my alarm for 3:10 every night, not trusting myself to wake up naturally anymore. I kept detailed notes of each laughing episode, measuring the volume and duration with scientific precision. The sound never changed, but I convinced myself I could hear subtle variations, sometimes mocking, sometimes inviting, sometimes almost sad. The clock's timekeeping remained perfect, which was strange for such an old mechanism. Most antique clocks need regular adjustment, but this one never gained or lost a second. The pendulum swung with metronomic precision, day and night, defying entropy itself. One night, I decided to try stopping the pendulum at 3:14. As soon as my hand touched the brass weight, static electricity crackled up my arm. The metal was ice cold despite the warm room. I yanked my hand back and the pendulum continued its swing as if I'd never touched it. I tried unplugging everything in the apartment at 3:14, thinking some kind of electrical interference might be causing the sound. The laughter came right on schedule. I tried sage burning, salt circles, and other supernatural remedies I found online, feeling foolish but desperate. Nothing changed. The breaking point came when I caught myself planning to build a false wall around the clock, sealing myself inside with it at night. That's when I knew I had to end this before I lost myself completely. I called a local clock restoration expert, explaining that I needed the mechanism dismantled and examined. He arrived that afternoon, tools in hand. As soon as he opened the case, I saw his expression change. "This isn't right," he muttered, peering at the gears. "These markings, I've never seen anything like this." The brass pieces were covered in microscopic etchings, curves and spirals that seemed to shift when viewed from different angles. They formed patterns that made my eyes hurt if I looked too long. The expert said they weren't any known maker's marks or decorative elements. He worked methodically, documenting everything before carefully removing each piece. The etchings covered every gear and weight, even parts that should never be visible during normal operation. Some appeared to continue across multiple pieces, only lining up at specific points in the clock's cycle. Near the center of the mechanism, we found something that made the expert step back in shock. Woven through the gears was a single strand of gray hair, impossibly long and thin, threaded through the works like a needle through fabric. It hadn't been visible until the clock was partly disassembled. The hair seemed to move on its own when touched, coiling away from our tools. The expert refused to handle it directly. He packed up his equipment with shaking hands, telling me he'd return the next day to finish the job. I never heard from him again. I spent that night watching the partially dismantled clock, waiting for 3:15. The laughter came right on schedule, but different this time. Fuller, clearer, almost triumphant. The single strand of hair vibrated visibly, dancing between the exposed gears. That was 6 months ago. The clock sits in my storage unit now, its mechanism still partly disassembled. I sleep better most nights, though I still wake up at 3:15 sometimes, straining to hear that familiar giggle. I've tried to research Friedrich Weber's other clocks, but most have been lost to time. Sometimes I wonder if they're out there somewhere, each with their own strange behaviors, their own impossible components. I wonder if they're all connected somehow, pieces of a larger mechanism I can't comprehend. The storage facility has 24-hour security cameras. Last week, I checked the footage from 3:15 a.m. For exactly 47 seconds, there's nothing but static. The guards say that happens sometimes. Electronic interference, they claim. But I know better. I could destroy the clock, of course, break it down completely, melt the brass, burn the wood. But something tells me that wouldn't stop the laughter. It would just set it free. So I pay my storage fees and try to forget. But sometimes, late at night, I catch myself missing that sound, the quiet giggle that meant I wasn't alone in the dark. And sometimes, just sometimes, I find myself laughing too. The fluorescent light in the break room shouldn't have been on at 11:47 p.m. I noticed it through the glass partition while working on the quarterly sales report, the bright rectangle of light breaking the darkness of the empty office floor. I hadn't turned it on when I made coffee 2 hours ago. I rubbed my eyes and looked again. Someone was standing there, a dark silhouette against the white cabinets, completely still. The figure was tall, maybe 6 feet, and thin, too thin. Hello? My voice came out hoarse from hours of silence. The figure didn't move. Security? No response. My heart started beating faster. I stood up slowly, my chair squeaking in the quiet. The sound felt obscenely loud. "I can see you in there," I called out, trying to sound authoritative despite the tremor in my voice. "The office is closed." The figure remained motionless. Something about its stillness made my skin crawl. Normal people shift their weight, breathe visibly, make small movements. This thing, this person, was as still as a photograph. I should have called security, should have picked up my phone and dialed the front desk. But I didn't. Instead, I found myself walking toward the break room, drawn by a need to confront whatever was standing in there. My footsteps echoed on the laminate flooring, 20 feet away. I could make out more details now. The figure appeared to be wearing dark clothing, but the edges were strangely blurry, as if it was slightly out of focus. Its head was turned away from me, facing the coffee machine. "This is private property," I said, my voice stronger now. "You need to leave." Still no response. 15 feet. My palms were sweating. The air felt thick and cold. I could hear the hum of the vending machine and the soft whir of the HVAC system, but nothing else. 10 feet. The break room door was open. I stopped at the threshold, heart pounding in my chest. The figure was 5 feet away from me now. I could smell something odd, like wet cardboard and copper pennies. "I'm going to call security right now if you don't." The words died in my throat as I stepped into the break room. The space was empty. I spun around, checking every corner. Nothing behind the small table, nothing by the refrigerator, nothing in the small utility closet. The room was completely vacant. My legs felt weak. I gripped the counter to steady myself, breathing hard. The coffee machine clicked and gurgled, making me jump. The pot was half full, still warm. I hadn't made that much coffee earlier. I backed out of the break room, unwilling to turn my back on the empty space. The fluorescent light flickered once, twice. I reached for the switch and flipped it off with shaking fingers. Back at my desk, I grabbed my phone and called security. My hands were trembling so badly I had to dial twice. Front desk, this is Mike. This is John Reeves from marketing on the 14th floor, I said, trying to keep my voice steady. Has anyone else signed in tonight? No, sir. You're the only one logged in above the lobby. Everything okay up there? I swallowed hard. Could you check the cameras for the break room on 14 in the last few minutes? One moment. I heard keyboard clicking. Nothing unusual showing up, just the empty room. Want me to come up and take a look? I stared at the dark break room. No, that's fine. Thanks. I hung up and started packing my laptop and papers with jerky movements. The quarterly report could wait until tomorrow. The office felt different now, hostile. The shadows in the corners seemed deeper, the silence heavier. As I waited for the elevator, I kept glancing over my shoulder at the break room. The light was still off, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something was in there, watching me from the darkness. The elevator arrived with a cheerful ding that sounded wrong in the tense atmosphere. I stepped in quickly and jabbed the lobby button repeatedly until the doors closed. In the mirrored walls of the elevator, I saw my reflection. Pale, sweating, eyes wide. But for a fraction of a second, in the corner of the mirror, I thought I saw something else. A tall, thin shape standing perfectly still. I didn't look back as I hurried through the lobby. Mike, the security guard, waved, but I barely noticed. The night air hit me like a slap, and I gulped it down in grateful breaths. My car was the only one left in the parking garage. The sound of my footsteps echoed off the concrete walls, making it impossible to tell if other footsteps were following. I fumbled with my keys, dropping them once before managing to unlock the door. Only when I was inside with the doors locked did I allow myself to relax slightly. The familiar smell of leather and pine air freshener helped ground me. This was normal. This was real. What I'd seen in the break room, there had to be a rational explanation. I started the engine and pulled out of the garage, heading for home. The streets were nearly empty, and I found myself checking the rearview mirror more often than necessary. Each time I expected to see that figure somehow sitting in my back seat, but there was only darkness. At home, I double-checked all the locks and turned on every light in my apartment. I took a hot shower, letting the water wash away the cold sweat and tension. By the time I got into bed, I had almost convinced myself that I'd imagined the whole thing. Stress and caffeine and too many hours staring at spreadsheets, that's all it was. But I didn't sleep that night. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw that silhouette standing in the break room, unnaturally still. And somewhere deep down, I knew I would see it again. The next morning, I arrived at work early before sunrise. The office was already busy with the usual morning crowd. The break room looked completely normal in the daylight, with people making coffee and microwaving breakfast burritos. I went to my desk and pulled up the security footage from the previous night. The camera showed the break room from a high angle, giving a clear view of the entire space. I fast-forwarded through hours of emptiness until I reached 11:47 p.m. The footage showed nothing unusual. No figure standing by the coffee machine. No unexplained shadows. Just an empty room with the lights on. But I noticed something strange. At exactly 11:52 p.m., there was a brief flicker in the video, less than a second long. When I played it frame by frame, I saw it. A single frame where the image distorted, stretching vertically like a digital glitch. And in that distortion, there might have been a shape, tall and thin and wrong. I closed the video player and deleted the file. Some things are better left uninvestigated. For the next week, I left the office promptly at 5, along with everyone else. But I knew I couldn't avoid late nights forever. The quarterly report was due, and I was behind schedule. 7 days after the incident, I found myself working late again. The office emptied out gradually until I was alone on the floor. I kept the break room lights off and bought coffee from the shop downstairs before they closed. At 10:30 p.m., my phone buzzed with a text from my boss. "Report status?" I replied, "Almost done. Another hour or two." The elevator dinged in the distance. Probably the cleaning crew, I thought, but no vacuum sounds followed. No squeaking cartwheels, just silence. I tried to focus on my work, but my attention kept drifting to the dark break room. Was that movement in there? A shadow shifting? The soft sound of breathing? My phone buzzed again. Unknown number. The text read, "Behind you." I spun around so fast my chair rolled back and hit the desk. Nothing there. Just empty cubicles and shadows. Another buzz. Same number. Break room. My hands were shaking as I set the phone down. This was someone's idea of a sick joke. Had to be. I stood up and walked deliberately toward the break room, anger temporarily overriding fear. The light was on. I hadn't turned it on. I was certain of that. But there it was, flooding the small room with harsh fluorescent light. And there, standing by the coffee machine, was the figure. This time it was facing me. But where its face should have been, there was only a blur, like a photograph taken while the subject was moving. The rest of it was perfectly still. My body went cold. I couldn't move, couldn't breathe. The figure took a step toward me, the first movement I'd ever seen it make. Its motion was wrong, too smooth, like animation with missing frames. My phone buzzed in my hand. I looked down reflexively. Look up. When I raised my eyes, the figure was inches from my face. The smell of wet cardboard and copper was overwhelming. Up close, I could see that its edges weren't just blurry. They were dissolving, like ink running down a page. I stumbled backward, tripping over my own feet. My phone clattered to the floor. The figure reached out with a hand that wasn't quite a hand, more like the suggestion of fingers stretching impossibly long. I ran. Past my desk, past the cubicles, past the elevator. Too slow, too slow. I hit the stairwell door at full speed, taking the steps 3 at a time. Behind me, the door opened again, but I didn't look back. I could feel it following, moving in that horrible, smooth way, always just a few steps behind. 14 flights of stairs. My legs burned. My lungs felt like they were full of fire. But I didn't stop. Couldn't stop. I burst into the lobby, startling Mike at the security desk. "Mr. Reeves, are you okay?" I looked back at the stairwell door as it slowly swung shut. Nothing came through. Call someone," I gasped, bent over with my hands on my knees. "There's something, 14th floor." Mike was already on the phone, but I didn't stay to hear the conversation. I ran to my car and drove home, breaking speed limits all the way. The next day, I submitted my resignation. I cited personal reasons and worked my 2 weeks entirely from home. My boss was understanding. Apparently, the security footage from that night showed me running from nothing. They assumed I'd had some kind of breakdown. Maybe they were right. Maybe it was all in my mind. The figure, the texts, everything. The phone company had no record of messages from an unknown number that night. The security cameras showed nothing unusual in the break room. But sometimes, late at night, my phone buzzes with texts from numbers that don't exist. And sometimes, when I catch movement in my peripheral vision and turn to look, I see something tall and thin and impossibly still, standing in the corner of my room. I've learned to ignore it, to pretend I don't see it watching me with its blurred non-face, to act like I don't notice when it moves closer, frame by frame, night after night. But I know, eventually, it will reach me, and when it does, I don't think I'll be able to run away again. For now, I work strictly during daylight hours. I keep all my lights on at night. I avoid empty rooms and quiet spaces, and I never, ever drink coffee after dark. But sometimes when I'm falling asleep, I smell wet cardboard and copper pennies, and I know it's still waiting. Somewhere between one moment and the next, perfectly still and infinitely patient. I don't know what it wants. I don't know what it is. All I know is that it's real. It's watching, and someday it will be done waiting. Until then, I live with the knowledge that reality is thinner than we think, and sometimes things slip through the cracks. If you're working late and see a light on in an empty room, don't investigate. Don't call out. And whatever you do, don't look too closely at any figure standing perfectly still in the darkness. Some questions are better left unanswered. Some doors are better left closed. and some lights are better left off. The radio crackled to life at 2:47 a.m. on Route 16, somewhere between Mason Creek and nowhere. I remember checking my watch when it happened because the sudden burst of static jolted me from the mindless hypnosis of night driving. I'd been on the road for nearly 6 hours, making my way back from a business conference in Chicago to my apartment in Columbus. David Mitchell. My name cut through the white noise, clear as a bell. I gripped the steering wheel tighter, my knuckles going white. The voice was female, emotionless, like those automated emergency broadcast messages. David Mitchell, stop your vehicle immediately. Danger ahead. Coordinates 40, 3876 degree N, 82, 4562 degree W. Do not proceed past mile marker 147. Repeat, David Mitchell, stop your vehicle immediately. The static intensified, and I felt my heart hammering against my ribs. My hands were sweating now, leaving damp prints on the leather steering wheel. I jabbed at the radio buttons, trying to find the station again, but all I got was dead air or late-night talk shows about alien abductions. I pulled over onto the gravel shoulder, the crunch of stones under my tires echoing in the empty night. The dashboard clock's red numbers glowed in the darkness. My rental car's engine idled, a low rumble that somehow made the silence around me feel heavier. I grabbed my phone from the cup holder. No service. Of course. I'd been in and out of dead zones for the past hour. Another joy of rural driving. The GPS was still working though, and I pulled up my location. I was at mile marker 143, 4 miles from whatever I was being warned about. My throat felt dry. I reached for my water bottle, took a long drink, and tried to think this through logically. Random radio interference? Probably. Some kind of prank? Possibly. But they knew my name. My full name. I turned the radio back on and methodically went through every frequency on the dial. Country music. Static. More static. Religious sermon. Static again. Nothing like what I'd heard before. The rational part of my brain said to keep driving. I was tired, it was late, and my mind was probably playing tricks on me. But another part, the primitive one that knows about survival, kept screaming about those coordinates and my name. My actual name. I pulled out my laptop from my briefcase in the passenger seat and connected it to my phone's hotspot. No signal. I tried for 15 minutes to get online, to look up those coordinates, to find anything about weird radio broadcasts in the area. Nothing. A set of headlights appeared in my rearview mirror, growing larger. It was the first car I'd seen in almost an hour. I watched as it approached, slowed down slightly as it passed me, then continued down the dark highway. The red taillights disappeared around a bend, leaving me alone again. I checked my watch. 3:15 a.m. now. I'd been sitting here for almost 30 minutes, and the longer I sat, the more foolish I felt. But every time I put my hand on the gear shift to pull back onto the road, I heard that voice again in my head. Danger ahead. The air conditioning was making me cold, so I shut it off. The summer night's warmth crept into the car. Crickets chirped outside. A normal night. Everything was normal except for that broadcast. I decided to try one more time with the radio. I turned it on and slowly moved through the frequencies. Static. Static. More static. Then, just as I was about to give up, I heard it again. David Mitchell. The same voice, but weaker now, breaking up. Alternative route required. Proceed to Highway 37 intersection. Detour east. Repeat. David. The voice cut out completely, replaced by the sound of a late-night DJ announcing the next song. I tried finding the station again, but it was gone. My hands were shaking as I pulled up the GPS again. Highway 37 intersection was 2 miles back the way I'd come. I sat there for another 5 minutes, engine running, watching the empty road ahead and behind in my mirrors. The logical choice was to ignore this whole thing and keep driving. But they knew my name. They had specific coordinates, and now they were giving me an alternate route. I made a U-turn. The drive back to the Highway 37 intersection felt longer than it should have. Every shadow at the edge of my headlights looked wrong somehow. I kept checking my rearview mirror, but the road behind me remained empty. At the intersection, I turned east as instructed. The new road was narrower, less maintained. My headlights caught the reflection of eyes in the darkness, probably deer or raccoons watching from the woods. After about 20 minutes of driving, I saw lights ahead. As I got closer, I realized it was a small gas station, one of those independent places that looked like it hadn't been updated since the 1980s. A single fluorescent light flickered over the pumps. I pulled in, needing to use the bathroom and hoping to get some coffee. Maybe even asked the attendant if they'd heard about any weird radio broadcasts. The bell over the door chimed as I walked in. The clerk looked up from his phone, an older man with gray hair and thick glasses. "Kind of late to be out here," he said. "Yeah, got diverted from Route 16, I replied, heading for the coffee machine. "You haven't heard anything about problems on 16, have you?" He frowned. "No, should be clear all the way through. Why'd you get diverted?" I hesitated, then decided to tell him. Gonna sound crazy, but I heard this weird radio broadcast. It knew my name, told me to take this route instead. The clerk's face changed. He put his phone down slowly. "What time did you hear this?" "About 2:47. Why?" He walked over to a small TV mounted in the corner that was showing some late-night infomercial. He changed the channel to what looked like a local news station. "Watch," he said, turning up the volume. The news anchor was mid-sentence. "Major chemical spill on Route 16 near mile marker 147. A tanker truck overturned at approximately 3:45 a.m., releasing hazardous materials. Emergency crews are on scene, and the road is closed in both directions. Residents within a 5-mile radius are being evacuated." I felt the coffee cup slip from my hand, hot liquid splashing my shoes. The clerk handed me some paper towels without a word. That's exactly where..." I couldn't finish the sentence. "Sit down," the clerk said, pulling up a plastic chair from behind the counter. "You look like you need it." I sat heavily, my legs feeling weak. But how? The broadcast was an hour before the accident. The clerk poured me a fresh coffee and pulled up another chair. "You're not the first one, you know. Over the years, we've had maybe 5 or 6 people come through here with similar stories. Always the same thing. Radio broadcast, specific warnings, usually about an hour before something happens." "What kind of something?" "Different things. Accidents mostly. Bridge collapse once. Never anything good." He took off his glasses and cleaned them with his shirt. "My theory? Someone's looking out for folks, don't know who or how, but they are." I stared at my coffee, watching the steam rise. "Why me? Why those specific people?" He shrugged. "That's the real question, isn't it? Never figured that part out. Some of the others tried investigating, looking for patterns, never found anything concrete." "Did they ever hear the broadcast again?" "Nope, just the one time when they needed it." He put his glasses back on. "You can try, though. Radio's right there." He pointed to an old boombox on a shelf behind the counter. I walked over and turned it on. Static. I went through every frequency twice. Nothing but normal late-night radio. The clerk nodded like he'd expected this. Never works when you're looking for it. I spent the next few hours at that gas station drinking coffee and talking with the clerk, whose name was Bob. He told me about the other cases he knew of. The family who avoided a massive pileup, the truck driver who missed a bridge collapse, the woman who was warned away from a gas leak. Each story was different, but they all had the same elements. The static-filled broadcast, the specific warning, the verification that something bad had indeed happened. As the sun started to rise, I thanked Bob and got ready to leave. He wrote down his phone number on a receipt. "If you ever hear it again, let me know," he said. "I keep track of these things." I took the paper and tucked it into my wallet. "What do you think it means? All of this?" He smiled slightly. "I think it means someone or something is watching out for us. Maybe not all of us, maybe not all the time, but sometimes, when it really matters." He paused. "Or maybe it's just random radio interference and coincidence. Choose whichever explanation helps you sleep better." I got back in my car and checked my phone. Service was back. There were several news alerts about the chemical spill, warning people to avoid the area. The cleanup would take days. As I pulled out of the gas station, I turned on the radio one last time. Morning news, traffic reports, weather updates, normal broadcasts for a normal day. But I knew I'd never listen to late-night radio the same way again. I took the long way home, staying off the main highways, keeping the radio on but turned low. Every burst of static made me tense up, waiting to hear my name again. It never came. When I finally got back to my apartment, I sat in my parking spot for a long time, thinking about what had happened. I still had Bob's number in my wallet. Part of me wanted to start investigating, to try to find patterns, to understand how and why this happened. But another part of me remembered what Bob had said about those other people who tried to investigate. They never found anything. Maybe some mysteries aren't meant to be solved. I still drive that route sometimes when work takes me to Chicago. I always stop at Bob's gas station, buy some coffee, chat for a while. He hasn't had any new cases to report. The radio in my car works perfectly normal now, picking up all the usual stations without any strange interruptions. But late at night, when I'm driving alone on empty roads, I keep the volume turned up just a little higher than usual, just in case. Because somewhere out there, through the static and the darkness, someone or something might be trying to send another message. And next time, it might not be for me, but I want to make sure whoever needs to hear it does. I've never heard my name on the radio again, but I've developed a new appreciation for static. Some people find it annoying, that crackling white noise between stations. Not me. Now I know that sometimes, hidden in that static, there might be a message that saves someone's life. We just have to be listening. I first noticed something was wrong when I couldn't find my coffee mug one morning. Not earth-shattering, sure, but I keep my morning routine strict. Coffee mug on the right side of the sink, ready for my 6 a.m. brew. That morning in September, it sat on the kitchen counter a good 3 feet from its spot. I stood there in my boxers and white t-shirt staring at it, the morning sun streaming through the kitchen window. My brain refused to process this small but significant change. I had just moved into this rental house 2 weeks ago, a modest 3-bedroom ranch-style home in a quiet neighborhood in Burlington, Vermont. The rent was surprisingly reasonable for the area, especially considering the finished basement and the well-maintained yard. The landlord, a thin man named Gary Peterson, had seemed almost too eager to get someone in the house. He'd dropped the security deposit requirement after our first meeting. I blamed the mug incident on my own forgetfulness. Moving does that to you, disrupts your patterns, makes you second-guess your memory. But then other things started happening. My keys would show up in different places. I'd leave them on the hook by the door, only to find them on the dining room table the next morning. The TV remote migrated from the coffee table to the kitchen counter. My shoes, always lined up by the front door, would be scattered, one in the entryway, its mate somehow ending up near the basement door. I live alone. I've always lived alone. I like it that way. After my divorce 3 years ago, the silence became my comfort. I know my habits. I know where I put things. The incidents escalated gradually. A week after the coffee mug incident, I came home from work to find all my kitchen chairs pushed away from the table at odd angles. I distinctly remembered tucking them in that morning. It's a habit my mother drilled into me as a kid. I stood in the doorway of the kitchen, my laptop bag still slung over my shoulder, and felt the first real tendril of unease curl in my stomach. I walked through the house, checking windows and doors, all locked. No signs of forced entry. The basement door was shut and locked just as I'd left it. I even checked the garage, empty except for my Toyota Camry and some moving boxes I still hadn't unpacked. That night I lay in bed and listened to the house settle. Every creak and groan made me tense up. I told myself old houses make noise, it's normal. But this house wasn't that old. Built in 1985 according to the rental agreement. The next morning, my toothbrush was in the toilet. I bought security cameras that day, 4 of them. I set them up in the main living areas, living room, kitchen, hallway, and one pointing at the front door. They connected to an app on my phone with motion detection and night vision. I felt better having them installed, more in control. The footage showed nothing unusual for the first few days. Just me moving around my house, looking increasingly tired as the week wore on. My sleep had gotten worse. I'd wake up at odd hours feeling like someone had just walked past my bed. Then one night around 2 a.m., the hallway camera caught one of my hoodies sliding off its hook and dropping to the floor. Just falling, with no one near it. I watched the footage 20 times. There was no draft, no shake in the wall, nothing to explain it. The hood compressed slightly as it hit the floor like someone had stepped on it, but the camera showed empty space. I almost moved out that day. I sat in my car for an hour during lunch break, scrolling through apartment listings on my phone. But my 1-year lease had eaten most of my savings, and breaking it would cost another 2 months' rent. I couldn't afford it. Not with my car payment and the leftover debt from the divorce. So I stayed. I started leaving lights on at night. I bought more lamps, placing them strategically around the house to eliminate shadows. My electric bill would be hell, but the darkness had become unbearable. The cameras kept recording. Small objects would move when I wasn't in frame. A pen rolling across my desk, a magazine sliding off the coffee table. My wallet relocating from my jacket pocket to the kitchen counter while my jacket hung untouched on its hook. I stopped telling people about it. I'd mentioned some of the early incidents to coworkers, but their concerned looks made me shut up quickly. My sister called one night and I nearly broke down and told her everything. Instead, I talked about work and asked about her kids. The night it all changed, I was watching a basketball game. Just a regular Thursday evening in October, about 6 weeks after moving in. I sat on my couch, a beaten-up brown leather thing I'd kept in the divorce, with a beer in my hand. The Celtics were up by 12 in the third quarter. The couch cushion next to me sank down. I felt it clearly, the leather shifting, adjusting to weight, the same sensation as when someone sits down next to you. I froze, beer halfway to my mouth, eyes locked on the empty space beside me. The cushion compressed about 2 inches, a normal amount for an average-sized adult. I couldn't move. My chest felt tight, each breath shallow and quick. Sweat broke out on my forehead and upper lip. The beer trembled in my hand, foam sliding down the bottle. The indentation remained perfectly still, like whoever, whatever, had settled in to watch the game with me. 5 minutes passed. 10. The game continued on screen, but I couldn't focus on it. My eyes stayed fixed on that damn cushion, on the clear outline of someone sitting there. Someone I couldn't see. The air felt heavy, thick, colder than it should have been, despite the heating system humming steadily. My phone sat on the coffee table just out of reach. The security camera in the corner blinked its red light steadily. I managed to turn my head, slowly, to look at the space where a person's face would be. Nothing, just empty air. But I swear I heard breathing. Soft, regular breaths, almost peaceful. My muscles screamed from holding still so long. The beer had warmed in my grip. A commercial played on TV, the sudden increase in volume making me jump. The cushion shifted. I watched, paralyzed as the impression changed shape, like someone leaning forward, then standing up. The leather gradually returned to its normal position, tiny creases smoothing out one by one. I sat there for another hour, completely still, the game forgotten. Nothing else happened. When I finally gathered the courage to check the security footage, it showed exactly what I'd felt. The cushion depressing on its own, holding that shape for 15 minutes, then returning to normal. I called my landlord the next morning. Gary Peterson answered on the first ring, like he'd been waiting for my call. Has anyone... I hesitated, not sure how to phrase it. Did anything unusual ever happen when you lived here? Silence on the line. Then, what kind of unusual things? I told him everything. The moving objects, the cameras, the couch. My voice shook as I described it, but once I started, I couldn't stop. When I finished, the line stayed quiet so long I thought we'd lost the connection. The previous tenant noticed things too, he finally said, and the one before her. That's why the rent's so low. Why didn't you tell me? Would you have rented it if I had? He sighed. Look, nobody's ever been hurt. Things move around, sometimes you feel a presence. But that's it. I've had the house blessed, brought in paranormal investigators, even had a structural engineer check for gas leaks that might cause hallucinations. Nothing explains it. I can't live like this, I said. Previous tenants said they got used to it. Some even felt comforted, like they had a roommate who never ate their food or left dishes in the sink. One woman said it reminded her of her college days, sharing space with someone but keeping to themselves. I wanted to scream at him, tell him he was crazy. But I thought about the couch incident, how the presence had just sat there watching basketball with me. No malice, no threat, just sharing space. That was 3 months ago. I'm still in the house. Things still move around, but I've started to see patterns. My coffee mug only relocates when I forget to rinse it out. The TV remote appears on the kitchen counter when I fall asleep with the TV on, volume too loud. It's like having a slightly obsessive, invisible roommate with a thing for tidiness. The couch incidents happen about once a week now. Always during a game, always in the evening. The presence sits for exactly 15 minutes, then leaves. I've stopped freezing up when it happens. Sometimes I even find myself commenting on the game, like I would with a real roommate. The cushion never responds, never moves except to leave. But the air feels different when it's there. Not heavy or cold anymore, just occupied. I still keep the cameras running, still leave lights on at night. But I've stopped jumping at every noise, stopped checking my phone footage obsessively. The house has settled into a routine, me and whatever shares it, living our separate but overlapping lives. Last week I left my coffee mug unwashed in the sink before leaving for work. When I came home, it was clean, dried, and in its proper spot. I stood there looking at it for a long time, then said, "Thank you," to the empty kitchen. The air shifted slightly, like someone had walked past me, and for the first time since moving in, I didn't feel afraid. I know how this sounds. If someone had told me this story 6 months ago, I'd have called them crazy. Maybe I am crazy. Maybe the divorce and the loneliness and the stress of moving broke something in my brain. But last night, watching the Celtics lose in overtime, I felt the couch cushion sink down right on schedule. And for the first time, I didn't tense up. I just said, "Hell of a game, huh?" and took another sip of my beer. The cushion stayed occupied for 30 minutes instead of the usual 15. I'm still not sure what lives in this house with me. I'm not sure I want to know. But I've started thinking of it less as a haunting and more as a peculiar kind of coexistence. The rent is reasonable, the neighborhood is quiet, and my invisible roommate does occasionally wash the dishes. My lease comes up for renewal next month. Gary Peterson called yesterday, sounding nervous, asking about my plans. I told him I'd be staying. The things that scare us most, I'm learning, aren't always the things that go bump in the night. Sometimes they're the empty spaces that aren't really empty, the silent rooms that aren't quite silent. Sometimes they're just lonely, like we are. Tonight there's another Celtics game. I've got 2 beers cooling in the fridge, one for me, and one I'll leave on the coffee table. Maybe it'll be gone by morning, maybe it won't. Either way, I'm starting to feel like I'm home. I should have known something was wrong when the realtor couldn't look me in the eye while showing me the master bedroom. She kept her head down, rushing through the features like she was reading from a script. The price was too good for a 4-bedroom Victorian in this neighborhood, but I bought it anyway. I needed a fresh start after the divorce, and this place, even with its peeling wallpaper and creaky floors, felt like an opportunity. The first week went fine. I worked remotely during the day and spent my evenings scraping old wallpaper and prepping the walls for paint. The previous owners had left the place in rough shape, but nothing I couldn't handle with some elbow grease and YouTube tutorials. It started in the upstairs hallway. I'd chosen a warm beige to brighten up the space and cover the dingy yellow that someone had painted decades ago. The first coat went on smooth. I remember feeling satisfied as I cleaned my brushes that evening, thinking about how much better the place would look once I finished. I woke up the next morning to get coffee before my first video call. The sun wasn't fully up yet, and the hallway was dim. I nearly dropped my mug when I saw it, a handprint pressed into the wall dark against the fresh paint. Not like someone had touched wet paint, but like someone had pushed their hand through from the other side, making the paint bubble and stretch. I touched it. The paint was completely dry and the handprint was cold. I figured some trick of the old plaster had made the paint dry weird. Houses this old have quirks. I sanded the spot down and applied another coat. The next morning there were 3 handprints. I'm not easily spooked. I've done construction work and I know old houses make weird sounds and settle in strange ways, but these handprints were different. They were perfect impressions of human hands, pressed outward like someone trying to break through a membrane, and they were exactly where I'd painted over the original ones. I took photos and sent them to my contractor friend Mike. He suggested it might be some kind of chemical reaction with the old paint, or maybe moisture damage pushing through. He offered to come take a look that weekend. I agreed, but I didn't wait. I spent that evening stripping all the paint from that section of wall, right down to the bare plaster. My shoulders ached from scraping, but I wanted to solve this before it got worse. The wall looked normal underneath. No water damage, no strange substances, just old plaster with layers of paint clinging to the edges where I hadn't scraped completely. I let it dry overnight and applied a primer the next day. The handprints came back. 5 of them this time spread out in an arc at chest height. The paint around them felt ice cold, while the rest of the wall was room temperature. My hands shook as I took more pictures. The prints weren't just impressions anymore. I could see fingernails, lifelines, the subtle creases of knuckles. I called Mike and moved my work laptop downstairs. I didn't want to walk past that hallway more than I had to. The prints didn't spread or move during the day, but each morning there were more of them. They started appearing on other walls I'd painted, always pushing outward, always perfectly detailed. Mike came over on Saturday morning. He went pale when he saw the hallway. "This isn't normal," he said, running his hand over one of the prints. "This isn't any kind of water damage or chemical reaction I've ever seen." We spent the afternoon cutting into the wall to check the structure behind it. The plaster and lathe were intact. No hidden spaces, no signs of anything unusual. Mike helped me patch the holes and apply new paint. He stayed until it dried, and the surface looked perfect. He suggested I stay at his place that night, but I refused. This was my house. I wasn't going to let some weird paint issue drive me out. I regretted that decision at 3 a.m. when I heard it. A soft, wet sound like someone pressing their palms against glass. The hallway motion sensor light had triggered. My whole body went rigid as I lay in bed listening. The sound came again, followed by a slow squishing noise, like something thick and viscous being pushed aside. I grabbed my phone and turned on the flashlight. My feet felt like lead as I walked to the bedroom door. The hallway light flickered and I saw them. Hands pressing through the fresh paint, fingers first, then palms, bulging outward before retreating, leaving their perfect impressions behind. The paint rippled like water around each new print. I didn't scream. I didn't run. I stood there filming with shaking hands as more prints appeared, spreading across the wall like a timeline of invisible people trying to break through. The temperature dropped so low I could see my breath. My phone's battery drained from 80% to 0 in seconds, plunging me into darkness. I stumbled downstairs and spent the rest of the night in my car watching the house. Nothing moved in the windows. No lights flickered. It looked perfectly normal as the sun came up. I called in sick to work and went to the county records office. The house had changed hands 6 times in the past 30 years, which seemed high for the neighborhood. No reports of deaths or crimes, just a string of owners who sold after less than 2 years. The original building permits from 1890 showed nothing unusual. No tragic stories in the local newspaper archives. The clerk, an older woman with gray hair and thick glasses, noticed me searching. "The Patterson house," she said, nodding. "People used to say it had a door where there shouldn't be one." I asked her what she meant. She told me that in the 1920s the house had been used as a way station for people escaping bad situations, abuse, persecution, threats of violence. The owners would hide people in the walls temporarily, using a network of concealed spaces built between the rooms. But all those spaces had been sealed up and plastered over decades ago. The clerk didn't know more details, and I couldn't find any official records about it. I went home and sat in my car for an hour, watching the house. It was just a house. A big old house that needed work, but just a house. People had lived here safely for years. Whatever was happening with the handprints, there had to be a rational explanation. I called a paint specialist. He tested samples and found nothing unusual in the chemical composition. I hired an environmental inspector who checked for mold, moisture, and air quality issues. Everything came back normal. I even had a structural engineer examine the walls. She said the house was completely sound. The handprints kept coming back every night. I tried different types of paint, different primers, even special sealants designed for extreme conditions. Nothing worked. They always returned, pushing through every layer like the walls were made of clay. I started sleeping downstairs on the couch with all the lights on. During the day, I worked from my kitchen table, trying to ignore the sounds of movement from upstairs. Sometimes I heard shuffling, like people walking carefully, trying not to be noticed. Other times it was just the press of hands against the walls, that wet squishing sound that made my stomach turn. After 2 weeks of this, I broke down and called a paranormal investigator. I felt ridiculous doing it, but I was desperate for answers. She arrived with equipment I didn't understand: EMF meters, infrared cameras, digital voice recorders. She spent hours going through the house, focusing on the areas with the handprints. "They're not trying to scare you," she said finally, showing me thermal images of cold spots shaped like human figures clustered around the handprints. "They're trying to be found." She explained her theory. The hidden spaces in the walls had been sealed with people still inside them. Their spirits were still trying to escape, reaching out through the only means they had. The handprints were a record of their attempts to be discovered, to have their stories told. I didn't believe in ghosts. I still don't know if I do. But I couldn't ignore what was happening in my house. The investigator suggested I try communicating with them, not through seances or Ouija boards, but simply by acknowledging their presence and their history. That night, I stood in the hallway with all the lights on. I felt stupid talking to empty air, but I did it anyway. I told whoever was there that I knew about the way station, that I understood they were trying to be found. I promised to document their story, to make sure people knew what had happened here. The temperature dropped immediately. I forced myself to stay still as handprints began appearing on the wall, slower this time, more deliberate. They formed 2 rows, like people lining up. Then they stopped. The cold lifted. The silence felt different, not empty, but peaceful. The prints stayed this time. No matter how many coats of paint I applied, they remained visible, a permanent record pressed into the walls. I hired an architectural historian to document everything. She matched the size and placement of the prints to the likely locations of the hidden spaces, creating a map of the house's secret history. I still live here. The handprints don't spread anymore, and the sounds have stopped. Sometimes on quiet nights I think I hear faint footsteps, but they don't feel threatening. They're just echoes of people who passed through here long ago, leaving their marks on the walls as proof they existed. I've learned to live with the evidence of what happened in this house. I keep the hallway light on at night, not out of fear now, but out of respect. The walls tell a story that needed to be told, written in handprints that refuse to be painted over. Last week I got a letter from the Historical Society. They want to preserve the house as a landmark, to honor its role in helping people escape to safety. I agreed immediately. The handprints will stay visible, a testament to those who reached out through time and paint to be remembered. I'm still not sure I believe in ghosts, but I believe in the power of stories to push through whatever tries to cover them up. My house isn't haunted. It's history made visible, one handprint at a time. The realtor calls sometimes asking if I want to sell. The market's hot, she says, and she has buyers interested in the location. I always tell her the same thing. This house isn't for sale. Its story isn't finished being told. So I stay, sharing my space with the memories pressed into the walls. Each morning I walk past the handprints and notice something new. The angle of a finger, the depth of a palm, the story written in each unique impression. They're not trying to break through anymore. They've already succeeded in making their mark and making sure they won't be forgotten. I've started researching the history of similar way stations in the area, building a record of the network that helped so many people find safety. Sometimes visitors come to see the handprints, to touch the walls and feel the cold spots that never quite fade. They leave with a better understanding of what happened here, of the courage it took to hide and help others in dangerous times. The house creaks and settles at night, but the sounds don't bother me anymore. This is what it means to live with history. Not just the comfortable parts, but the hard truths pressed into the walls, reaching out to be acknowledged. I've made my peace with the handprints. They're not a haunting. They're a reminder that every house holds stories and some refuse to be painted over. Three sharp knocks hit my bedroom window at exactly 3:47 a.m. I know the time because I've been staring at my phone's clock every night for the past 2 weeks, waiting for them. The sound always comes in the same pattern. Tap, tap, tap. Clear. Deliberate. Impossible. I live on the 3rd floor of the Warren Heights apartment building in downtown Seattle. My bedroom window faces nothing but empty air and a 40-foot drop to the concrete below. There's no tree branch that could reach it, no ledge wide enough for anyone to stand on, and no fire escape on this side of the building. The window washers only come twice a year, and they always notify us a week in advance. The first time I heard the knocks, I jumped out of bed and ran to the window, yanking the curtains open. Nothing. Just the yellow glow of streetlights below and the occasional passing car. I opened the window and leaned out, looking in every direction. The brick walls were smooth and unbroken. No signs of any climbing equipment, no ropes, no ladder. Nothing that could explain those 3 distinct knocks. I called the police that first night. Officer Martinez showed up 20 minutes later, checked my window inside and out, and even walked the perimeter of the building. She found nothing unusual. Probably just the building settling, she said. These old structures make all kinds of noises. But buildings don't settle in perfect patterns of 3 knocks at the exact same time every night. I installed a security camera pointed at my window the next day. The footage showed nothing. At 3:47 a.m., the knocks were clearly audible on the recording, but the window remained empty. No shadow, no movement, nothing that could explain the sound. I tried sleeping on my couch for 3 nights. The knocks still came from my bedroom. When I slept at my sister's house across town, my security camera caught them anyway. My neighbor, Mrs. Chen from apartment 3B, says she never hears anything. Neither does Mr. Patterson in 3D. I've stayed awake countless nights, sitting in my reading chair with all the lights on, staring at that window. My heart races every time 3:47 approaches. My palms sweat. My mouth goes dry. But knowing exactly when it's coming doesn't make it any less unsettling. Last week, I covered the window with thick plywood. The maintenance guy helped me screw it directly into the wall. "That'll keep out any draft," he said with a confused look. I didn't bother explaining. The knocks came through the plywood. I've measured the temperature around the window with an infrared thermometer. No cold spots, no EMF readings. I'm not superstitious, but I've tried sage, crosses, and every other supposed protection I could find online. Nothing changes. Tonight marks 2 weeks since it started. I'm sitting in my bedroom, laptop open on my knees as I type this. It's 3:43 a.m. The plywood is still secure over my window. My security camera is recording. My phone is ready to dial 911, though I know they won't find anything. They never do. 3:44 a.m. My hands are shaking slightly as I type. The air in the room feels heavy, like it always does right before. I can hear the soft hum of my laptop fan, the distant sound of traffic below, the clicking of my keys. 3:45 a.m. I've started keeping a detailed log of everything. The knocks never vary in volume or intensity. They're always perfectly spaced, about half a second apart. The sound is like knuckles on glass, even through the plywood. Clear, sharp, purposeful. 3:46 a.m. My heart is pounding now. Sweat beads on my forehead. The cursor blinks on my screen. I've considered moving, but something tells me it would follow me. Something tells me it's not the window that matters. 3:47 a.m. Tap, 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 there it is. Right on schedule. My hands freeze over the keyboard. The sound is so crisp, so present, like someone standing right there, just inches away on the other side of that plywood. I force myself to breathe. In through my nose, out through my mouth. The sound doesn't repeat. It never does. Just those 3 knocks once per night at 3:47 a.m. exactly. I get up from my chair, legs slightly unsteady. I do this every night, even though I know what I'll find. The plywood is solid under my fingers. I press my ear against it, listening. Nothing but the usual night sounds of the city below. My security camera's red light blinks steadily. Another night of footage that will show nothing. Another entry in my log that will provide no answers. I've started seeing a therapist. Doctor. Ramirez listens patiently as I describe the knocks, the investigations, my growing obsession with finding an explanation. She suggests stress, anxiety, auditory hallucinations. But how can it be a hallucination when my camera picks it up? How can it be stress when it's so precise, so consistent? The lack of sleep is affecting my work. I'm a software developer, and my code has been sloppy lately. My team lead noticed. "You look like hell," he said yesterday. "Maybe take a few days off?" I nodded, but we both know time off won't help. I've spent hours researching similar experiences online. Most stories involve ground floor windows or easily accessible locations. Nothing quite matches my situation. The few similar accounts I've found were clearly fiction, creepy stories written for entertainment. This is real. This is happening. The plywood has started to feel like a joke, a pathetic attempt to block out something that clearly doesn't follow physical laws. Sometimes I wonder if I should just take it down, face whatever's out there directly. But then I remember the darkness beyond my window, the sheer drop to the street below, and my courage fails. My sister Sarah visits more often now. She's worried. I see it in the way she looks at me, in her careful suggestions about seeing different doctors, trying different medications. "Maybe you should stay with me for a while," she said last weekend. "Just until you feel better." But I can't. The knocks would just follow me there, and then she'd have to deal with it too. I've started recording everything on my phone as well as the security camera. Different angles, different devices, hoping to catch something the others missed. The knocks are clear on every recording, but there's never anything visible. No distortion in the air, no unexplained shadows, no sign of what's causing them. The worst part is the waiting. Knowing it's coming, but not knowing why. Not knowing what it wants. Not knowing if one night it will be more than just knocks. Every evening I tell myself I won't stay up, that I'll try to sleep through it. Every night I find myself wide awake at 3:47 a.m., heart racing, waiting. I've developed a routine. At 3:40 I check all my recording devices. At 3:45 I position myself in my reading chair, facing the window. The plywood has become a sort of screen, a blank surface for my imagination to project its worst fears onto. But I force myself to watch it anyway. Maybe one night I'll see something different. Maybe one night I'll understand. The building manager is getting suspicious of my constant requests for security checks and maintenance inspections. "Mr. Walker," he said last time, "we've been over every inch of that wall. There's nothing there." He's right, of course. Whatever's causing this isn't something his maintenance crew can fix. I've started keeping track of other patterns. The weather doesn't affect the knocks. They come through rain, wind, and clear skies alike. The temperature doesn't matter. The day of the week doesn't matter. Nothing seems to matter except the time. 3:47 a.m. every single night. My appetite is gone. I force myself to eat protein bars and drink coffee to stay alert. My clothes hang looser now. Sarah brought groceries yesterday, tried to cook me dinner. You need to take care of yourself, she said. Whatever this is, starving yourself won't help. She's right, but food tastes like ash in my mouth. The only time I feel somewhat normal is during the day at work. The bright office lights, the constant noise of keyboards and conversations, the mundane problems of debugging code. It all feels so wonderfully ordinary. But as soon as the sun sets, the dread starts building again. I've considered setting up a live stream, letting others watch and verify what's happening. But what if nothing shows up on their end? What if I'm just broadcasting my descent into paranoia? What if something does show up, something I'm not ready to see? The building's security guard, Ron, has started doing extra patrols around 3:45 a.m. He's a good guy trying to help even though he thinks I'm losing it. Sometimes I watch him from my window, making his rounds in the parking lot below, looking up at my window with concern. He never sees anything unusual. Last night I tried something new. At 3:46 a.m. I pressed my hand flat against the plywood waiting. When the knocks came, I felt no vibration. The sound was there, clear as ever, but the wood remained still under my palm. It was like the sound existed independently of any physical source. I've started keeping a paper journal as well as my digital records. Something about writing by hand makes it feel more real, more documented. Pages filled with times, dates, weather conditions, what I ate, what I was wearing, any detail that might turn out to be relevant. None of it has revealed any pattern beyond the obvious. The plywood is becoming stained with my fingerprints. I touch it constantly, searching for weak spots, temperature changes, anything that might provide a clue. The maintenance guy offered to paint it, but I refused. Those marks are my only physical evidence that this experience is real, that I'm not just imagining everything. My doctor prescribed sleeping pills last week. I haven't taken them. The thought of being unconscious when the knocks come is somehow worse than the exhaustion of staying awake. What if something changes? What if I miss something important? The nights are the longest, between 3:48 a.m. and sunrise. After the knocks come, after the adrenaline fades, I'm left sitting in my chair staring at the plywood, wondering. The questions circle in my mind like hungry birds. Why me? Why this window? Why 3:47 a.m.? Why 3 knocks? I've started talking to it sometimes, in those dark hours after the knocks. I ask questions, make demands, even try to bargain. The silence that follows is always absolute, as if whatever's out there is listening but choosing not to respond. My laptop contains hundreds of audio files now, all identical. Background noise, 3 clear knocks, more background noise. I've analyzed them with every sound processing software I could find. The knocks are always at the same frequency, the same volume, the same duration. Perfect consistency that should be impossible for any natural phenomenon. Sometimes I dream about the knocks during the brief periods when I do manage to sleep. In my dreams, I finally open the window, finally confront whatever's out there. But I always wake up before I see it, heart pounding, sheets soaked with sweat. The plywood has become a wall between 2 worlds, my reality of facts, technology, and logic, and whatever exists on the other side. During the day, it looks almost silly, just a piece of hardware store lumber screwed into my wall. But at night, in those minutes leading up to 3:47 a.m., it becomes something else. A barrier, a symbol, a question. I've started leaving my bedroom door open at night. The thought of being trapped in here between the plywood and the door makes my chest tight. The open door is an illusion of escape, even though I know I'll never use it. I'll never run from this, I can't. The knocks are coming again soon. My phone shows 3:42 a.m. My recordings are running. My eyes are fixed on the plywood. Another night of waiting, watching, wondering. Another night of 3 knocks that shouldn't be possible. Another night of questions without answers. Maybe tomorrow will be different. Maybe tomorrow I'll figure it out. Maybe tomorrow the knocks won't come. But I know they will. At 3:47 a.m., like always, clear, sharp, impossible. The intercom buzzer jolted me awake at exactly midnight. I know the time because I'd fallen asleep on my couch watching reruns, and the digital display on my cable box blinked 12-hour when the harsh electronic tone cut through my apartment. Living alone on the 14th floor of Highland Towers, I wasn't expecting any visitors, especially not at this hour. I sat up, disoriented, as another buzz pierced the silence. My apartment was dark except for the blue glow of the TV. Outside my windows, Chicago's downtown lights twinkled against the cloudy October sky. The buzzer rang again, more insistent this time. Who could that be? I muttered, pushing myself off the couch. My bare feet hit the cold hardwood floor as I walked to the intercom panel by my front door. The system was basic, just a speaker and talk button, no video. But my living room windows offered a clear view of the building's entrance 14 stories below, illuminated by bright security lights. I pressed the talk button. Hello? Static crackled, then a voice came through, soft, almost whispered. Let me in. I frowned, moving to the window. The entrance was empty. No one stood at the call box, no one waited by the glass doors, just an empty sidewalk and a few parked cars. Who is this? I asked into the intercom. Please, the voice whispered. Let me in. It's cold out here. My skin prickled. I stared harder at the entrance below, but there was definitely no one there. The security lights cast a bright circle on the concrete, revealing nothing but fallen leaves skittering in the wind. I can see the entrance from my window, I said firmly. There's nobody there. Silence. Then, I'm right here. Please, let me in. The voice sounded different now, still quiet, but with an edge I couldn't place. My heart began to pound. I switched on my living room lights and pressed my face against the window glass, scanning the entire front of the building. The street was deserted. Look, I don't know who this is, but I can see there's no one at the entrance. Stop buzzing or I'm calling security. More static then. I'm right here. Look harder. Let me in, let me in, let me in. The voice repeated the phrase in a monotone whisper that made my hands shake. I jabbed the intercom button. I'm calling security right now. I grabbed my phone from the coffee table and pulled up the building's after-hours security number. As I was about to dial, the buzzer sounded again, a long, unbroken tone that went on and on. I covered my ears, the sound drilling into my skull. When it finally stopped, I immediately called security. The phone rang 6 times before going to voicemail. I tried again. Same result. That's when I noticed my cell signal was down to 1 bar, unusual for my high-rise apartment. The buzzer screamed again. I jumped, nearly dropping my phone. This time when it stopped, the voice came through without me pressing the talk button. I see you standing there in your blue t-shirt. Let me in. Ice shot down my spine. I was wearing a blue shirt. I stumbled back from the intercom, staring at it in horror. The button wasn't depressed. There was no way the system should be transmitting. That's impossible, I whispered. That's impossible. Let me in, let me in, let me in, let me in. The monotone whisper filled my apartment, coming from the intercom speaker despite the system being off. I ran to my bedroom and grabbed the baseball bat I kept under my bed. My hands were shaking so badly I almost dropped it. Back in the living room, I did a quick circuit checking my locks. Front door, deadbolt engaged. Balcony door, locked and security bar in place. Windows, all sealed. I was on the 14th floor. No one could get in from outside. The intercom stayed silent as I moved through the apartment. My breath came in short gasps. Sweat ran down my back despite the October chill. I tried security again. Still no answer. My gaze kept being drawn to the entrance below. The security lights flickered once, momentarily plunging the street into darkness. When they came back on, something was different. I pressed my face to the glass, trying to figure out what had changed. The call box. Its metal face used to reflect the security lights, but now it looked dark, almost like it was covered in... The buzzer shrieked. I jerked back from the window as the voice filled my apartment. I'm coming up. No, you're not, I growled, gripping my bat tighter. There's nobody there. I'm watching. This is some kind of prank. Watch, the voice whispered. The security lights flickered again. In that brief moment of darkness, I saw movement at the entrance, a darker shadow against the black. When the lights stabilized, nothing was there. But now the front doors stood open, swaying slightly in the wind. That's not possible, I said. Those doors are locked after 10 p.m. They can only be opened with a key card. I'm in the lobby, the voice said. It sounded clearer now, less static-filled. Coming to the elevator. I ran to my front door and pressed my eye to the peephole. The hallway was empty, lit by harsh fluorescent lights. The elevator was at the far end. I could see its floor indicator showing L for lobby. My phone was still clutched in my sweating hand. I tried calling 911, but now I had no signal at all. The elevator indicator began to move. L, 1, 2, 3. No, I muttered. I grabbed my keys from the entry table. I could take the emergency stairs down to the garage, get to my car. The elevator continued its climb. 6, 7, 8. I reached for the deadbolt just as the hall lights went out. Complete darkness filled my apartment and the corridor beyond. I froze. Key extended toward the lock. Here I come, the voice whispered through the dark. It didn't come from the intercom this time. It came from right outside my door. I stumbled backward, holding the bat in front of me. In the pitch black, I heard a sound that made my blood run cold, the metallic scraping of a key in my lock. That's not possible, I gasped. I have the only key. The deadbolt clicked. The door handle began to turn. I swung the bat blindly as the door creaked open, but it hit nothing but air. Cold wind rushed into my apartment. The security lights outside flickered once more, sending brief illumination through my windows. In that flash, I saw my front door standing open to an empty hallway. The elevator indicator showed 14. I'm here, the voice whispered from everywhere and nowhere. The lights outside stabilized. I stood in my entry, bat raised, staring at the empty hallway. The elevator doors were closed. Nothing moved in the shadows. My hands trembled as I slowly pushed my front door shut. The deadbolt engaged with a solid click. I backed away, keeping my eyes fixed on the door. This isn't real, I said. I'm dreaming on the couch. I need to wake up. But I wasn't dreaming. The cold sweat running down my back was real. The terror coursing through my veins was real. And the voice that whispered through my apartment was real. Let me in. Let me in. Let me in. I spun in circles, trying to locate the source. It seemed to come from everywhere. The intercom, the air vents, behind the walls. The security lights outside flickered rapidly now, strobing like a disco. In the stuttering light, I saw movement in my peripheral vision, but every time I turned to look, there was nothing there. My back hit the wall. I slid down it until I was crouched in a defensive position, bat extended. The lights outside went out completely, plunging my apartment into darkness broken only by the dim glow of my TV. In that faint blue light, I saw something move across my living room. Not a person, more like a deeper patch of shadow sliding along the walls. The temperature dropped. My breath came out in visible puffs. What do you want? I shouted. Why are you doing this? The shadow paused. In the TV's glow, it seemed to turn toward me. The voice whispered from directly in front of my face. I just want to come in. I swung the bat. It passed through empty air as the shadow dissolved. The security lights outside blazed back to life, filling my apartment with harsh brightness. I was alone. The intercom buzzed. I jumped, hitting my head against the wall. The sound cut off abruptly, leaving only the hum of my refrigerator and my ragged breathing. I stayed crouched there until my legs cramped, watching the door, the windows, the shadows in every corner. Nothing moved. No voices whispered. The security lights remained steady. When my phone suddenly chirped, I nearly screamed. Signal had returned, 5 full bars. The time showed 3:47 a.m. I had 3 missed calls from building security. I called them back with shaking fingers. The night guard answered immediately. Mr. Roberts, are you all right? We got reports of a disturbance on your floor. Lights going out, strange noises. I tried calling but couldn't get through. I did a sweep but didn't find anything suspicious. I'm okay, I managed to say. Just, can you check the security cameras? For the front entrance and lobby, between midnight and now? Already did, sir. Everything's normal. No one entered or exited the building. The front doors stayed locked. Why? Did you see something? I stared at my front door. The deadbolt was still engaged. The windows were still sealed. The balcony door was still secure. No, I said finally. Must have been a bad dream. But I knew it wasn't a dream. As I hung up, the intercom crackled once, so quietly I almost missed it. A whisper, barely audible. Tomorrow night. I didn't sleep. I sat on my couch with all the lights on, bat in my lap, watching the sun rise over Chicago. When my alarm went off at 7 a.m., I called in sick to work. Then I called a locksmith to change my deadbolt and a security company to install cameras and motion sensors. That was yesterday. Now I'm sitting here again, watching the clock tick toward midnight. The new security system is armed. The new deadbolt is engaged. I've triple-checked every window and door, but I know none of it will matter. Because as the digital display clicks from 11:59 to 12:00, I hear it, the buzz of the intercom, and a whispered voice that turns my blood to ice. I'm back. Let me in. My hands were shaking when I pulled into my driveway at 3:47 a.m. I've been driving for rideshare apps for 3 years now, and nothing. Not the drunk college kids, not the arguing couples, not even the guy who tried to rob me last summer. Nothing had ever rattled me like what happened tonight. I need to write this down while it's fresh in my mind, even though I know most people won't believe me. Hell, I'm not sure I believe it myself. It started like any other Thursday night shift. I'd been on the road since 6 p.m., making decent money with the usual mix of airport runs and bar hoppers. Around 2:30 a.m., I was thinking about calling it quits when one more ride request came through. The pickup location was in one of those older neighborhoods on the north side of town. You know the type. Big Victorian houses set back from the street, ancient oak trees making weird shadows under the streetlights. The app showed the passenger's name as John S. Generic enough. The rating was blank, which sometimes happens with new users. I probably should have paid more attention to that detail, but the surge pricing was good, and I figured one more ride couldn't hurt. I pulled up to the address, double-checking the house number in the dim light. 1879 Oakwood Drive. The house was dark except for a single porch light, its yellow glow barely reaching the crumbling concrete steps. I hit Arrived on the app and waited. The night was dead quiet. No cars passing, no dogs barking, not even crickets. Just the tick-tick-tick of my cooling engine and the soft hum of the electric lines overhead. The temperature gauge on my dashboard showed 48 degrees, but I swear it felt colder. After about 2 minutes, I saw movement on the porch. A man stepped out of the shadows, and I mean that literally. 1 second there was nothing, and the next, he was just there. He was tall, maybe 6'2", wearing a dark suit that looked like something from an old movie. Not vintage hipster style, but actually old with wide lapels and a weird cut to it. His face was pale, almost gray in the porch light, and he had this thin mustache that nobody's worn since the 1940s. I usually get out to help passengers with their bags, but something kept me in my seat. Maybe it was the way he moved. Too smooth, like he was gliding instead of walking. Or maybe it was his eyes. Even from 20 feet away through my windshield, I could see they were too dark, too deep. He opened the back passenger door without hesitation, like he'd done this 1,000 times. The car dipped slightly as he got in, which was somehow reassuring. At least he had physical weight. A blast of cold air hit the back of my neck, making the hair stand up. "Good evening," he said. His voice was deep but quiet, with an accent I couldn't place. Old-fashioned, like his suit. "Thank you for coming at this late hour." I glanced in the rearview mirror. His reflection was there, but something about it seemed off. like when you're looking at a 3D movie without the glasses, and everything's slightly blurred around the edges. "No problem," I said, trying to sound normal. "Where are we headed tonight?" He didn't answer immediately. In the mirror, I saw him straighten his tie with long, pale fingers. "Evergreen Cemetery," he said finally. "The old section, please." My stomach did a slow roll. Evergreen was clear across town, a good 30-minute drive at this time of night. And who goes to a cemetery at 3 a.m.? But the app had already registered the destination, and canceling now would hurt my rating. "Sure thing," I said, pulling away from the curb. My headlights swept across the old house, and for a second, I thought I saw a face in one of the upper windows. But when I looked again, it was just darkness. The first 10 minutes of the drive were silent. Not the comfortable silence you sometimes get with tired passengers, but a heavy silence that seemed to press against my ears. The radio was playing quietly, some late-night talk show, but the sound seemed to stop at the front seats like there was an invisible wall between me and my passenger. I tried making conversation, which I don't usually do with late-night fares. "You, work nights?" "You could say that." His voice seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. "I keep unusual hours." In the mirror, he was staring straight ahead, his face expressionless. The streetlights we passed under should have moved shadows across his features, but somehow they didn't. We hit a red light, and I noticed the temperature had dropped even more. My breath was starting to fog in front of my face, even though the heater was running. I adjusted the controls, turning it up higher, but it didn't seem to make any difference. The streets were empty, which was normal for this time of night, but somehow it felt wrong, like we were the only car left in the world. We passed through downtown, the tall buildings looming over us, their windows dark and blank. My passenger hadn't moved or spoken again, but I could feel his presence behind me, like a weight pressing down on my shoulders. As we got closer to Evergreen, the streetlights became fewer and farther between. The road narrowed, lined with ancient trees that seemed to lean over the pavement, their branches reaching for each other overhead. My headlights caught glimpses of the iron fence that surrounded the cemetery, its spikes looking sharper than they should. The app directed me to the main entrance. The gates were closed, of course. Who opens a cemetery at 3 a.m.? I slowed down, wondering if I should ask for another destination. "Stop here," my passenger said before I could speak. "This will do fine." I pulled over to the curb, keeping the engine running. The fare total popped up on my phone, $47.83. I turned to ask if he wanted to pay through the app or... The back seat was empty. Not just empty. It looked like no one had ever sat there. No impression in the leather, no lingering warmth. Nothing. My hands were trembling as I turned around fully, checking the floor, the other seats. Empty. The doors were still locked. I always keep the child locks on during night shifts. The windows were up. There was no way he could have gotten out. I grabbed my phone, checking the ride details. The screen was blank. No passenger name, no destination, no fare. According to the app, I hadn't given any rides in the past hour. I sat there for what felt like hours but was probably only minutes, staring at the cemetery gates. The iron bars cast long shadows in my headlights, and beyond them, I could see the gravestones stretching away into darkness. Old ones, in the section he'd mentioned, their surfaces worn smooth by time. A movement caught my eye. Far back in the cemetery, past the first row of stones, something tall and dark was walking between the graves. Something in a suit with an old-fashioned cut. I watched until it disappeared into the shadows under a massive oak tree. The drive home was a blur. I took the longest route I could think of, sticking to well-lit main roads. I kept checking my mirrors, but the back seats stayed empty. The temperature gradually returned to normal, and by the time I pulled into my driveway, the radio was working properly again. I've been sitting here for 20 minutes now, trying to make sense of what happened. My logical mind keeps trying to find explanations. Maybe he slipped out somehow when I wasn't looking. Maybe I dozed off for a second and dreamed the whole thing. But I know what I saw, or didn't see. The sun will be up soon. I should try to get some sleep, but I know I won't be able to. Instead, I'm going to do some research. That house on Oakwood Drive, there has to be a history there. And maybe, if I'm brave enough, I'll drive by it again in daylight. But one thing's for certain, I'm done with late night rides. From now on, my shift ends at midnight, no exceptions. And if I ever get another ride request from a John S. with a blank rating, I'm hitting decline faster than you can say surge pricing. I keep thinking about something my grandmother used to say, the darkest hour is just before dawn. She meant it as encouragement, but now I'm wondering if she knew something else, if she knew what or who comes out in those dark hours when most people are safely asleep in their beds. Tomorrow, I'll probably try to convince myself that this was all just stress and fatigue playing tricks on my mind. But right now, sitting in my quiet house with the porch light on and all the doors locked, I know better. I know that something impossible happened tonight, something that doesn't fit into my normal world of traffic patterns and star ratings and surge pricing. And somewhere in this city, in an old house on Oakwood Drive, there's a porch light burning in the darkness. Maybe right now another driver is pulling up to that address, checking their phone, waiting for a tall man in an old-fashioned suit to step out of the shadows. I should warn them. I should do something. But who would believe me? How do you report a ghost to a rideshare company? Passenger disappeared en route. Destination: cemetery. 1-star rating for scaring the hell out of me. The sky is starting to lighten outside my window. In a few hours, the city will wake up and the normal world will return. People will go to work, kids will go to school, and rideshare drivers will shuttle them all back and forth like always. But something has changed. Or maybe I've changed. Because now I know that when darkness falls, there's more out there than just drunk passengers and late-night food runs. There's another world running parallel to ours where the rules are different. Where a man can step out of shadows and disappear into thin air. Where a 30-minute drive can feel like an eternity, and where the destination might not be a place at all, but something else entirely. The coffee maker just kicked on. I set it last night in what feels like another lifetime. The familiar smell is filling the house, bringing me back to reality. My phone buzzes. Another ride request. Day shift is starting. I'm going to decline it. I need time to process what happened, to figure out what I'm going to do with this experience. Maybe I'll write it down properly, share it somewhere. Maybe someone else has picked up a passenger like mine, has driven through that same cold silence to a destination they'll never forget. Or maybe I'll keep it to myself. File it away with all the other strange stories that drift through this city in the hours before dawn. Either way, I know one thing for certain. The next time I drive past Evergreen Cemetery, I won't be slowing down. And I definitely won't be looking in my rearview mirror. The sun is up now, painting the sky in shades of pink and gold. Time to try to get some sleep. Even though I know my dreams will be filled with pale faces and dark suits, with empty back seats and cemetery gates. But that's okay, because in the daylight, even the strangest experiences fade to something manageable, something we can live with. Just, if you're ever driving late at night, and you get a request from a passenger named John S., do yourself a favor. Keep driving. Some rides aren't worth the fare, no matter how good the surge pricing might be. And if you find yourself on Oakwood Drive after midnight, don't look too hard at the shadows on that old porch. Sometimes the shadows look back. I first noticed it 3 weeks ago. A small thing. My reflection's eyes stayed fixed on me for half a second after I looked away. I blinked hard, looked again. Everything seemed normal, but that split-second delay stuck in my head. I'm not the type to dwell on weird little moments. I'm an accountant. I deal in numbers, spreadsheets, concrete things. I live alone in a one-bedroom apartment in Boston. My life runs on coffee, deadlines, and takeout. I don't read horror stories or watch scary movies. I don't look for hidden meanings or signs from the universe. But that moment with the mirror bothered me. It sat in the back of my mind like a stone in my shoe. Small, but impossible to ignore completely. The next time it happened, I was brushing my teeth before bed. I glanced down to spit in the sink, and when I looked back up, I caught my reflection still staring straight ahead for a heartbeat before matching my movement. My hand tightened on the toothbrush. Toothpaste dripped onto the counter. I told myself it was just tired eyes playing tricks, but it kept happening. Little moments where my reflection seemed to move just a fraction of a second too slow, or too fast. Sometimes when I walked past the bathroom mirror, I could swear my reflection's head turned to follow me before I actually turned to look. I started avoiding mirrors when possible. I shaved quickly, keeping my eyes down. I stopped fixing my hair, just ran a comb through it blind. My coworkers noticed. Sandra from accounting asked if I was sleeping okay. I told her I was fine. Then came the morning I couldn't avoid looking. I had an important client meeting. I needed to look presentable. I stood in front of the bathroom mirror, forcing myself to meet my reflection's eyes as I adjusted my tie. My reflection smiled. I wasn't smiling. My hands froze on my tie. Blood pounded in my ears. I watched my reflection's lips curl up while my own face remained frozen in shock. The smile grew wider than any normal smile should be. My reflection's eyes stayed locked on mine, unblinking. I stumbled backward, hitting the toilet tank. The back of my shirt got wet from condensation, but I barely noticed. My reflection stayed there, grinning, even though I was now 3 feet back from the mirror. I ran out of the bathroom, called in sick to work. Spent the day pacing my apartment, avoiding the bathroom door. That night, I covered the bathroom mirror with a towel. Used the mirror in my car's sun visor to fix my appearance for work the next day. But there are mirrors everywhere. Store windows, chrome elevator doors, the reflective panels in my office lobby. Every glimpse of my reflection made my stomach clench. Because now I could see the differences, the slight delay in movements. The way my reflection's eyes would slide toward me before I turned my head. The ghost of that terrible smile playing around the edges of its mouth. I started taking the stairs instead of the elevator. Kept my eyes down when passing windows. Used the bathroom stalls at work instead of the ones with mirrors. People definitely noticed now. My boss called me into his office to ask if everything was all right. I mumbled something about stress and personal issues. He suggested taking some vacation days. I almost did. But the thought of being alone in my apartment all day, knowing what waited behind that bathroom towel, was worse than being at work. The next phase started a week ago. I woke up at 3 a.m. needing to pee. Stumbled to the bathroom half asleep, forgot about the towel, flicked on the light, and there was my reflection, already standing there, awake, waiting, grinning that impossibly wide grin. I jerked back, but it stayed, pressed against its side of the mirror, watching me. Its clothes were the same as mine, white t-shirt, gray sweatpants, but its stance was wrong. Shoulders too straight for someone who just woke up. Head tilted at an angle that made my neck ache just looking at it. My bladder forgotten, I backed away. My reflection stayed in the mirror. Standing, watching, grinning. I could see the bathroom wall behind it, but it wasn't moving with me anymore. It had become its own thing. I slept on my couch that night with all the lights on. Called in sick again the next day. Ordered a black plastic garbage bag and duct tape from Amazon with same-day delivery. Covered the mirror completely. But now I can hear it at night. Soft tapping from the bathroom, like fingernails on glass. Sometimes I think I hear whispers, but when I strain to listen, it's just the hum of my refrigerator or traffic outside. The tapping is getting louder though, more insistent. Last night I woke up to a long, slow squeak, like someone dragging their hand down glass. I put in earplugs, turned on music, but I could still feel it. Feel eyes on me through the wall, through the plastic, through the dark. I haven't slept more than an hour at a time in 3 days. My hands shake constantly. I've lost weight. My clothes hang loose. The dark circles under my eyes make me look like I've been punched. Not that I look in mirrors anymore to check. Yesterday I caught a glimpse of myself in a window at work, except it wasn't me. My reflection was pressed against the glass, hands splayed out, that grin stretching literally from ear to ear. Its eyes were totally black. I saw a coworker walk past in the reflection, completely normal, while my distorted double stayed fixed in place. I dropped my coffee, made a scene. My boss sent me home again, suggested I talk to someone, get help. But who would believe me? What would I even say? My reflection is trying to get out of the mirror. They'd locked me up, so I sit here on my couch writing this on my phone. The tapping from the bathroom is constant now. Sometimes it sounds like knocking, sometimes like scratching. The plastic bag over the mirror bulges outward slightly, like something's pressing against it. I've pushed my couch against my front door, wedged chairs under all the doorknobs, covered every reflective surface I can find. But there's still the windows. The TV screen when it's turned off. The screen of my phone when it goes dark. I catch glimpses in each one, quick flashes of that grin, those black eyes. Sometimes just a hand pressed against the other side of the glass. Waiting. My phone's at 20% battery. I can't plug it in because the outlet is near a window. The tapping is getting louder. The plastic on the mirror is stretched tight now, like a drum. I've thought about running, but where would I go? There are mirrors everywhere, windows everywhere, screens everywhere, and it's in all of them now. Waiting, watching, grinning. The worst part is I'm starting to grin back. Not because I want to, but my face muscles keep twitching, pulling, like something is tugging on strings under my skin, trying to match that horrible smile. I catch myself practicing the tilt of its head sometimes, that unnatural angle. My neck cracks when I do it, but I can't seem to stop, like my body is rehearsing, preparing. The building manager called earlier. Neighbors complained about noise from my bathroom. Tapping, scratching. A weird squealing sound like nails on glass. I told him I'd call a plumber. He seemed suspicious. My boss texted, said I need to come in tomorrow, or we need to have a serious talk about my employment. I started to type a response, but my reflection appeared in the dark phone screen. Grinning. Always grinning. I threw the phone across the room. I went to pick it up just now. Had to. Need to keep writing. Keep documenting. But when I turned it over, my reflection wasn't mine anymore. The face was similar, but stretched somehow. Features just slightly wrong. That smile now full of too many teeth. The scratching from the bathroom is changing. Sounds more like digging now, like something trying to get through. The plastic bag is torn in places. I can see flashes of silver behind it. Moving, shifting. My hands won't stop shaking. Keep mistyping. Face muscles twitching worse now. Neck keeps wanting to tilt at that angle. Sometimes I catch myself standing too straight. Too still. Like it does. Maybe I should just leave. Start driving. But which way do I look? The windows are everywhere. The screens are everywhere. And it's in all of them now. All of them showing that twisted version of my face. Those black eyes. That impossible smile. The bathroom door just creaked open. I didn't open it. The plastic is hanging in shreds now. I can hear something moving. Something breathing. My phone screen just went dark again. But the reflection isn't mine anymore. The face looking back at me is the right shape finally. The right angle. The right smile. My neck doesn't hurt anymore when I tilt my head like this. I think I understand now. It wasn't trying to get out. It was teaching me how to get in. I'm going to set down my phone now. Walk to the bathroom. Look in the mirror properly, I think. I finally know how to smile correctly. How to stand correctly. How to be correctly. Everything will be fine once I get the angles right. Once I learn to press against the glass just so. Once I perfect the smile. I just need to practice in front of the mirror a bit more. Just a bit more. Just... The radio sat there covered in decades of dust, its wooden cabinet dulled by time. I found it while cleaning out my grandparents' basement in their old Milwaukee house. The musty smell of mold and aged paper filled my nostrils as I wiped off the thick layer of grime with my sleeve. My grandfather had been a collector of old electronics, and this one looked like it dated back to the 1940s. I noticed the power cord seemed intact, without any obvious fraying or damage. The urge to plug it in hit me immediately. I knew it probably wouldn't work after sitting down here for God knows how many years, but curiosity got the better of me. I cleared some space on a nearby workbench, brushed away some cobwebs, and found an outlet. The cord felt stiff but solid as I plugged it in. The radio's dial light flickered weakly to life, casting a faint amber glow in the dim basement. My heart rate picked up slightly. I hadn't actually expected it to show any signs of life. I turned the volume knob and heard the distinctive crackle of static. The tuning dial moved smoothly as I began scanning through frequencies. Static, more static, different pitches of static. I was about to give up when suddenly a clear voice cut through. "This message is for Michael Barrett." I froze. That was my name. The voice continued, female and professionally neutral like a news anchor. "Michael, I know you're listening. This is not a coincidence. You need to pay attention to what I'm about to tell you." My hand started shaking on the dial. I pulled it back and wiped my sweaty palm on my jeans. The basement suddenly felt 10 degrees colder. "Your wife Sarah is in danger. Not immediate danger, but something is coming. I can't tell you exactly what or when. There are rules about these things. But I can give you information that will help you prevent it." My throat went dry. Sarah was at work right now teaching her 3rd grade class. We'd been married for 5 years. Everything was normal, wasn't it? First instruction: check your circuit breaker box today. You'll find evidence of an electrical problem that needs immediate attention. This is step 1. I grabbed my phone and started recording. The voice continued. "Second, that pain Sarah's been having in her left knee? Make sure she gets it checked out. Not by Dr. Matthews, he'll miss what's wrong. She needs to see Dr. Susan Chen at Milwaukee General, specifically her. Sarah had been complaining about her knee for a few weeks. She'd blamed it on running too much. We hadn't even discussed seeing a doctor yet. Third, within the next month, someone will try to sell you a cabin rental up north for a weekend getaway. The price will seem too good to be true. Don't take it." The voice paused. Static crackled. My hands were trembling as I adjusted the tuning slightly to maintain the clear signal. "I know you have questions. I know this seems impossible, but you need to trust me. Your grandfather trusted me when I warned him in 1962, and it saved your grandmother's life. Ask your mother about the car accident that almost happened." My breath caught in my throat. I'd never heard anything about this. I can't explain who I am or how I know these things, but I am here to help. There will be more messages, same time tomorrow. 2:17 p.m., don't be late. The voice cut out. Static rushed in to fill the silence. I tried adjusting the dial, but the voice was gone. I checked my phone's recording. It had captured everything. I sat on a dusty box, my heart pounding. The rational part of my brain screamed that this was impossible, that I was imagining things or this was some elaborate prank, but I couldn't shake the raw fear that crept through my body. The voice had known too many specific details. My phone showed 2:19 p.m. I needed to get home and check that circuit breaker box. Then I needed to call my mother and ask about a car accident that never happened in 1962. And somehow, I had to figure out how to convince Sarah to see a specific doctor she'd never heard of about a knee problem she hadn't even decided to have checked yet. I looked at the radio. Its amber dial light glowed steadily in the basement gloom. I couldn't leave it here. I wrapped the power cord around its wooden case and lifted it carefully. It felt heavy, solid, real. That night, I couldn't sleep. Sarah noticed my distraction during dinner, but I deflected her questions. How could I possibly explain what had happened? I lay in bed listening to her steady breathing beside me, my mind racing. I had checked the circuit breaker box that afternoon. Sure enough, I found scorch marks around one of the breakers, signs of a dangerous short circuit waiting to happen. An electrician was coming tomorrow morning. My mother had been shocked when I called about the accident. "Who told you about that?" she demanded. She confirmed that in 1962 my grandfather had abruptly canceled a planned road trip. The next day, a massive pileup occurred on their intended route. My grandmother would have been driving that stretch of highway exactly when it happened. When I pressed for details about why they canceled, my mother grew quiet. "Dad never really explained," she said. "He just insisted we couldn't go. Said he had a strong feeling about it." The next day, I made sure to be in the basement at 2:10 p.m., the radio set up and ready. My hands were sweating as I watched the minutes tick by on my phone. At exactly 2:17, I turned it on and tuned to the same frequency as yesterday. The voice came through immediately. "Michael Barrett. Good. You followed the first instruction about the circuit breaker. That's going to prevent a fire next month. Now we need to talk about Sarah's knee again. Have you convinced her to see Dr. Chen yet?" "No," I said out loud, feeling foolish talking to a radio. "She doesn't want to see a doctor at all yet. You need to insist." I know it's difficult without explaining why, but this is important. Dr. Chen will find early signs of a treatable condition. If left unchecked, it becomes much more serious. You have 2 weeks before the damage starts becoming permanent. My stomach clenched. What condition? What's wrong with her? I can't tell you that. It would change too many variables. Just get her to Dr. Chen. Now, your next instruction. Check the tire pressure in Sarah's car tomorrow morning. The front right tire is dangerously low. This isn't related to the bigger danger I warned you about, but it needs addressing. I wrote everything down frantically. The voice continued. "You're struggling with whether to tell Sarah about these messages. Don't. Not yet. The time will come when you can explain everything, but right now she needs to make certain decisions without this knowledge influencing her. Trust me on this." Static crackled through briefly, then cleared. "One more thing for today. Start keeping detailed notes about every message. You'll need them later. Tomorrow, same time. And Michael, thank you for trusting me." The voice cut out. I sat back, running my hands through my hair. The notes on my phone stared back at me. Check tire pressure. Convince Sarah to see Dr. Chen. Don't tell her why. I felt like I was going crazy. But the circuit breaker had been real. The story about my grandparents had been real. I couldn't ignore these messages, no matter how impossible they seemed. The next week fell into a pattern. Every day at 2:17, I'd sit in the basement with the radio. Every day, the voice would give me new instructions or warnings. Some seemed trivial. Avoid a certain intersection on Tuesday afternoon. Buy a specific brand of fire extinguisher. Check the expiration dates on our emergency supplies. Others were more significant. The voice warned me about a coming problem with our home's foundation that would be expensive if not caught early. It told me which stocks to invest in for a crucial short-term gain we'd need later. It predicted exactly when our water heater would fail and told me which model to replace it with. Each prediction came true. Each piece of advice proved sound. I followed them all religiously, while trying to maintain a facade of normalcy with Sarah and everyone else in my life. Sarah did eventually agree to see Dr. Chen after I practically begged her. I couldn't tell her why it had to be that specific doctor, but I insisted until she gave in. Dr. Chen found early signs of a rare inflammatory condition that could have caused permanent joint damage if left untreated. The treatment was simple, but only if caught early. Sarah was surprised but grateful. She asked how I'd heard of Dr. Chen. I mumbled something about online reviews. The hardest part was keeping everything secret. I felt the weight of it constantly. Sarah knew something was off with me. I caught her watching me with concern when she thought I wasn't looking. Our conversations felt strained. I hated lying to her, even by omission. The voice had said I couldn't tell her yet, but when would it be time? How long could I keep this up? 3 weeks after finding the radio, I got my answer. "Michael Barrett," the voice said at our usual time. "You've done well following all the instructions. Today is different. Today I'm going to tell you about the danger to Sarah and why all of this has been necessary." I pressed record on my phone with trembling fingers. 2 months from now, Sarah will be offered a position as principal at a new private school opening across town. The salary will be twice what she makes now. The opportunity will seem perfect. It will also be a trap. I leaned closer to the radio, hanging on every word. The school is a front for something else. I can't tell you exactly what. Those details are protected. But taking that job would pull Sarah into a situation that would destroy both your lives. The people behind it are dangerous. Not in obvious ways, but in subtle legal ways that are just as destructive. Static crackled through. I adjusted the tuning carefully. Everything we've done so far has been preparation. The financial moves, the home repairs, the medical intervention. All of it designed to put you in a position where Sarah won't need to take that job, where you'll be stable enough to weather what's coming. My mouth felt dry. How do I stop her from taking it? You don't. She needs to make that choice herself. But now you can tell her everything. Show her your notes. Play her the recordings. Let her hear this message. She needs to understand the reality of what she's dealing with, so she can make an informed decision when the time comes. I sank back in my chair, relief flooding through me. Finally. One last thing, the voice said. After today, you won't hear from me again. The radio will only play normal broadcasts from now on. Its purpose will be fulfilled. Wait, I said quickly. Who are you? Why help us? The voice was silent for a moment. Then, let's just say I'm returning a favor. Your grandfather helped me once long ago. This completes the circle. Goodbye, Michael Barrett. Take care of Sarah. Static filled the basement. I tried adjusting the dial, but I knew it was finished. The presence I'd felt through the radio for these past weeks was gone. That evening, I told Sarah everything. I showed her all my notes, played the recordings, demonstrated how normal radio stations now came through the old radio. She sat in silence as I talked, her face unreadable. When I finished, she was quiet for a long time. Finally, she said, I believe you. I stared at her. You do? She nodded slowly. It explains so much about how you've been acting. And she hesitated. The thing about Dr. Chen and my knee. There's no way you could have known about that condition. No way anyone could have known without very specific tests. She squeezed my hand. I know you. You wouldn't make this up. And you wouldn't have kept it from me without a good reason. 2 months later, Sarah was approached about the principal position, exactly as predicted. The offer was perfect, just as the voice had said. Too perfect. Sarah declined immediately. The man making the offer pressed hard, making the deal even sweeter. Sarah stayed firm. Later that week, we drove past the address where the school was supposed to be opening. The building was empty, with no signs of renovation or preparation. A month after that, we read in the paper about an investment scheme that had targeted several local private schools. The new school would have been part of it. If Sarah had taken the job, her name would have been tied to the fraud. Her career in education would have been ruined. The radio sits in our living room now. It plays normal stations, just like any other radio. Sometimes I catch Sarah looking at it thoughtfully, but we rarely talk about those strange weeks. We don't need to. We both know what happened was real. I think about the voice sometimes and about my grandfather, wondering what he did to earn such a powerful ally. But mostly, I'm just grateful. Grateful for the warnings, grateful for the chance to prevent disaster, and grateful that I no longer have to carry the secret alone. Sarah and I are closer than ever now. Whatever force spoke through that radio gave us more than just protection from danger. It gave us an incredible shared experience, a private miracle that reminded us how precious and strange life can be. We don't know if we'll ever face another threat like the one we avoided, but we know we'll face it together. The radio keeps playing music and news day after day. Just an old wooden box with some vacuum tubes and wires inside. But sometimes late at night I could swear I see that amber dial light pulse just a little brighter, like a distant star winking at a secret. The footprints appeared on January 12th. I know the exact date because I'd just finished my monthly call with my insurance agent about the roof damage from the last storm. I saw them from my office window at 6:42 p.m., a line of deep impressions in the fresh snow circling my house. They hadn't been there an hour ago. The strange part wasn't just their sudden appearance. It was that they formed a perfect circle around the entire house, with no tracks leading to or away from the ring, as if someone had been dropped from the sky. I pressed my face against the cold window glass, my breath fogging the pain. The footprints were large, definitely made by boots, not shoes. They sank deep into the 8 inches of powder that had fallen steadily since morning. I followed their path with my eyes, leaning so close my forehead touched the freezing surface. The tracks maintained an exact distance of about 3 feet from my foundation all the way around. No deviation, no hesitation, just a mechanical precision that made my skin prickle. My phone buzzed. I jumped, heart racing, and grabbed it from my desk. Just a text from my sister asking about Mom's birthday next week. I started to reply but stopped, distracted by movement in my peripheral vision. I snapped my head up, scanning the yard. Nothing moved except the lazy drift of snowflakes catching the security lights. The rational part of my brain kicked in. There had to be an explanation. Maybe someone from the power company checking the meter. But they always came to the front door first, and these prints never approached the house. A prankster? The snow was pristine, except for that single line of footprints. They would have had to levitate to avoid leaving tracks to and from the circle. I pulled out my phone again and dialed the local police non-emergency number. Officer Martinez answered, and I explained what I was seeing, feeling slightly foolish. "Have you gone outside to investigate, Mr. Chen?" she asked. "No, I've been watching from my window." "Probably smart. Stay inside and lock your doors. I'll send a patrol car to check it out." I thanked her and hung up. My house suddenly felt very exposed with its walls of windows, modern architecture that had seemed so appealing when I bought the place last year. I moved through each room, drawing blinds and curtains. The sun had fully set now, leaving me in pools of artificial light that made the darkness outside seem deeper. 20 minutes later, red and blue lights flashed in my driveway. I watched through a gap in the living room curtains as 2 officers emerged from their cruiser, flashlights sweeping across the yard. They circled the house slowly, stopping frequently to examine the prints. One took photos, while the other measured the depth and spacing with a ruler. The doorbell rang. I checked the security camera feed on my phone before opening it. Officer Martinez stood on my porch with her partner, snow dusting their dark uniforms. "Evening, Mr. Chen. I'm Officer Martinez. We spoke on the phone. This is Officer Reynolds. Mind if we come in?" I stepped back to let them enter, noticing they carefully wiped their boots on the mat. Small courtesy, but it helped settle my nerves somehow. Normal people doing normal things. "Those are some unusual tracks out there," Martinez said, pulling out a notepad. "When exactly did you first notice them?" I told them the timeline while Reynolds prowled the perimeter of my living room, peering out windows. "The prints are consistent all the way around," he reported. "Same depth, same stride length. Whatever made them was maintaining a very steady pace." "Whatever?" I asked, not liking his word choice. Martinez shot him a look. "We have no reason to think this is anything other than human activity, Mr. Chen. But we are concerned about someone circling residences in this weather. There have been a few break-ins lately where burglars used the snow cover to mask their approach." They took my statement and promised to increase patrols in the area. After they left, I double-checked every lock and activated the security system. The house felt too quiet. I turned on the TV for background noise and tried to focus on work, but my eyes kept drifting to the windows. At midnight, I finally gave up pretending to be productive. I needed sleep, but my bedroom was on the ground floor with windows facing the backyard. After some hesitation, I grabbed blankets and my laptop and headed upstairs to the guest room. The elevation gave me a better view of the property anyway. I lay in bed watching the security camera feeds on my laptop. The snow had stopped and moonlight reflected blindingly off the white ground. The footprints stood out as sharp shadows in the pale expanse. Nothing moved, No new tracks appeared. Around 2 a.m., my eyes grew too heavy to keep open. The crunch of snow jolted me awake. I sat up, heart pounding, unsure if I'd really heard anything. The laptop had gone to sleep, its screen black. As I reached for it, another crunch, deliberate, heavy, right below my window. I froze, barely breathing. Another step, and another. Slow, measured footfalls circling the house. I wanted to look but couldn't make myself move to the window. The steps continued their steady pace. Crunch, pause, until they completed the circuit and started again. My hand shook as I woke the laptop and pulled up the camera feeds. Nothing. The yard was empty, the original tracks undisturbed, but I could still hear the footsteps, clear as a hammer on an anvil, making their endless loop. I fumbled for my phone and called Martinez's direct line that she'd left me. "Do you hear that?" I whispered when she answered. "Hear what, Mr. Chen?" Her voice was sharp, professional. "Someone's walking around my house. I can hear the footsteps in the snow." "I'm sending units now. Are you in a secure location?" "Upstairs guest room. Doors and windows are locked." "Stay there. Officers are 4 minutes out." The footsteps continued their measured pace as I waited. I counted the circuits, 3 complete circles around the house. Then they stopped. The silence felt worse somehow. Police lights again reflected off the snow. Martinez herself had responded with 3 other officers. They found no fresh prints, no disturbance of the original tracks. Their own footprints broke the pristine surface as they searched the property with guns drawn. "Could you have been dreaming?" Martinez asked gently after they completed their sweep. I started to protest but stopped. Could I have? The sound had been so real, but the untouched snow argued otherwise. "Maybe," I conceded. "It's been a strange night." She left an officer parked in my driveway for the remainder of the night. I didn't sleep, but I didn't hear the footsteps again either. Morning brought weak winter sunlight and a fresh skiff of snow that softened the edges of the original prints, but didn't fill them. I called in sick to work. I couldn't face leaving the house with those tracks still out there. Instead, I spent the morning Googling everything I could think of about mysterious footprints. I found plenty of folklore and conspiracy theories, but nothing that matched my situation exactly. Around noon, my doorbell rang. I checked the camera. Martinez again, in civilian clothes this time. "Thought I'd stop by on my lunch break," she said when I let her in. "How are you holding up?" "Honestly, not great. Keep feeling like I'm either crazy or being watched. Neither option is comforting." She nodded. "Mind if I look around again? Sometimes daylight shows things we miss at night." I gestured for her to go ahead. She moved through the house methodically, examining locks and sightlines. In my office, she paused at the window where I'd first seen the prints. "Tell me exactly what happened when you noticed them," she said. I walked her through the sequence again. As I described checking the phone message from my sister, she held up her hand. "Wait, you said you were on the phone with your insurance agent about roof damage?" "Yeah, from the storm last week. Why? Did anyone come out to inspect it?" "No, they're backed up with claims, supposed to send someone next week." She pulled out her phone and dialed. "This is Detective Martinez, badge number 8149. I need to know if you have any adjusters or inspectors working in the Oakwood Hills area." She listened, then asked for a specific name. Her expression hardened as she ended the call. "Your insurance company has no adjusters scheduled for this neighborhood. The person you spoke to wasn't from them." My stomach dropped. "Then who?" "Someone gathering information, testing response times, learning routines." She was already moving, checking angles from windows to the street. "They called to confirm you were home, then circled the house looking for entry points. The prints were meant to unsettle you, make you doubt yourself. Classic intimidation tactic. But why me? You live alone in an isolated house with good visibility of the approaches. You work from home most days according to neighbors. Regular schedule, minimal traffic. Plus," she gestured at my office setup, 3 monitors, high-end equipment, signs of money." She pulled out her phone again. I'm calling in surveillance. We'll put cameras on the perimeter and... She stopped, staring out the window. Did you see that? I moved to look. A figure in white winter camouflage stood at the tree line watching us. As soon as we spotted it, it turned and walked into the woods. Martinez ran for the door, drawing her weapon. Lock up behind me. I heard her car start as I hit the deadbolt. Through the window, I watched her fishtail down my snow-covered driveway in pursuit. My phone buzzed, a text from an unknown number. Nice to finally meet you, Mr. Chen. See you again soon. I deleted it with shaking hands and called 911. Within minutes, my quiet street filled with police vehicles. They found Martinez's car at the end of the logging road, driver's door open, engine running. Her footprints led into the trees following another set of tracks. Both trails ended abruptly at a plowed service road where tire tracks showed a vehicle had been waiting. The police set up a command post in my driveway. Detectives interviewed me for hours about every detail of the past 24 hours. They pulled security footage from neighboring houses, but the cameras had all gone dark for exactly 17 minutes the previous evening, the window when the footprints must have appeared. As darkness fell, they installed motion sensors and cameras around my property. 2 officers would be stationed outside round the clock. They offered to put me in a hotel, but I refused. This was my home. I wouldn't be driven out by fear. That night I sat in my office, lights off, watching the yard through night vision cameras. The snow reflected dull green through the infrared filter. Officers paced their assigned routes, checking in by radio every 15 minutes. At exactly midnight, my monitors went black. Backup power kicked in immediately, but those few seconds of darkness sent my pulse racing. As the screens flickered back to life, my phone lit up with a new text. Watching you watch me. Fun, isn't it? I forwarded it to the detective in charge and forced myself to keep scanning the cameras. Nothing moved in the yard except the patrolling officers. Hours crept by. My eyes burned from staring at screens. Just before dawn, movement caught my attention. A white-clad figure stood in my driveway, facing the house. The officers were nowhere in sight. As I watched, it raised a hand and waved, almost playfully. Then it turned and walked away, leaving no tracks in the fresh snow. The officers were found in their car, unconscious but unharmed. They remembered nothing after their 3 a.m. radio check. The cameras showed only static during that period. No prints, no evidence, just another taunt. This has been my life for the past week. Police presence, surveillance equipment, endless questions. No more footprints have appeared. No direct threats. Just the certainty that someone is watching, testing, waiting. Martinez hasn't been found. The white figure hasn't been seen again. I sit in my office each night, monitoring cameras, analyzing patterns. The police tell me to sleep, to let them handle it. But I can't stop watching. Because I know now, those first footprints weren't meant to frighten me. They were an introduction, a calling card, a promise of things to come. Tonight the snow is falling again, thick and silent. My screens show empty whiteness. I'm watching, waiting. The game continues, and I'm still learning the rules. But I won't be the one who blinks first. Let them watch. Let them test. I'll be ready when they finally make their move. For now, the snow falls, covering all traces, and somewhere out there, someone is planning their next step in this strange dance we've begun. But this time, I'm not afraid. This time I'm hunting them too. I didn't want to open the shower door. My hand gripped the metal handle and I stood frozen, staring at the blurred figure behind the frosted glass. It wasn't moving, just standing there. I'd been alone in this hotel room for the past 3 days, and I was definitely alone when I went into the bathroom 5 minutes ago. The figure remained motionless, a dark smudge against the white glass. My heart pounded against my ribs. Sweat formed on my palms, making the handle slippery. The bathroom fan hummed overhead, and water dripped from the leaky sink faucet. Drip, drip, drip. I cleared my throat. Hello? My voice cracked. No response. The rational part of my brain kicked in. I'm on the 20th floor of the Marriott in downtown Chicago. No one could have entered through the window. The door was locked and deadbolted with the security latch engaged. I'd checked it 3 times before going to bed, like I always do. I took a deep breath and yanked the shower door open. Empty. Just white tile walls, a chrome shower head, and a small bottle of hotel shampoo on the corner shelf. The shower curtain hung limp and still. No one was there. My shoulders sagged with relief. Just my imagination playing tricks. Too many late nights working on this merger deal. Too much coffee, too little sleep. I turned to leave, but something caught my eye in the mirror above the sink. The glass was completely fogged up, which was strange because I hadn't taken a shower yet. In the center of the mist, someone had written, "Don't sign the contract." The words were crude, drawn with a finger through the condensation. Drops of water rolled down from the letters, leaving trails like tears. I stumbled backward, hitting the toilet tank with my hip. Pain shot through my side, but I barely noticed it. The message was impossible. I'd told no one at the hotel why I was here. The merger documents were locked in my briefcase. Even my wife thought I was just on a routine business trip. I grabbed a hand towel and wiped the mirror clean. The message disappeared, leaving only streaks on the glass. My reflection stared back at me. Pale face, dark circles under my eyes, 3 days of stubble on my chin. I looked like hell. The merger signing was scheduled for 10 a.m. tomorrow morning. After 2 years of negotiations, Riverside Manufacturing would finally be absorbed into Global Dynamics. The deal would make the shareholders rich. It would make me rich. My bonus alone would pay off our mortgage. But something felt wrong about the whole thing. Little discrepancies in the financial reports that nobody could explain. Key employees at Riverside quitting suddenly in the past month. The rushed timeline for closing the deal. I splashed cold water on my face and gripped the edges of the sink. Get it together. There's no one in here. No one could have written that message. I'm just stressed and seeing things. The bathroom fan clicked off. The sudden silence felt heavy, pressing against my ears. Then I heard it. Soft footsteps in the bedroom. I whirled around. The bathroom door was still closed. I'd left it open when I came in. My throat went dry. "Who's there?" I called out, trying to sound authoritative instead of terrified. No answer. Just more footsteps moving closer to the bathroom door. I looked around frantically for a weapon. The best I could find was the metal tissue box holder bolted to the wall. I yanked at it, but it wouldn't budge. The footsteps stopped right outside the door. I backed up against the far wall, next to the shower. My hands clenched into fists. If someone was really out there, I'd have to fight. 20 stories up, there was nowhere to run. The door handle turned slowly. I held my breath. It opened an inch, then stopped. Through the crack, I could see only darkness. The bedroom lights were off. I distinctly remembered leaving them on. "Show yourself," I shouted. My voice echoed off the bathroom tiles. The door swung open the rest of the way. No one was there, just the dark hotel room beyond. I stayed pressed against the wall, eyes darting around the bathroom. The mirror had fogged up again. New words appeared as if an invisible finger was writing them. "Check the server room." I knew exactly what that meant. The secure server room in Riverside's headquarters contained all their proprietary data, customer information, and trade secrets. I'd never been inside. It was off limits during due diligence. Global's tech team was scheduled to integrate the systems after the merger closed. My phone was on the bedside table. I needed to call someone. The police, hotel security, anyone. But I had to cross the dark bedroom to get to it. I took a tentative step toward the door. The bathroom light flickered once, twice, then went out. Total darkness. I couldn't even see my hand in front of my face. The air felt suddenly cold, raising goosebumps on my arms. I heard breathing. Not my own panicked gasps, but slow, deliberate breaths coming from the shower behind me. I bolted. Ran straight through the darkness, banging my shin on something hard, probably the bed frame. I kept going until I hit the wall next to the room door. My fingers found the light switch and I flipped it on. The bedroom lit up. Everything was normal. Bed slightly rumpled but empty. Briefcase still locked and sitting on the desk. My phone on the nightstand where I'd left it. I limped to the bathroom door and flicked that switch too. Light flooded the small space. Empty. The mirror was clear. No trace of fog or writing. The shower door stood open, revealing nothing but clean white tile. My hands shook as I grabbed my phone. Who could I even call? What would I say? I saw a ghost who warned me about a corporate merger. They'd think I was crazy or drunk. I sat heavily on the bed, rubbing my bruised shin. The bedside clock read 3:17 a.m. In less than 7 hours, I was supposed to be in a conference room signing papers that would finalize the merger. The smart thing would be to forget this whole incident. Lack of sleep, stress, an overactive imagination, that's all it was. Sign the papers, collect my bonus, move on with my life. But I couldn't shake the feeling that something was very wrong. The message about the server room kept repeating in my mind. I pulled out my laptop and logged into my work email. Scrolling back through months of merger documentation, I found what I was looking for, the IT systems audit report. I'd only skimmed it before, trusting our tech team's assessment that everything was fine. This time I read every word carefully. Most of it was standard corporate jargon about network architecture and security protocols, but one section caught my eye. Access to secure server room 3B restricted due to ongoing maintenance. Remote system audit performed on backup servers only. They'd never actually inspected the main servers. The entire technical evaluation of Riverside's most sensitive systems was based on backup data that could have been manipulated. I dug deeper, pulling up personnel records. In the past month, Riverside's head of IT security had resigned suddenly, along with 2 senior system administrators. All 3 had signed extensive non-disclosure agreements as part of their separation packages. My mouth went dry as the implications hit me. If someone wanted to hide something, unauthorized data collection, financial fraud, corporate espionage, the server room would be the place to do it. I got up and paced the room, mind racing. The merger agreement had strict liability provisions. If significant illegal activity was discovered after closing, Global would be on the hook for hundreds of millions in damages and penalties. The shareholders would be wiped out. My career would be over. But I had no proof. Just suspicious circumstances and a warning from, what? A ghost? A hallucination? I'd sound insane if I tried to stop the merger based on that. The air conditioning kicked on with a loud whir, making me jump. I walked to the window and looked out at the Chicago skyline. The city was never truly dark, even at this hour. Points of light stretched to the horizon, office buildings where other people were probably working late, making their own questionable decisions. My reflection appeared dimly in the window glass. For a moment, I thought I saw another face superimposed over mine. Gaunt, hollow-eyed, warning. I jerked back, but it was gone. The smart move was to sign the papers, take the money and run. Whatever was happening at Riverside would become someone else's problem. But I knew I wouldn't sleep until I found out the truth. I changed into fresh clothes, grabbed my briefcase, and headed for the door. Then I stopped, turned around, walked back to the bathroom. The mirror was still clear. I leaned close and breathed on it, creating a small circle of fog. "Who are you?" I wrote with my finger. The fog expanded, spreading across the glass. Letters appeared. Someone who made the wrong choice. I waited, but there was nothing more. The fog faded, taking the words with it. 20 minutes later, I pulled into the parking lot of Riverside Manufacturing's headquarters. The security guard at the gate recognized me from my previous visits and waved me through with barely a glance at my visitor badge. The building was mostly dark, but a few lights burned in scattered windows. The night cleaning crew, probably. I used my temporary access card to enter through a side door, then took the elevator to the 4th floor where the server room was located. The hallway was silent, except for the soft hum of fluorescent lights. My footsteps echoed on the tile floor as I approached room 3B. A keypad lock protected the door. I hadn't been given the code, but I had something better. The master key fob I'd lifted from the security guard's desk during my last site visit. A violation of about 12 different corporate policies, but I'd figured it might come in handy. I held my breath as I touched the fob to the reader. The light turned green. The lock clicked open. The server room was smaller than I expected, maybe 20 feet square. Rows of black metal racks held blinking servers, cooling fans whirring softly. The air was cold, heavy with the smell of electronics. I pulled out my phone and opened the camera app. Whatever I found, I'd need evidence. The first few racks contained normal corporate servers, email, file storage, accounting systems. But in the back corner, partially hidden behind a partition, I found something different. A cluster of high-end servers connected to what looked like a data collection hub, the kind used for mass surveillance and data mining. I took photos of the equipment and serial numbers. Then I noticed something else, network cables running up through the ceiling. I followed them with my flashlight beam. They disappeared into a panel marked Building Management Systems. But this setup had nothing to do with managing the building. Someone had tapped into every electronic system in the facility. Phones, computers, security cameras, even the card readers on the doors. Everything that happened here was being recorded and analyzed. The implications were staggering. Corporate espionage on a massive scale. They weren't just spying on their own employees. They were collecting data on everyone who entered the building. Customers, suppliers, contractors, including the Global Dynamics merger team. My hands shook as I took more photos. Our confidential negotiations, strategic plans, internal discussions. They had it all. No wonder they were rushing to close the deal. Once the merger went through, they'd have inside access to Global's entire operation. A door slammed somewhere in the building. I froze, listening. Footsteps echoed in the hallway, getting closer. I switched off my flashlight and pressed myself against the wall behind the server racks. The footsteps stopped outside the door. A key card beeped. The door opened. Light spilled in from the hallway. A figure entered. Tall, wearing a maintenance uniform. But the way he moved wasn't like a maintenance worker. Too purposeful. Too alert. He walked directly to the surveillance servers and began typing on a laptop connected to the system. From my hiding spot, I could see the screen. He was running some kind of deletion program, destroying evidence. My phone chose that moment to vibrate, an incoming email. The sound was tiny, barely audible over the server fans. The man's head snapped up. He reached under his jacket and pulled out a gun. "Come out," he said quietly. "Now." I stayed frozen, barely breathing. Maybe he wasn't sure where the sound came from. "I won't ask again." He started moving between the server racks, gun extended. I had seconds to decide. Fight or run. I chose run. I burst from behind the rack and sprinted for the door. A shot cracked behind me, deafening in the small room. Something sparked off a metal cabinet near my head. I slammed through the door and ran down the hallway. Another shot. I dodged around a corner just as it hit the wall where I'd been. The elevator was too slow. I found the stairs and took them 3 at a time, half falling down the flights. My pursuer's footsteps thundered above me. I crashed through the stairwell door into the lobby. The security guard was nowhere to be seen. I sprinted for the exit, fumbling for my car keys. The glass doors loomed ahead, almost there. Pain exploded in my shoulder as something hit me from behind. I stumbled but kept going, burst through the doors into the cool night air. My car was 30 yards away. I could hear him behind me, closing fast. The keys slipped from my sweaty fingers. I snatched them up and jerked the door open, diving inside. The engine roared to life. I slammed it into reverse just as my pursuer reached for the door handle. The car leapt backward, making him jump aside. I shifted to drive and floored it. The exit gate was down. I didn't slow down. The wooden barrier exploded as I crashed through it. In my rearview mirror, I saw the man standing in the parking lot, watching me escape. 10 minutes later, I pulled into a 24-hour diner parking lot. My hands wouldn't stop shaking. The pain in my shoulder turned out to be just a graze from a bullet. Small comfort. I had evidence of massive corporate fraud on my phone, proof that Riverside had been running an illegal surveillance operation targeting everyone they did business with, including proof they'd tried to kill me to keep it quiet. But I also had no idea how deep this went. That man knew exactly when and why I'd be in the server room. Someone had warned me through impossible means, someone who'd made the wrong choice. I pulled out my phone and called the one person I could trust, Sarah Chen, Global's head of corporate security. She answered on the first ring despite the early hour. "We need to talk," I said. "The merger is compromised. Riverside has been running a surveillance operation. They have everything: our negotiations, internal communications, strategic plans. I have proof, but someone just tried to kill me to keep it quiet." A long pause. "Are you sure about this?" "I have photos and bullet holes in my car." "Where are you?" I gave her the diner's address. "Stay there," she said. "I'm sending a team. Don't talk to anyone else, don't call anyone, and whatever you do, don't delete those photos." I hung up and slumped in my seat. In a few hours, I was supposed to be signing merger documents. Instead, I'd uncovered corporate espionage, been shot at, and probably destroyed any chance of the deal going through. My phone buzzed. A text from an unknown number. "You made the right choice." I looked around the empty parking lot, but saw only my own reflection in the diner's windows. No blurred figures, no mysterious messages. Whatever presence had warned me seemed satisfied. The merger would fail, but at least I'd exposed the truth, and stayed alive in the process. I went into the diner and ordered coffee. It was going to be a long day.